रानी क्या बन रहा है?
बेटा तेरे पसंद की चीज बन रही है।
रानी मेरी सेवई बन रही है।
हाँ बेटा तेरे लिए सेवइयाँ बन रही हैं।
और इसके लिए क्या
सब कुछ बच्चों को खिलाओगी, हमारे लिए भी कुछ बचाओगी।
मेरा नाम नज़मा है। मैं जयपुर शास्त्री नगर की रहने वाली हूँ। मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि एक दिन मैं रिक्शा चलाऊंगी। मैं बधी थी, मेरी ख्वाहिशें बधी थी, मगर अब पिंक सिटी की बदौलत मैं बड़े बड़े सपने देखती। ये मुझसे बचपन से कहती थी मुझे डॉक्टर बनना है। मैं इससे कहती थी तेरे दिमाग का इलाज करा। लेकिन मुझे अब लगता है कि मैं इसे अब डॉक्टर ही बनाऊंगी। अब मेरी जिंदगी की गाड़ी मेरे हाथों में है। इसे कितना चलाना है, कैसे चलाना है, सब मैं तय करूंगी। ये सच है, मेरी आमदनी बढ़ी है, मगर उससे भी ज़्यादा जब मैं रिक्शा चलाती हूँ तो मुझे सुकून मिलता है। ऐसा लगता है जैसे मैं कैद में थी और अचानक आज़ाद हो गई। मैं चाहती हूँ औरतें परिवार भी चलाएं, रिक्शा भी और देश भी।
Jaipur, the Pink City, is among the foremost tourist destinations of India. Like most other urban centers, it is marred by burgeoning population and increasing pollution. However, a unique new initiative is all set to change that. The Pink City Rickshaw Company project is a unique initiative on wheels in the city of Jaipur. The beautiful city of Jaipur is home to some of the most popular tourist destinations of India. And the Pink City Rickshaw Company project presents a whole new vantage point to experience the myriad charms of Jaipur. Designed as a completely women-led, managed and owned social enterprise, the project envisages providing long-term employment to 200 women through their ownership in the Pink City Rickshaw Company, thereby ensuring their economic and social empowerment.
The Pink City Rickshaw Company was conceptualized with the idea of addressing the growing urban poverty in Rajasthan. We are trying to create a social enterprise. So this will be a company which is going to be owned by these ladies. Through this program, we want 200 empowered women to run the rickshaw company, run tours, attain a sustainable incremental income and being shareholders of the company, actually run this company.
एक बार तो डर लगा सब, लेकिन फिर बाद में अच्छा लगना लग गया। रिक्शा चलाते वक्त अच्छा महसूस होता है, लोग बाग हमारे को देखते हैं, औरतें रिक्शा चला रही है।
एक दिन भी कभी इनको भी देखते तो अपन भी यही चलाएंगे, नसीब में होगा तो। आज हमारे नसीब में है, अच्छा लग रहा है।
one of the few programs that we have in Access which is looking at women's empowerment. More importantly, this program is trying to seek triple bottom line impact. Through the program, we are trying to see if we can build economic empowerment of the women. We are also looking at creating a company which will be owned and managed by these women and will develop some kind of a social capital. And because we are going to deploy e-rickshaws in the project, we will also be impacting on the environment issues. So for me, it is a very innovative project and it's already rolling out, and there is a lot of buzz and excitement about the program in Jaipur where we are implementing it.
Some people from Access approached me and they gave me this concept of Pink City Rickshaw Company. These women are going to be the owners of the company in due course of time. This is something really good, and it would lead to empowerment of these women who would have never thought in their wildest dreams that they would be owning a company. The Transport Department will be very happy to be associated with this service, to provide all facilities to these women drivers, and if there is any issue, I'll be very happy to resolve it.
So there's been a great reception by the market to the product. Our target market are the hotels who have niche clients who would want to visit all the historic places of Jaipur or travel into the walled cities. It's also a very nice looking rickshaw. So through this project, we are trying to elevate the rickshaw, which is normally seen as the last mile connectivity, to product for the luxury market.
I think the Pink City Rickshaw Company is a great initiative. It's something that has made the experience of traveling within the city, the sightseeing, all of that, it's made it really interesting, because I think traveling, especially within the old city, using public transport is, like, at least with our guests, it's quite a challenge. So this is really nice because it's safe. It supports an initiative that people really appreciate. So I think it's a great thing that they've started.
टूरिस्ट आते हैं, बहुत सभी होटलों में ठहरते हैं ये लोग, तो हम उन्हें अपने रिक्शे से घुमाते हैं, जैसे जल महल जाते हैं, आमेर जाते हैं, जंतर मंतर जाते हैं, हवा महल आते हैं, वहाँ में उन टूरिस्टों को घुमाते हैं. हम चाहते हैं अच्छी चले, महिलाओं को रोजगार भी मिले और प्लस जो ये टूरिस्ट आते हैं उनको भी अच्छा मौका मिले. देखो खुला रिक्शा हमारा, उसमें हम फोटो भी ले सकते हैं, में रोशनी भी पड़ेगी, हवा भी आएगी, तो इस तरह से चारों तरफ वो देख भी सकते हैं टूरिस्ट लोग. इस तरह से हमारा रिक्शा बनाया गया है और इससे हमें रोजगार मिल रहा है.
Well, I had a great time in Pink City Rickshaw Company. I love the design. I just love that it's like a carriage, so you feel like in a movie, and it's all open, so you can see things like first-handed, very close to you. So I really like the experience. I love the fact that it's a woman driving. It makes it so much nicer and friendly, and it's eco-friendly, so you also know that you're helping planet Earth. So it's great. I loved it.
They loved the experience because it was so new, and you've seen the rickshaw, the colors, they stand out. So even when you're in traffic and you're in that rickshaw, everyone's looking at you. It makes you feel special. It makes you feel like, oh, I have my own private service. So they thoroughly enjoyed it.
I had an amazing time with Pink City Rickshaw Company. It was an amazing tour, and it's such a difference to explore this city with the lady in front of our beautiful rickshaw.
This is something which a lot of foreign tourists particularly want for roaming around the city, and this will provide a long required service in the tourist city of Jaipur.
So HSBC has been a very long-term partner with Access, and I'm really excited that in addition to the couple of other things that we are doing with HSBC, the bank has agreed to support this program, and not only Access but HSBC too is equally excited in making this innovative initiative a great success.
हमने अपने खुद पे डर पे काबू पा लिया.
India, the largest democracy in the world, is still struggling to match globally accepted benchmarks of gender equality and gender equity, especially in its workforce. And while with changing times, India has been producing increasing number of women role models, there exist pockets of exclusion that struggle to make the transition from the old to the new.
If you look at macro data, the workforce participation of women in India is only about 27%. Women in India contribute only 17% to the GDP.
औरतों का आगे बढ़ना बड़ा मुश्किल है जी। जिस जगह से हम आते हैं वहाँ महिलाएं या तो घरों में काम करती है या फिर खेतों में।
But it is under such struggles that human enterprise finds beautiful expressions. Meet the women of Chandu, who have come together to create a social enterprise that has not just turned them into business owners, but also boasts of products that match the best in the market in taste and in quality. Conceived and executed by Access Development Services and supported by the City Foundation, the New Leaf project seeks to recruit, train and empower 200 women to become business owners in a unique social enterprise that manufactures and markets ready-to-eat savories under its flagship brand Zing and Zest.
गोबर के गोसे बनाते बनाते आज हम कुकीज बनाने लग गए। हम किस्मत वाले हैं जो हमें ये मौका मिला। मैंने ये कभी नहीं सोचा था कि मैं यहाँ पे काम करूँगी। गोबर कूड़े के काम से भी अलग मैं कभी कंपनी भी चलाऊँगी। कंपनी में भी ऐसे डायरेक्टर बनकर कई बहनें मिलकर कंपनी भी चलाएंगे।
Once these social enterprises do well and the women get better aspirational incomes, their decision making power at household level and at social level increases substantially, which can bring in a really social revolution and contribute significantly to national economy.
In the project New Leaf, we formed a company and a brand Zing and Zest. The main focus of the project was to empower women from economically weaker section so that they can run a company of their own. Access Development Services supported the project by setting up the production center, getting all the legal clearances of the company done, and by building capacity of the women members through trainings such as financial literacy, enterprise development, product development, hygiene, and eventually ensuring that the product reaches the right target market through proper market linkages.
जिंग एंड जेस्ट हमने इसलिए शुरू की, जो भी गांव में महिलाएं फ्री में घर में बैठी थी, जिनके पास कुछ काम नहीं था, उन गरीब महिलाओं को काम मिले और अपनी आर्थिक स्थिति को मजबूत कर सकें।
We make a lot of efforts in making the products and the brand to be powerful and compete with the products in modern markets.
जब हम यहाँ ट्रेनिंग लेने के लिए आए तो गांव के लोग बोले ये गांव की महिलाएं क्या कुकीज़ बनाएगी, पर अब हमारी कुकीज़ बड़ी बड़ी दुकानों में जाती है। यदि आपने एक भी कुकीज़ टेस्ट की तो आपका पूरा डब्बा खाने को मन करेगा।
ये हमारा खाना बहुत दूर दूर तक होटलों में जाता है, जैसे 5 स्टार होटल है, अन्नामाया में जाते हैं और भी कई प्रकार के बड़े बड़े होटलों में जाते हैं।
Over here in Annamaya we have collaborated with Zing Zest cookies, where I'm getting a very good response. We serve all our Zing Zest cookies with every single tea and coffee which we serve at Annamaya.
O2 has engaged Zing and Zest to create a range of cookies for a new retail store at Hoskas village. And in the past, we've received very good products from them, and we look forward to receive a wide range of delicious cookies from Zing and Zest.
I feel very privileged that this program is actually supported by City Foundation. I am looking forward to this relationship continuing over a period of time.
हम इस कंपनी को बहुत आगे ले जाएंगे।
नानी क्या बन रहा है?
बेटा तेरे पसंद की चीज बन रही है।
नानी मेरी सेवइयां बन रही है।
हाँ बेटा तेरे लिए सेवइयां बन रही
और
है।
इसके लिए क्या बनाऊंगी?
सब कुछ बच्चों को खिलाओगे, हमारे लिए भी कुछ बचाओगे।
मेरा नाम नज़मा है। मैं जयपुर शास्त्री नगर की रहने वाली हूँ। मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि एक दिन मैं रिक्शा चलाऊंगी। मैं बधी थी, मेरी ख्वाहिशें बधी थी, मगर अब पिंक सिटी की बदौलत मैं बड़े बड़े सपने देखती। ये मुझसे बचपन से कहती थी मुझे डॉक्टर बनना है। मैं इससे कहती थी तेरे दिमाग का इलाज करा। लेकिन मुझे अब लगता है कि मैं इसे अब डॉक्टर ही बनाऊंगी। अब मेरी जिंदगी की गाड़ी मेरे हाथों में है। इसे कितना चलाना है, कैसे चलाना है, सब मैं तय करूंगी। ये सच है, मेरी आमदनी बढ़ी है, मगर उससे भी ज़्यादा जब मैं रिक्शा चलाती हूँ तो मुझे सुकून मिलता है। ऐसा लगता है जैसे मैं कैद में थी और अचानक आज़ाद हो गई। मैं चाहती हूँ औरतें परिवार भी चलाएं, रिक्शा भी और देश भी।
Jaipur, the Pink City, is among the foremost tourist destinations of India. Like most other urban centers, it is marred by burgeoning population and increasing pollution. However, a unique new initiative is all set to change that. The Pink City Rickshaw Company project is a unique initiative on wheels in the city of Jaipur. The beautiful city of Jaipur is home to some of the most popular tourist destinations of India. And the Pink City Rickshaw Company project presents a whole new vantage point to experience the myriad charms of Jaipur. Designed as a completely women-led, managed and owned social enterprise, the project envisages providing long-term employment to 200 women through their ownership in the Pink City Rickshaw Company, thereby ensuring their economic and social empowerment.
The Pink City Rickshaw Company was conceptualized with the idea of addressing the growing urban poverty in Rajasthan. We are trying to create a social enterprise. So this will be a company which is going to be owned by these ladies. Through this program, we want 200 empowered women to run the rickshaw company, run tours, attain a sustainable incremental income, and being shareholders of the company, actually run this company.
एक बार तो डर लगा सर, लेकिन फिर बाद में अच्छा लगना लग गया। रिक्शा चलाते वक्त अच्छा महसूस होता है, लोग बाग हमारे को देखते हैं, औरतें रिक्शा चला रही है।
एक दिन भी कभी इनको भी देखते तो अपन भी यही चलाएंगे, नसीब में होगा तो। आज हमारे नसीब में है, अच्छा लग रहा है।
This is one of the few programs that we have in Access which is looking at women's empowerment. More importantly, this program is trying to seek triple bottom line impact. Through the program, we are trying to see if we can build economic empowerment of the women. We are also looking at creating a company which will be owned and managed by these women and will develop some kind of a social capital. And because we are going to deploy e-rickshaws in the project, we will also be impacting on the environment issues. So for me, it is a very innovative project and it's already rolling out, and there is a lot of buzz and excitement about the program in Jaipur where we are implementing it.
Some people from Access approached me and they gave me this concept of Pink City Rickshaw Company. These women are going to be the owners of the company in due course of time. This is something really good, and it would lead to empowerment of these women who would have never thought in their wildest dreams that they would be owning a company. The transport department will be very happy to be associated with this service, to provide all facilities to these women drivers, and if there is any issue, I'll be very happy to resolve it.
So there's been a great reception by the market to the product. Our target market are the hotels who have niche clients who would want to visit all the historic places of Jaipur or travel into the walled cities. It's also a very nice looking rickshaw. So through this project, we are trying to elevate the rickshaw, which is normally seen as the last mile connectivity, to product for the luxury market.
I think the Pink City Rickshaw Company is a great initiative. It's something that has made the experience of traveling within the city, the sightseeing, all of that, it's made it really interesting because I think traveling, especially within the old city, using public transport is, like, at least with our guests, it's quite a challenge. So this is really nice because it's safe. It supports an initiative that people really appreciate. So I think it's a great thing that they've started.
टूरिस्ट आते हैं, वहाँ सभी होटलों में ठहरते हैं ये लोग, तो हम उन्हें अपने रिश्ते से घुमाते हैं। जैसे जलमहल जाते हैं, आमेर जाते हैं, जंतर मंतर जाते हैं, हवा महल आते हैं, वहाँ हमें उन टूरिस्टों को घुमाते हैं। हम चाहते हैं अच्छी चले, महिलाओं को रोजगार भी मिले और प्लस जो ये टूरिस्ट आते हैं उनको भी अच्छा मौका मिले। देखो खुला रास्ता हमारा, उसमें हम फोटो भी ले सकते हैं, में रोशनी भी पड़ेगी, हवा भी आएगी, तो इस तरह से चारों तरफ वो देख भी सकते हैं टूरिस्ट लोग। इस तरह से हमारा रिक्शा बनाया गया है और इससे हमें रोजगार मिल रहा है।
Well, I had a great time in Pink City Rickshaw Company. I love the design. I just love that it's like a carriage, so you feel like in a movie, and it's all open, so you can see things like first-handed, very close to you. So I really like the experience. I love the fact that it's a woman driving. It makes it so much nicer and friendly, and it's eco-friendly, so you also know that you're helping planet Earth. So it's great. I loved it.
They loved the experience because it was so new, and you've seen the rickshaw, the colors, they stand out. So even when you're in traffic and you're in that rickshaw, everyone's looking at you. It makes you feel special. It makes you feel like, oh, I have my own private service. So they thoroughly enjoyed it.
I had an amazing time with Pink City Rickshaw Company. It was an amazing tour, and it's such a difference to explore this city with the lady in front of our beautiful rickshaw.
This is something which a lot of foreign tourists particularly want for roaming around the city, and this will provide a long required service in the tourist city of Jaipur.
So HSBC has been a very long-term partner with Axis, and I'm really excited that in addition to the couple of other things that we are doing with HSBC, the bank has agreed to support this program, and not only Axis but HSBC too is equally excited in making this innovative initiative a great success.
हमने अपने खुद पे डर पे काबू पा लिया।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor and privilege to introduce an inaugural panel comprising of eminent guests. I welcome Mr. Vijay Mahajan, CEO of Rajiv Gandhi Foundation and Director of Rajiv Gandhi Institute for Contemporary Studies. Mr. Mahajan, editor of this year's State of India's Livelihoods Report, is joining with us from the Livelihoods India Secretariat. A very warm welcome to Ms. Kyoko Noda, UNDP Resident Representative in India. And it's a privilege to welcome and introduce Sri Nagendra Nath Sinha, Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Sri N.N. Sinha is also joined by Ms. Alka Upadhyay and Mr. Vipin Sharma, CEO, Access Development Services at the Ministry of Rural Development at Krishi Bhavan in New Delhi. May I now request you all to stand up for the national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
behalf of Access, it is my privilege to welcome you all to the 11th Livelihoods India Summit, being organized with Niti Aayog as the co-host. This is the belated 2020 summit, which was moved from its original schedule of December 2020 in the anticipation that we will be able to organize a physical event as usual. However, as the pandemic grew over time, we had to accept the eventuality and begin planning for a virtual event. So here we are with a packed schedule of enriching deliberations on a diversity of issues relating to livelihoods of the poor. As we are all aware, the pandemic has not left anything untouched, with almost every sector being impacted. India was amongst the worst affected countries, and as expected, the poor and the informal sector are the worst affected when a disaster of this magnitude hits a country. To tackle the challenges posed by the situation, the Government of India announced relief packages that included a slew of employment and social protection measures and economic stimuli, impact of which will be visible in the time to come. Therefore, deliberations in almost all sessions, by design or by default, will have some underlying thread of impact of the pandemic. While some sessions will focus on hardships faced by the communities during the pandemic due to loss of their livelihoods, other sessions will look at strategies for responding to the crisis and building resilience for the future. The summit is designed in a slightly different format this year. In addition to plenary sessions, the technical sessions are integrated into 5 thematic tracks. 2 of those focus on the sectors where the largest number of India's poor are employed, that is agriculture, and more specifically, farmer-producer organizations and the handloom sector. And other 2 tracks are focused on the most vulnerable segments, informal workers and women and their economic empowerment. The 5th track explores the role of CSR in the post-pandemic world. Deliberations in each track will be led by track anchors, followed by technical sessions. Plenary sessions, as always, will cover overarching policy issues with senior sector leaders and policy makers as speakers. We have much to look forward to in terms of fireside chat sessions. The first on day 1, with a new edition of On the Spot with Shiv, where Mr. Shivakumar of ITC will be in conversation with Dr. Saurabh Garg, Principal Secretary Agriculture, on the theme of making agri-markets work. The second on day 2 will see Mr. William Bissell, Chairman of Fab India, in conversation with Ms. Jaya Jaitley, founder of the Sakari Hart Samiti. I hope that you will enjoy and gain from the insightful debates and deliberations, listening to thought leaders, policy makers, and practitioners lined up across the 2 days. Within the obvious limitations of the virtual format, we have made all efforts to make this virtual event interesting. In addition to hosting the sessions, the virtual platform has diverse features for networking, exhibitors at the virtual share fair, and the resource center to download various reports and knowledge materials into the delegate briefcase. The 12th Livelihoods India report that will be released in the inaugural session will also be available in the resource center for downloading. We have an overwhelming response to the summit this year, despite all challenges, with 600 registrations till yesterday afternoon. I would like to thank all our partners and sponsors for their continued association, particularly in this difficult year, for supporting the summit. I welcome all speakers and thank them for their time and effort. I hope you'll all enjoy this new format of the summit. That was a brief introduction to the year summit. We'll now move on to the customary release of the State of India's Livelihood Report 2020 edition. The State of India's Livelihood Report is an annual publication addressing the contemporary issues emerging in the livelihood sector. It is the only document that aggregates the experiences and challenges of the sector, analyzes case studies, and reports on the progress of both government and privately run programs. Given the diversity of themes that are covered in the State of India's Livelihood Report, as in the past 2 years, this year's report has been put together by a group of authors: Dr. Ashok Sarkar, S. Sivakumar, Shashtant Patara, Kanika Verma, Brinda Chopra, Dr. Sanjeev Fansalkar, Rajiv Khandelwal with his team at Ajivika Bureau, Shriya Mojumdar, Dr. Smita Premchandar, Andrila Roy Chaudhary, and Deepika Pingali. The report has been edited by Mr. Vijay Mahajan. I'm extremely grateful to our sponsors, NABARD, and our knowledge partner, Rabobank, who have been steadfast in their support to the report over the past few years. I now request Mr. Vipin Sharma to present a copy of the State of India's Livelihoods Report to Shri N.N. Sinha for release. I also request Ms. Shoko Noda and Mr. Vijay Mahajan to unwrap their copies of the report for release and hold up for a screenshot picture.
On behalf of Access, I also once again thank Mr. Sinha for agreeing to be in this inaugural session and to allow us space within his office to do the inaugural session.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I thank all the dignitaries for that release of the latest edition of State of India's Livelihoods Report. I now request Mr. Vijay Mahajan to share the key highlights from the State of India's Livelihoods Report 2020 on behalf of the authors and on his own behalf.
Shri Sinha, Srimati Upadhyay, Madam Shoko Noda, and lots of members in the audience whom I can't see, but I'm told there are over 500 of you there. Thank you very much for turning up here. I apologize for being wearing a cap. I have a head cold, and you know it's the only way I can sort of continue not to feel congested. So I'm going to be presenting the highlights of the report that has just been unveiled in front of you. I'll take only about 15 minutes. Let me just share the screen. This one. Is that visible on screen? Pooja? Pooja has already mentioned that this is the work of a number of people who she just named, so I won't repeat them, but they are highlighted. And I want to mention that it was truly a collaborative effort. I enjoyed reading their drafts and arguing with them, and you know, they arguing with me in turn and improving each other's thinking on the matter. So what we are offering to you is truly a collective response. The main thing, however, that we agreed with Mr. Vipin Sharma, who is the spirit behind all of this, is that when he met me about 2.5 months ago to talk about this, I said, you know, the state of India's livelihoods is something we talk of every year. This has been a very, very difficult year. And let's talk about the future. So I, in fact, insisted that we should call it the FOIL, the future of India's livelihoods for 2030. But eventually, since we have to do a status report as well, so we decided, okay, let's look at this state of India's livelihoods, but let's look at a trajectory towards 2030 and a trajectory for inclusive livelihoods. And it makes a nice summary in terms of all the work that we're to do. So there's a long toil to 2030. India has had a proud record of fairly high GDP growth rate, among the highest in the large economies all of the last 2 decades. So it did slow down a bit, but we ended the 2 decades with a 7.4% per annum compounded annual growth rate. Unfortunately, employment grew at only 1% per annum, actually 0.98. So even though the GDP grew and quite robustly, employment did not grow. This is what was widely called jobless growth. But sadly, in 2020, the GDP fell quite understandably due to the COVID pandemic. The latest NSO estimates released about 20 days ago have brought down the fall from earlier expected 10% plus to minus 7.7%. But that led to a severe reduction in jobs. Of course, at the peak in May, there were as many as 8 crore people out of jobs. But by the end of the year, by end of December, the employment had fallen by 1.6 crores, 16 million, and there were already 32 million unemployed people. So we ended the year, or we entered this year, with 4.8 crore people, 48 million people actively looking for work. Now that itself is a huge task for any nation. But in addition, as we'll describe later, there is of course the incremental growth in the labor force. So we have a huge task, which I'll talk about later. But let me talk about the quality of livelihoods. Broadly, it is inadequate, a point that I've already made. Out of 52 crore labor force by the end of December 2020, only 47.2 crores were workers, rest were unemployed. Workers are that part of the labor force who are working. The others are unemployed, looking for work. Agricultural employment, and I put that within quotes because a lot of them are actually self-employed farmers, accounted for about 45% of the total employment. But the last data that we have for incomes, and this is very, very relevant because of all that's going on the borders of Delhi, the average monthly household income of farmers in 2013, as measured by an All India National Sample Survey, was 6,426. And their expenditure was 6,223. And this is income from all sources, not just from farming. And yet, about 2/3 of these accounted, of about 9 crore farmers, earned less than what they spent. That means their income from all sources was actually below their minimum expenditure. So the distress of the agricultural classes is actually nationwide, and what we are seeing around the borders of Delhi is actually one particular segment which is actually at the higher end of these incomes, but even they have various grievances. But the agriculture sector as a whole and the farming class as a whole is seriously income deficit, and we need to do something about it. And within that, there are roughly 11 crore landless people for whom the informal sector, through migration and the NREGA program, is the employment of last resort. And I must take this opportunity in the presence of Mr. Sinha and Madam Upadhyay that NREGA was truly a life savior in 2020. And the government's efforts to both increase the outlay from 61,000 crores to over 1 lakh crores, as well as to promote a system of new job cards for returning migrants, as well as starting works in almost all the districts, was really helpful. And the NREGA website is actually a dream for anyone who wants to talk about transparency in detail in government. I mean, literally on 11th of January, I could see village-wise data of which works were on and how many workers were working there and so on. And many places we did on the ground quick audits, and indeed all of that was true. So, in a nation where we keep talking about the degradation of our public systems, I think it's very important to acknowledge that lots of things did work. The public distribution system worked, the interbank payment system worked, the telecommunication system worked, the NREGA system worked, and of course, the electricity and water system worked. Imagine if any of these had failed, what the pandemic would have done to the nation's situation. Yet, going back to the livelihood issue, the issue of earnings, which I had mentioned for farmers already, is equally true for those who were self-employed, for example, in crafts work or any of other non-farm activities in rural areas. You could see that the average self-employed male earned about 9,000 rupees per month. The average self-employed female earned only about 4,000 in 2017-18. This is all data based on the periodic labor force survey of 2017-18. In urban areas, 38% of all workers were self-employed, and the gross earnings were 16,000 among males and less than half among females. So as you can see, the rural-urban differential of nearly 76% for self-employment and 104% through casual work. I'm not sharing that data, but the differential is 104%. In addition to more opportunities in urban areas, explains the urban pull. I mean, people keep asking, why do so many people migrate from rural to urban areas? Well, if you get double the income, even with additional costs and indeed definitely lower standards of living, you still want to go there because you have greater opportunities. Another point to note is the male-female wage differential. As I said, it's almost 50%. And this partly explains why we have a low female labor force participation rate. If you pay so low, it is better for a woman not to do any paid work and just be at home and do things like whatever she can do to support the family, rather than be counted as employed as a casual worker. In addition, as you can see, 57% were self-employed, only 13% in rural areas and 46% in urban areas had regular wages. But even among them, half did not have any social security benefit. No paid leave, no maternity leave, no creches, no health or life cover, no ASI, no PF, no pension. All the stuff that we middle-class professionals are accustomed to. In terms of decency or indecency, as many as 95% of women workers in the informal sector suffered abuse and sexual harassment at the workplace, as per a study by Human Rights Watch. And we all know about the safety hazards in other occupations like construction, sanitation, etc., with the regular deaths. So the state of India's livelihoods is inadequate, insecure, and indecent. I want to thank Professor Ashok Sarkar for pointing out these four things, although in a different sequence, but I have a pancha for acronyms, so I turned it around. So what dogs India's livelihoods are the following four things. First is the demographic disappointment. The so-called dividend has been declared, but it's not been paid. The occupational aspirations, people want a government job, any job, but not self-employment. There is a geographic mismatch. Workers are in Bharat, jobs are in India. And there are many, many perverse incentives at the sector and the firm level which discourage employing labor. In the main report, there's a lot more detail about this. I will not go into this, but in some ways, these are the four macroeconomic features, and I owe also to Professor Sanjeev Fansalkar, Rajiv Khandelwal to contribute to this thinking. The challenges, therefore, for this decade are that we need 12 crore new livelihoods. Now, this number I'm not saying lightly. I have a full quantitative model underlying this estimate, and I shall make it available for scrutiny to anybody who wants it. But the fact is, this 12 crore new livelihoods includes the 4.8 crore of current unemployed at the beginning of January 21, plus the increments to the labor force, which fortunately will be lower than the previous decade because of reduction in population growth rate. But despite that, we will have almost 9 crore new people joining the labor force. So 9 plus 4.8 is 13.8. And I'm assuming that there will be still some residual unemployment of about 2 to 3%. So after taking that into account, we still need 12 crore new livelihoods. So we need to promote growth with employment and for the neglected demographic segments, particularly women, particularly the youth, particularly people like the disabled and the minorities. And we need to do this by spreading employment opportunities spatially. We have to go, as Rajiv has put famously in his report, metros are retro. We need to generate livelihood opportunities. Unfortunately, not in the idealistic Gandhian concept of village industries. That's not feasible in today's economy in most cases. But at least small town employment. We have over 5,000 small towns as per census 2011. In 2021, we'll probably have 6,000 plus. They need to become the new growth centers. And of course, we need high growth sectors for generating employment. In the report, we have indeed identified these sectors and indeed computed sectoral output. This is on page 19 of the report. Once again, the quantitative model is available for scrutiny. So perhaps the gods can help. The gods are the greening of India, the opportunities for new skilled jobs in high growth sectors, digital services, particularly for the next generation, the youth, who are already much more digital savvy, but also for women, because digital work also enables working from home, working at your own time, and therefore it's suited in some ways to the fact that the reproductive role of women is not going to go away. And working out of home in hard physical work has often meant doubling their workload. And finally, as I mentioned, the spatial distribution of livelihoods. So the fact is that the gods help only those who help themselves. So we have to be Atmanirbhar. And indeed, our Prime Minister did include that, announce that as the new policy approach. And we've translated that into an eightfold path for sustainable livelihoods for all by 2030. They are all listed here, but I'll run through them very quickly. So the first is transform agriculture from subsistence to sustainable. Or in case of Punjab and Haryana, from subsidized to sustainable. So in Punjab and Haryana, it is not subsistence agriculture, but it is actually seriously dependent on subsidies, both on the input and output side. And the only way we can do this is by spending about 2% of our GDP on regeneration of degraded natural resources. The Jal Jangal Zameen of India badly needs reinvestment. And if we invest in that through NREGA and other sources, then we will actually regenerate the very basis for livelihoods. Then, of course, as Shiv Kumar has argued, we need a fundamental transformation of the system from being production led supply chains supported by the government to demand responsive value chains, which are anchored by consumer oriented market players. In other words, we have to bring in private capital into agriculture. And one of the issues that the nation is currently has to sit down and debate is that the government, of course, can't pay for the transformation of agriculture that is needed. Who will pay for it? And if we have to bring the private sector into it, what terms can we bring them in such that they find it attractive enough and yet it's not exploitative of farmers? And I think that's the debate that we need to engage in or discussion rather than what is going on. We need to practice the 3 R's for greening of India. Regeneration of natural resources, I already talked about, Jal, Jangal, Zameen. But we need significant enhancement of the renewable energy generation. India is already one of the leaders in solar power generation. But there is also wind, there is also hydel, and there is also biomass and biogas. And then, of course, recycling of waste. We need to recognize that this will generate lots and lots of jobs. In fact, there are detailed estimates of jobs that are possible in waste recycling, both in rural and urban areas. The third point, of course, is to make school education, skill and entrepreneurship training effective. We've again, in the last 20 years, achieved tremendous, sort of enrollment rates in both primary and secondary school education. However, the learning outcomes are not very good, as we know from the ESSER surveys. And this should be the decade when we say we are going to fix the quality problem in school education. As a nation, that must be our prana. And since everybody can't then go on to do a BA or a MSc or a PhD, we need to seriously focus on vocational training and in the following high growth sectors which I identified, including agricultural services and agro-processing, construction, creative and craft enterprises, which Shreya Majumdar has written in great detail in her chapter, manufacturing, both small scale, for which I have argued in great detail, but also high end, as we also need to be present in the global economy, and what I call proximate services, which require face-to-face services like retail trade, logistics, tourism, social services, health and education, but also the digital version of these services, which will generate millions of jobs and tremendous access. Atmanirbhar is depend on yourself. We don't need to depend on the government for everything. We've got to get past that mentality. And the greatest example of this is the self-help group movement. In 1987, I was lucky to establish some of the first self-help groups in North India. In fact, it was a pilot project with the Ministry of Rural Development. Then Mr. Vinod Pandey was the secretary in your place. And today, I'm happy to say that there are roughly 1 crore, little more than 1 crore self-help groups in the country. And, they receive thousands of crores. Last year, they received about 56,000 crores of credit from banks. That's a classic example of Atmanirbharta. But being Atmanirbhar should not be seen as being alone. So along with Atmanirbhar, we have to organize. Farmers have to be organized into FPOs, farmer producer companies particularly, and not just for input purchase and raw output sale. They must participate in the full value chain, of which Amul again is an outstanding example of both Atmanirbharta and organizing of farmers. Agro-processing units should be owned 100% by farmer producer companies. How that capital will reach them is a technical question. I've worked on that issue for many years. It can be done. And these companies need to be managed by professionals, once again, the way we've learned from Amul. But only if farmers own the value chain fully will they get a fair share of the agriculture produce. It's not a matter of minimum support prices. If you sell your produce at the farm gate, irrespective of what the price is, it is still basically being a surrogate mother. Moving on, we need to develop Samarth Zillas around smart cities. In fact, we should have begun with Samarth Zillas and then the cities could have been made smart. Right now, as we saw in the COVID period, the cities turned out to be not so smart after all, and people had to go back to their Zillas. How many and how, it's a detailed matter, it's there in the report, but I don't have the time to discuss it here. But we have done a study of 10 states and 20 districts to indicate how Samarth Zillas can be created. And finally, we have to move beyond putting the government at the center to putting the community at the center. And around it, at least 5 of us have to hold hands and work for development. I call it in English a collaborative pentagon because it can have more than 5, it can have 5 sides, but In Hindi, the term is Panchmukhi Samvai, and the five corners of the five sides of the Pentagon are the government, of course, the corporate sector, civil society institutions, capital markets, because we do need capital, and knowledge institutions. I separate capital markets from the corporate sector because there's a very big difference. The capital markets are significantly funded by household savings. We must not forget that. We are the source of the capital market, not its recipients. So we need to distinguish analytically between the corporate sector and the capital markets. Finally, financing. I am a Mahajan, as you know, so I have to think in terms of money. How do we finance all this and how much is required? Once again, my quantitative model has done the estimation. If we want livelihoods for all by 2030, we need to invest 120 lakh crores, which is about 60% of India's GDP in 2020, the reduced GDP. And this investment needs to be made in the first 6 years of this decade if we have to get the results by the end, which means 10% of today's GDP every year would have to be spent on creating new livelihoods. Now, the good news is this is not expected from the government. And most of this is going to come from household savings through the banking system. And I don't want to scare you, but here is the details of it. And this is only the summary of the capital of the table. So I will not go into the detail, but the calculations are available for scrutiny. So this is the third time I've had the opportunity to talk about livelihoods in India. In 1995, I did the Rural Non-Farm Sector Report, which was in fact sponsored by NABARD. I'm very thankful that they have sponsored this report as well. In 2008, Vipin had asked me to write the overview chapter for the first State of India's livelihood report. And in that as well, I had argued for a strategy for inclusive livelihoods. As far as I'm concerned, this is the last and final call. Unless we invest that 1,20,000 crore, the 120 lakh crores, which is 10% of India's GDP, we will have hell to pay by 2030. But if we do, we will end up with a GDP for India, which is green, digital, and people-centered. And I hope we will move towards that ideal rather than move towards the dystopia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mahajan, for helping bring together the report and for the crisp presentation, bringing together the key points from across the chapters. A big thank you also to all the authors for their contribution in putting together this well-researched report. Now it's time for us to hear from our esteemed speakers of the inaugural session. I request Ms. Shoko Noda, UNDP resident representative in India, to kindly address the virtual gathering. Ms. Shoko Noda.
Yes, thank you very much for these opportunities, and I'm really delighted to be part of the Livelihood India Summit this year with distinguished panelists, speakers, and also an excellent presentation of the report. Such a rich information and thoughts and visions are in the report. So I look really forward to reading this report. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I also would like to thank Access Development Services for hosting this event at the time when the whole world is really grappling with uncertainties, and it's really heartening to see so many people, so many institutions come together to co-create, reimagine a better future for all. When I say all, yes, all. And including less privileged ones. Well, COVID-19, we all know that it has been an unprecedented health, but also development crisis, and especially a crisis of livelihood. It's very, very obvious. And it's just, for me, sad to see that, it has jeopardized the India's tremendous and proud gains in reducing poverty. For example, for the past 10 years, India has succeeded in reducing about 275 million people. We lifted that many people from poverty. And if we do the survey now, I'm not sure how many are still remaining above poverty line. So it is really a level illustration for those who are less privileged. And pandemic has also overloaded vulnerable and health systems and put frontline workers in health, sanitation, and civil society organizations at risk. I have also met those sanitation workers myself, and then see the very vulnerable working environment that they operate in. They have no other choice, but they have to continue. Although the lockdown has also severely impacted lives and livelihoods, and installed economic activities and exposed MSMEs to a significant operational and financial risks. So as a consequence, informal workers, farmers, artisans, people who are on the fringe, and those living in poverty are highly vulnerable to falling into poverty or facing deepening poverty, hunger, illness, homelessness, and the social stigma. These increased social and economic burdens have and will continue to aggravate the pressures on families, increase the burdens of caregiving on women, increase the vulnerability to gender-based violence, you just name it. Reports indicate that the crisis will have severe negative impacts on most of the sustainable development goals, particularly SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 3, health, and SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. So as UNDP, we're taking this situation as the crisis in this decade and then within this 15 years of SDGs. Despite economic growth, millions of women and girls continue to face several socioeconomic barriers and have been left behind in many ways. Female participation in the country's workforce was already low. We heard already from the presentation, at just 20% according to the World Bank report. So the COVID crisis has further magnified these inequalities. Obviously, the pandemic has disproportionately impacted women and threatens to roll back the progress made with respect to women's economic empowerment. Even after 8 months of the initial lockdown, and the current situation, data shows that 13 fewer women than a year ago were employed or looking for jobs compared to 2% fewer men. And the pandemic and consequent economic crisis have also resulted in a sudden downturn in economic activities and led to over 122 million job losses, mostly in informal sectors. We all know women employed as domestic helps at construction sites and handicrafts and retail units have lost their jobs. And at the same time, women, micro and small entrepreneurs have struggling to survive. It's encouraging to see that India has invested vast resources in girls' education and women's employment, but we now need to really come together and work towards sustaining the gains that we have made in these areas. Mr. Vijay, you just also mentioned about digital as a key driver. Again, here, there is a digital inequality globally and in India. Less women have digital access as well as skills. It's very obvious. And again, investment to digitally empower women is extremely important. So I'm so glad that the report also points out. Through my own work, the past 22 years in UN and personal experiences, it takes time to empower women. It doesn't happen tomorrow, even if we all recognize and recognize how important it is. It is a daily, it is a, it's a daily, monthly, weekly, monthly, these efforts that we have to make every day. Then we will see some results. So it's very important that we continue to invest funding, but also time, and provide space for women. For UNDP, yes, empowering women is enhancing their livelihood opportunities has been always a top priority. We have drawn on its long-standing experiences globally as well as India to strengthen the health system response to COVID and expand access to social protection for the vulnerables. We are working to facilitate access to information, finance, markets to nearly 200,000 households in 56 districts across 9 states. I know that in a vast country like India, it's not, it's just a small part of compared with the whole the needs. But we'll continue to do our best to support this area, and we are all with you. So there are some learning from our previous projects, especially the project called Discharge. I just would like to share some of the key learnings from this project that are relevant maybe in the context of reconstructing livelihood and expanding access to jobs. First, it's very critical to invest in local jobs and livelihoods, including through micro, small, and medium enterprises. I think it's just obvious, but just wanted to reiterate this point. And this is to provide the widest possible access to long-term opportunities. Second, investing in specialized skilling programs such as 21st century skills set, digital marketing, and managerial roles enables enhanced access to employment and growth of micro enterprises. Empowering vulnerable women and building their self-confidence. And really, I would like to stress the importance of self-confidence. And this will increase their likelihood of finding and keeping a job or starting business. And the building self-confidence, this process cannot be also done only in classrooms. It has to come from family at the family level. It's very important that all of us have important role to play. So UNDP has been working closely with partners. I'm so grateful to see many of our partners here and communities across the state to rebuild livelihood. We trained 20,500 people in entrepreneurship. We also supported women groups in Maharashtra to make 150,000 masks that generated about 14 lakh rupees. We provided 8 food processing machines to help 10,000 tribal women in Madhya Pradesh to increase their, of course, incomes, provided online career guidance to over 86,000 women and youth. And we could not have done it without the partnership with many of you. So just would like to thank you once again for coming together and then doing it together. We need to really fasten our seatbelts to create more and more opportunities for entrepreneurship and skilling in rural and then urban India. This cannot be done in isolation. So as I said, strategic partnership is very, very important, and we are open to expand our partnership. Given our common vision, I strongly believe that collaborative actions like the Livelihood India Summit is helping us achieve better results and ensure that no one is left behind. So today's discussion is really a step forward in very important milestones in that direction. So once again, thank you very, very much, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shoko Noda, for that insightful special address touching upon the impact of pandemic, especially on the most vulnerable segments, and the key drivers for building resilience and reconstruction of livelihoods as emerging from UNDP's experience in India. Finally, it's time to hear from Mr. N. Sharma Sinha, Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. I request Mr. Sinha to kindly deliver his inaugural address.
Mr. Bipin Sharma, the President, Access Development Services, Mrs. Alka Upadhyay, Additional Secretary, and my colleague in the ministry, Ms. Sokonoda, the UNDP country representative, Mr. Vijay Mahajan, founder, Basic Social Enterprises Limited, and the participants in 2020 Livelihoods India Virtual Summit. I'm indeed privileged that you invited me to the inaugural event of this summit and asked me to deliver the keynote address. The 11 previous editions of the Livelihood India Summits and the State of India's Livelihood Report, they've all been excellent documents, and anyone going through them gets a fairly good idea of what needs to be done in order to address the livelihood situation across the country, across the rural and the urban areas, across the demographies and geographies. And I'm sure going by the glimpse presented by Mr. Mahajan, it's going to be no different. And I'm quite happy to note, and I shared this with Mr. Sharma, that many of the ideas presented in Mr. Mahajan's overview resonated quite well with what we think about this. So let me begin my address. And obviously, I will present from the Rural Development Ministry's point of view. It's not going to be a comprehensive summary and overview as presented by Mr. Mahajan. But then, since bulk of the people for whom we need to provide for job are in the rural areas, and therefore quite a lot of it will certainly address those issues and concerns. India has made impressive gains on income poverty. The World Bank estimates indicate extreme poverty dropping from 46% to an estimated 13.4%. These gains are also reflected in 27% reduction in multi-dimensional poverty, according to the Global MPI report prepared by the United Nations Development Programme and the Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative. This could be possible as targeting substantially improved with the use of SECC. Focused beneficiary targeting added by universal access to various programs, use of DBT, leveraging Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and mobile, the JAM Trinity, use of digital technologies for monitoring and progress tracking made huge gains in progress as is visible in success of multiple programs like Dhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin, Ujjwala, Saubhagya, NFSA. The government's success in expanding social security and social protection with reduced leakage has addressed many basic issues in the rural areas. This, together with the better education and connectivity, has moved the aspirational ladder and the expectations from rural development programs. Imperatives to eradicate rural poverty has been boldly stated in New India 2020 vision. Disaggregated data indicate poverty intensity and concentration in rural is and central, small and marginal farmer, farm laborers, gender specifically women-headed households, the scheduled castes and tribes. Urban migration, particularly of youth, diversification in the rural economy, increasing feminization of poverty with women taking to unremunerative and riskier farming livelihoods characterize the changing face of rural India. India aims to become a $5 trillion economy by 2025. The context of rapid growth is accompanied by formalization of economy and asks for new efficiency and scale paradigm for rural enterprises to be competitive. The SHG movement has come a long way in the past couple of decades, as was noted by Mr. Mahajan, that starting from about 100 SHGs in 1985, and today we stand over a crore SHGs. The efforts made by some of the leading civil society organizations, the state governments, and now DAY and RLM, working under the aegis of the MORD, has led to mobilization of more than 72 million women into 6.6 million self-help groups in the rural areas under the aegis of the program. And there are several more, as has been mentioned. The livelihood intervention strategy under DAY and RLM is one of the most dynamic and still evolving in congruence with the farm and non-farm sector, now changing rapidly to keep pace with the global economy, and more specifically, the 21st century needs. The labor force participation rate of women is low. It's one of the important reasons for our lackluster economic activity in some respects. In most of the developed or middle income societies, the labor force participation is high and at least above 50%. For most of the developed world and China, it's above 50%, and for China, it's about 60%. For India, it hovers around 20%. The COVID saw it drop to about 10% for the rural women, the group which our program caters to, from about 11.6% a year earlier, as per reports from the CMIE. A report from Oxfam released just a few days ago estimated that unemployment rate among women has risen from 15% to 18% post-COVID, and there has been a GDP loss of about 218 billion, which in their estimation is about 8% of the GDP. Those who stayed in the employment also suffered loss of income. Clearly, these are very disturbing numbers and encourage and provoke us to work harder. Although the target group that our NRLM program caters to is the women, clearly we are addressing households as livelihoods of women add to income of the family, and most importantly are spent in improving the family welfare through a variety of pathways. Thus, encouraging livelihood development is one of the surest ways of addressing the rural development and for mitigation of the poverty. NRLM reaches about 72 million women across the India. In the next phase of growth, focus is on taking the present livelihood outreach of about 14%, about 11 million women are currently reached by the livelihood programs and component of the NRLM, to universalize and leaving no SHG women through a mix of strategies, including enablement at all levels, pivoting the livelihood target setting, pathways and delivery systems, including digital, and creating immersion grounds in select states. In order to make a dent in poverty, it is necessary to ensure that every family that gets associated with NRLM is supported with at least one additional livelihood option. This is a goal quite closely linked with the one led by Honorable Prime Minister for the 75th anniversary of our independence in 2022, of every poor family having at least one source of livelihood. The challenge is how do we do it when with the interventions that we have had till now, we have been able to reach only one woman out of every 7 women with the program. Thus, then we have the issue of differing endowment with the families in different parts of the country and high level of landlessness in several parts of the country. That makes it kind of mandatory to encourage non-farm jobs, and these were very well elaborated in the presentation made by Mr. Mahajan. Intensification strategy needs to be adopted to specific requirement of each state, taking into account the leveraging of women mobilized into SHG and their supporting associated tiers, emerging restructuring of the farm economy, government policies and new investment opportunities beyond agriculture, livestock and enterprise, and taking whole of rural approach. Agriculture growth is critical critical for the economic empowerment of women, as close to the 80% of the all economically active women are in the agriculture sector, comprising 33% of the agriculture labor force and 48% of the self-employed farmers. About 18% of the farm families in India, according to the NSSO, are reported to be headed by women. DNRLM mobilization of women across 6,379 blocks presents an intervention opportunity for large-scale farm growth and also economic empowerment of our women. Our understanding is that Indian agriculture is in midst of many significant changes and is poised to address declining incomes and increased risk due to price volatility and climate variability. The convergence across agriculture and rural development and panchayats, there is an explicit expectations that and the efforts in the NRLM has to factor these new developments. The existing livelihood mix for the SHG family is primarily characterized by rain-fed agriculture through single crop cultivation, supplemented by animal husbandry, remittance income, and non-farm services, including artisanal activities. Diversification into high-value agriculture, animal husbandry, and related fields for which there is an internal market potential would be necessary to reduce vulnerability and supplement incomes. Increasing productivity of existing rural livelihood systems and introducing new options are interrelated subcomponents. Transferring appropriate knowledge and skill to improve the productivity of existing crops is critical. Further, to sustain adoption, it will be important to encourage development of clusters around single crop in contiguous geographical areas. Crops could be chosen on the basis of soil, water, climate, market assessment, and include pulses, oilseeds, spices, fruits, and flowers apart from the cereal crops. In order to reach and provide for livelihood, I think and we think that following broad arenas of interventions could be addressing this gap. Massification and saturation outreach. We remember that in about 5 to 10 years earlier, the microcredit planning was the key strategy for reaching the poor households. So now we need to shift from microcredit planning to livelihood planning for the families, and which would certainly have a component of credit planning, ensuring timely access to credit and support for productivity increase in the dominant crop public livestock of the area. This would entail creating a simple set of practices with maximum impact on yield and building capacities of the entire NRLM delivery system around this and revamped planning and tracking system. This will have planned outreach of reaching about 80% of the membership with an additional productivity increase of about 30%, translating to income increase of about 20%, or an average of 8 to 10,000 per annum per family. In several parts of the country, notably Andhra Pradesh, adoption of zero budget natural farming and pre-monsoon dry sowing techniques have not only brought cost reduction in farming, but also increased resilience and productivity. These set of techniques also increase dietary diversity and thereby lead to improved nutrition. Thus, these when combined with watershed-based approaches can further enhance the productivity. At this moment, most of the NRL livelihoods that we can probably plan on a large scale fit in this strategy having been promoted under MKSP, agroecological practices strategy. The other strategy that we talk of is about livelihood intensification. This is aimed to have an outreach of about 30% of the SHG members with bouquet of low intensity capital inputs and markets interventions, aiming to leverage existing resource endowments, land, water, and livestock, skills, and local market systems to bring an additional average income of about 15,000 per annum per family. This could include homestead-based livelihood intensification, vegetable, trees, livestock, backyard livestock, poultry, goat, duck, pig, fish, etc. intensification. Then there is another set of interventions which could take integrated farming cluster approach, which could generate an additional income of about 25,000 per family, and this could address about 15% of the total family. And then the last set of strategic would be market-linked acceleration and development of producer groups around a commodity in a contiguous geographical area would be the key. Choice of crops or commodities could be based on assessment of natural resources, skills, and market linkages. Using successful models in the country, new crops, for example, fruits, flowers, fibers, sericulture, etc., could be explored. These can be organized into producer groups, and based on the opportunity, they can be linked to value chain development efforts or farmer-producer organization. These are high-intensity interventions, and an outreach of about 5% can be planned around this with an additional income increase of 50,000 per annum. In order to support SHG members for better market access, even at the current stage, producer collectives are being promoted. Around 175 producer enterprises which are already registered have already been promoted for commodities like milk, fruits and vegetables, pulses, cereals. In several areas where the number of producers is not so large and not so significant, thereby enabling us to create the large size producer enterprise, producer groups are being promoted to market the produce in the local market. Till date, about 26,000 producer groups have been promoted, and we plan to have about 40 to 50,000 more producer groups in the next 4 to 5 years. In this, we have been assisted by the National Rural Economic Transformation Project, which is supported by the World Bank for supporting forward value chain development, and which has financed and about 10 value chain projects with a total budget outlay of about 181 crores in 5 states, in which about 1.89 lakh women producers are to be covered in the coming 3 years time period. Then this begs the question as to whether it's just the capital or we need to also increase the livelihood assets. There is certainly clearly a great need of the livelihoods assets, and quite a lot of it will certainly come from the watershed based approaches, but then there are issues, for example, assets that promote livestock or fruit or fiber. These need to be supported by Mahatma Gandhi Narega, and they are indeed being supported by Mahatma Gandhi Narega. We see that about 50 to 60% of the assets are being financed out of the Mahatma Gandhi Narega. But then there is also a need of accessing private capital at reasonable costs and prices to add to the stock of capital and assets in the rural areas. We estimate that about 10% of the SHG can be supported from the Mahatma Gandhi Narega, but about 90% need to come from other sources of. Then the issue of extension capacity is also very critical, and indeed we see that not only there is a lack of dynamism in the government or public extension services, and we have also seen that there is a decline in the numbers available. So the Rural Development Ministry has, under the NRLM, promoted livelihood CRPs, for example, Krishi Sakhi, Pasu Sakhi, Mat Sakhi, Van Sakhi, So they are being deployed across the country and are supporting the women farmers, the Mahila Kisans. Then we have also very recently launched the NSQF aligned agripreneurship courses. In fact, they were started on 18th January 2021. And the last one was held about a week ago. And they are addressing the livestock and the fishery sector. And these entrepreneurs would support the farmers with not only supply of inputs or marketing of their produce, but would also provide a lot of technical inputs to the farmers that they support. The convergence is the key, as has been noted by Mr. Mahajan in his review. And we are promoting convergence not only within the program, but also across the program and across the sectors. So, for example, we have developed the convergence framework with Ministry of Agriculture for quality seed saplings, seedlings, awareness on soil testing, organic farming, establishment of digital soil testing, establishment of the custom hiring centers, agri-processing units, and promotion of FPOs as part of the scheme on promotion of 10,000 FPOs. Then we have entered into convergence framework with DA, Department of Agriculture, Animal Husbandry and Dairy for supporting vaccination, feed and fodder, deworming goats and birds, animal health camp, castration of goats and birds, etc. And then artificial insemination, and there are many other areas. And then we have also entered into similar convergence frameworks and agreements with Ministry of Tribal Affairs. We propose to enter one with Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment for addressing the scheduled caste and the OBC communities. And then we have also similar collaboration in the area of food processing with the Ministry of Food Processing Industry. But I think, as was noted by Mr. Mahajan, the scope of convergence goes much beyond, and it includes, especially for market-linked production, variety of livelihoods working with processors, agri-tech players, large format retailers, aggregators, and so on, so that the farmer, through greater control over production and aggregation and heavily supported by production and marketing intelligence and inputs, farm gate processing and storage investment facilitated to no less extent by recent government decisions on FPOs, agriculture and animal husbandry infrastructure fund, promotion of medicinal plants, apiary, etc., could keep a very substantial portion of the value chains. These would also be essential, as though many domestic and regional markets seem to saturate, global demand for production of processed food, organic food, etc., would continue to be high. And therefore, if we are able to raise the standard, standardize the kind of goods that we produce, we can indeed become very significant players. The policy of one district, one product would also go a long way in promoting these investment and areas of livelihood. Striking such partnership is essential, and therefore we call upon various players to come forward and link with us and the program for greater market share besides purposeful, impactful investment of diverse local and unique products. There are livelihoods which come from the non-farm livelihood sectors. And indeed, for many of the households, particularly in the eastern parts of the country, the degree of landlessness is high, and the landholding among the farmers is small. Therefore, the non-farm livelihood interventions would go a long way in supporting these kind of people. The DAY and RLM has been supporting SHG members to start enterprises in the non-farm livelihood sector through the Startup Village and Entrepreneurship Program, which support the development of an ecosystem for entrepreneurship development. It is being implemented in about 182 blocks in 29 states and union territories and has supported about 1.26 lakh enterprises till date. Both vertical and horizontal expansions are being planned simultaneously. The one-stop facility centers will be set up to provide higher order business advisory to grow businesses, leveraging loans from banks, mentorship supports, market linkages. It is expected that around 50,000 enterprises will be supported through 150 one-stop facility centers. The concept of rural incubators will also be implemented initially in about 4 or 5 states, and thereafter it will be diversified and expanded to about 13 states. And we hope that these incubators will support about 100 to 150 rural enterprises in each state. DNRLM will adopt a value chain approach to develop handloom and handicraft clusters, wherein the investment will be channeled based on the need and will focus on the soft components like product development, marketing. We propose to develop around 40 clusters with an investment of 200 crores in coming 2 years. Clusters will also be developed for the food business, take-home ration units, etc., in various parts of the country. We also see that there are areas which generate out of the waste or forest produce or agriculture produce, which can become good sources of investment. For example, bamboo can provide various products, for example, cutleries, for example, activated charcoal, etc. So these could become significant sources of non-farm livelihoods in many parts of the country. Then the Department of Food has invited us to make the cutleries out of the bagasse. And there could be many other waste to wealth kind of activities which can come out and which could form many non-farm livelihoods. But there is a large scope for expanding non-farm livelihood interventions, and we certainly invite the livelihood sectors and experts to deliberate about it as to how we can go about it on a very large scale. Mr. Mahajan mentioned about the Atmanirbhar districts, which could be centered around the smart cities. We have one program which is based on similar principle. These are called urban clusters. We have about 300 urban clusters. It has made significant strides in augmenting the social and economic infrastructure in selected clusters since its launch. Drawing from the success of the initiative and towards an enhanced vision of harnessing the growth potential of the urban areas, the program is expanding to develop about 1,000 additional clusters. The key thrust is planned spatial development, which will focus on economic growth, utilizing the locational advantages, leveraging technologies and innovation. And each cluster, a set of 3 core activities, would harnesses the rural-urban economic continuum, urban microeconomic zones, youth employment service hubs, and facilities hub. The focus is on providing opportunities for local enterprise development and localized employment generation. In each cluster, economic potential arising from locational advantages, competitiveness, and economies of scale is being identified, which will be provided from end-to-end support with essential backward and forward linkages. Marketing support to SHG entrepreneurs will be one of the focus areas in the coming years. We have tried to use government e-marketplace as one of the platforms for SHG entrepreneurs, and around SHGs, 1,000 SHGs have onboarded their products, and there certainly this can be expanded to many more e-commerce players, and we need to utilize this. Since the time is limited, so I wouldn't like to dwell on the work that has been done by the NRLM community during the COVID. So let me come to the last part of the issue that I wanted to dwell on. The need for investment in this area is large. We hadn't done the computation. We are indeed fortunate that Mr. Mahajan had done this computation, and this is standing about at 120 lakh crores. And we are indeed quite happy to note that the government need not make the bulk of investment, because there is certainly a squeeze on the resources, and despite Mahatma Gandhi Narega as well as the NRLM urban programs making very substantial investment, clearly the investment that could come from our program or the programs of the other ministries and the state governments would not be so much as to kind of meet the entire need of the investment. And the fact that most of these investments can come from the variety of sectors, the corporates, the stock market, and so on, and the financial institution. And these could be woven into the business model that make this possible. And this has indeed been demonstrated. It's a very happy augury for us to be able to realize the dream for livelihood for all, indeed in about 10 years' time. I thank Mr. Sharma and the colleagues to provide me an opportunity of expanding and elaborating our thoughts on this important area. And we hope that the participants will dwell in greater detail on these issues, and their recommendations and inputs would become available to us. We also hope that many of the partners and discussants would come forward to share their thoughts with us, strike partnership for ensuring and realizing the goal of livelihood for all the women and all the households in the rural and the urban areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring inaugural address and sharing your vision for rural development and poverty reduction. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural of the two-day summit. I take this opportunity to thank all esteemed speakers of the panel for setting in motion the Virtual Livelihoods India Summit 2020. Once again, a very warm welcome to everyone who is logged into the platform. We'll take a very short break and then begin with the opening plenary in a couple of minutes.
I'm going to take an appointment again.
Sure.
Please stay logged into the same virtual meeting room for the next session, Future of India's Livelihoods Vision 2030.
नानी क्या बन रहा है?
बेटा तेरे पसंद की चीज बन रही है। हाँ बेटा तेरे लिए सेवैयां बन रही है।
और इसके लिए
सब कुछ बच्चों को खिलाओगे, हमारे लिए भी कुछ बचाओगे।
मेरा नाम नज़मा है। मैं जयपुर शास्त्री नगर की रहने वाली हूँ। मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि एक दिन मैं रिक्शा चलाऊंगी।
सभी गाड़ी की स्पीड एक जैसे रहनी चाहिए।
मैं बधी थी, मेरी ख्वाहिशें बधी थी, मगर अब पिंक सिटी की बदौलत मैं बड़े बड़े सपने देखती। ये मुझसे बचपन से कहती थी मुझे डॉक्टर बनना है। मैं इससे कहती थी तेरे दिमाग का इलाज करा। लेकिन मुझे अब लगता है कि मैं इसे अब डॉक्टर ही बनाऊंगी। अब मेरी जिंदगी की गाड़ी मेरे हाथों में है। इसे कितना चलाना है, कैसे चलाना है, सब मैं तय करूंगी। ये सच है, मेरी आमदनी बढ़ी है, मगर उससे भी ज्यादा जब मैं रिक्शा चलाती हूँ तो मुझे सुकून मिलता है। ऐसा लगता है जैसे मैं कैद में थी और अचानक आजाद हो गई। मैं चाहती हूँ औरतें परिवार भी चलाएं, रिक्शा भी और देश भी।
Good morning and a very warm welcome to the opening plenary of the Livelihoods India Summit, hosted by Axis and co-hosted by Niti Aayog, themed The Future of India's Livelihoods, Vision 2030. It's my pleasure to introduce to you the panel members for the session. We have Dr. Harsh Kumar Bhanwala. Dr. Bhanwala is the Executive Chairman of Capital India, an India-focused integrated financial services company since August 2020. Prior to joining Capital India Finance Limited, Dr. Bhanwala was the chairman of NABARD for 6.5 years. We also have on panel Dr. Arvind Mayaram, Vice Chairman of the Chief Minister's Rajasthan Economic Transformation Council. Dr. Mayaram has earlier held the positions of Finance Secretary of India and Special Secretary in the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Moderating the session is Mr. Vijay Mahajan, CEO of Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. With this, I hand over to Mr. Vijay Mahajan to take forward the discussion.
Thank you, Pooja.
I think you're on mute.
Thank you, Pooja. Welcome, everybody. I believe there are over 500 people in the audience. Sorry to have kept you waiting. There are the previous session, those of you who are watching, just got over about 7-8 minutes ago. The we were also supposed to be joined by Dr. Ratin Roy, but I think he probably waited for a while and then may have moved on. But I hope he will join us in the middle of the discussion. In the meantime, let me welcome Dr. Arvind Mayaram and Mr. Harsh Bhanwala. I share the distinction of having gone to the same school with Arvind and the same business school with Harsh. So it's a coincidence that I thought I should mention. But the fact is that between the two of them, they have spanned a lifetime of work, in what constitutes livelihoods in India. Harsh, as a career banker, most of his career in NABARD, but also significantly in the India Infrastructure Finance Corporation. He has worked on the two fundamental sectors of the Indian economy, namely agriculture and infrastructure. And Arvind, in his career as a civil servant, first in Rajasthan, where he led the transformation of Rajasthan from from one of the Bimaru states to an industrial powerhouse. Of course, such large things can't be credited to only one person, but I can certainly say, having watched it from the sidelines, that Arvind played a central role in the team that made it happen. And if today Rajasthan is known for some of its most outstanding industrial clusters, Arvind had a lot to do with it from his days during his time in Rajasthan. But then when he was in the union ministry, as he was introduced, he was significantly in the financial sector. And there he led a lot of the reforms which have led to investments both in the infrastructure but also in the industrial, the higher end industrial sectors, and through that process contributed to the diversification and the significant sort of transformation of the Indian economy. I wanted to start with that just so that the audience knows that we are talking to two people who have really been in the trenches, and if I may say so, so have I been. Although as a civil society wala running NGOs and social enterprises, and therefore we will keep today's discussion informed by policy, but focused on practice. And the second thing that I would request both Arvind and Harsh, and I'm sure they'll be delighted to do so, is to focus primarily on the future rather than, lamenting the present or, celebrating the past or deriding it. I think we need to learn our lessons from the past and move on, but let's focus on the future. In the previous session, I had just finished presenting the State of India's Livelihood Report. And while we did talk a bit about what is the state of India's livelihoods in 2021, particularly, in a difficult situation post-COVID, but our focus was on what is the trajectory to build inclusive livelihoods for all by 2030. And just to give you an idea of what is the quantitative estimates, we need to generate roughly 12 crore new livelihoods in this decade if we are going to arrive in 2030 with roughly livelihoods for all. Even then, there'll be a 2 to 3% unemployment rate. And to do this, and Arvind, since you've been finance secretary, we need, I have an estimate, and I'll be happy if you'd look through it later. We need an investment of 120 lakh crores in specific sectors and infrastructure. And that works out to roughly 60% of India's GDP, reduced GDP in 2020. And that needs to be done in the first 6 years of the decade if it has to make a difference by the end of the decade. So roughly we are talking of 20 lakh crores every year. Now that coincidentally is the same number that was declared during the COVID period as the Atmanirbhar package. But 20 lakh crores is a tall order if you're asking the government to do it. The good news is that we are not asking the government for even a small fraction of this. We are saying that most of this will come through investments by households and by aggregated investments of households through the banking sector and the banking, insurance, and the other financial sector. I mean, we must remember that while we keep talking about capital market investments, 99% of the money in the capital market comes from household savings and a little bit from corporate savings. In fact, there's a lot of government dis-savings. So the large contribution is the capital markets is from household savings. And therefore, we need to remember that we are actually Atmanirbhar. Now we are formally Atmanirbhar, but financially we have been Atmanirbhar. International investment has been less than 1 to 2% in our GDP at any time. Of course, now FDI and FII have gone up, but since then. So with this introduction, let me begin by asking Harsh first, because A is for agriculture. And Arvind, I'll come next to you. But let's start with Harsh. This is a very difficult time for India's agriculture, and of course, all that is happening around Delhi. We need not talk about it because it's being talked about on every channel and so forth. But as chairperson of NABARD, you've seen that Indian agriculture needs to undergo a second transformation. The first transformation happened, in the late 60s and early 70s, the so-called Green Revolution. We need a second green revolution, what Dr. Swaminathan calls an evergreen revolution, to move towards sustainability in both environmental and financial. What are your thoughts on that, and what are the livelihood implications of that?
Thank you, Vijay.
Harsh, you're on mute, I think.
Am I? No, I'm not on mute.
No, I can hear you.
Okay, can you just increase the volume?
And
go ahead.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. You have rightly mentioned, we have seen a phase of development in Indian agriculture sector in 60s and 70s, which led to production, large-scale production. The cereals going up, etc. So newer technologies, intensive agriculture, mechanisms to support price, and that has all happened. So today's status is we produce more than close to 300 million tons of cereals. More production is of horticulture produce, and one of the highest growth rates in the this livestock sector within the agriculture sector. So once we have second largest or largest producer in several crops of the world. While the productivity would continue to be focused on, we need to equally focus on the market outreach. The way most of our produce reaches the markets, the middlemen are quite large. Number two, sometimes the quality of produce that is available to the consumer is not in the form and in the quality that he wants, which means value addition to agriculture. And also certain regions, contribution of certain regions, particularly the eastern, northeast, that's what Swaminathan ji spoke. We have to go to newer areas. So it's newer regions, newer thrust on marketing, logistics, value chain, processing, reducing spillages. So I would call it a secondary agriculture. What the infrastructure we built on for large-scale production has to be reoriented now to cater to newer demands. And for which I would say, Vijay, first of all, our agriculture departments in the states need to be reoriented totally. Look at the skill sets available in the agriculture departments there. They are mostly entomology, pathology, production, seed, soil, all production oriented. We don't have an IT guy there in agriculture. We don't have a market segmentation guy there in agriculture. We don't have a GI guy there in agriculture. We don't have probably the legal fellows to seal contracts. Yeah. We are talking in terms of number of FPOs being guided by the states. So can we not take it up? It's right time that some kind of a resource center on the newer requirements in agriculture, livelihood creation needs. That's the first thing which I would say. Next thing which I would say is, you rightly said, it cannot be just driven by the state. State is required everywhere, law and order, policy formulation, incentives, all that would continue to be required. But this would also require newer people to come in. You see, today, if you look at, the milk's success is on account of the people's movement, where the society's people came forward. Similarly, for NRLM, if you look at livelihood, one of the largest programs for livelihood, it is the self-help group movement which led to ultimately what NRLM is today and is aspiring to be in future. So for that purpose, even in the newer agriculture, the farmers and farmers groups will have to play a key role. I think we need more sociologists to come forward. We have seen FPO movement in existence for some time, but for a larger breakthrough to have happened or to happen in the future, I think we require plethora of social scientists, the developmental workers to come in, and we have seen many of them are not scaling up. And for instance, when I left NABARD in May, we had around 4,000 FPOs promoted by NABARD, whereas the number was around 7,000 when of the country as a whole, 7,500, various other entities involved as well. So we found that A category and B rated, A, B, C, D, we used to rate them, were nearly 1,000 FPOs were A and B. Maybe the period was not as much. It requires a longer period. Mentoring, nurturing, and cohesiveness of people. So I think we require a different set of peoples to support this. Number one, at the central level, at the state level, as well as at the KVK level and others. And also within the FPO movement, probably there is some kind of an advice required. You can't have a distantly placed facilitation center, maybe at commissionary level or district level. You require some of them to play a key role in major FPOs. Second part I would say is within agriculture, I think I would say that infrastructure for agriculture support for this kind of work is required. I would still focus on agriculture production in the form of larger availability of water. So I think from NABARD, when I was there, largest micro irrigation fund came up, and also long-term irrigation fund for existing projects to carry on because this large area is semi-arid or arid. So I think we need to focus on those areas for higher production. In addition, food processing, dairy processing, during my time when I was the chairman, we talked to the Ministry of Government of India, and we were able to, with their help and with their guidance, we were able to create the livestock infrastructure fund, also the dairy infrastructure fund. Investment in dairy processing has not happened after 1980s, 90s when the Operation Flood 1 was there, but particularly in the cooperative sector. I think it's time with the higher production. So this entire infrastructure creation, you require funds, which would come from the government and also would come from the capital markets, which you said, Vijay, very true from my side. I would, no, CSR money comes in. We have, that's the contribution by the corporates. But I would also say that newer mechanisms for such support to startups and to FPOs and to institutions engaged in this. You require large-scale mentors when you have startups coming up. We have seen in Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, in Hyderabad, NAM Center producing excellent incubatees. IIM Ahmedabad is producing one. We have supported, ICR is supporting, some other private entities supporting. So these incubatees are working on providing solutions to problems in agriculture. I think there needs to be a greater fillip to this sector. This is typical in the sense that agtechs take a longer gestation periods to establish themselves rather than fintechs and others. Typically, the other startups take, and hurdle rate is also at times lower. I think this requires, we have seen some funds coming in. $1.9 billion is the which has gone into the support to various ag-tech startups in the last, from 2014 to 19. So we're seeing a scale up, a saying of crops, large scale application of technology, drones, etc., satellites. We also require fintechs, we also require biotechs, we also require logistic value chains, I mean, input side as well as output side. So this would require probably some other mechanism, funding mechanisms also, Vijay. If you allow me, I just say that we have seen stock exchanges there, but mostly bigger entities take advantage of them, which are for-profit enterprises. So I think there has been a talk of a social stock exchange now. I think social stock exchange should ensure that the NGOs or the larger non-profit entities engaged in livelihood creation in agriculture or in rural areas need to be covered, and there should be a mechanism for them to come on the platform wherein small investors, today we have also seen IT professionals, we've seen new breed of wealthy people also, who are educated, who are professionals, who want to give back. So I've seen number of my classmates, you would also know, Vijay, and sir, you would also know, various people who have achieved certain, who've done some markup and achieved some landmark in their careers. They want to give back to the society in the form of finances as well, not only just rendering a non-financial service. I think that kind of mechanism is very much required. We have seen different entities. So I would come back to that in a little later of what mechanism can come. But just from the aspiration of livelihood seekers in rural areas, I would like to say, you see, you rightly said in your this report, I've gone through the major points. Manrega is a last resort. When I don't have anything else, we have seen in COVID, then the volumes swell. In addition to Manrega, I think government jobs are not available. That's everybody's, we require transparency and fair play in the government jobs availability in competition, etc. But by and large, we need lots of other jobs to be created by people. So this secondary agriculture, agripreneurs, sons and daughters of the farmers and the rural people getting involved in those jobs. अब एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल मैं देता हूं कि माइक्रो इरिगेशन इफ यू डू टेक, we don't find plumbers to fix hand pumps today in rural areas.
So Harsh, may I come back to you in a second round?
Yes.
And let me, the point that you made, while introducing Arvind, one of the things that I forgot to mention, and it's important to what Harsh you said, is that Arvind also led the thinking on the creation of the National Skill Development Corporation. And the National Skill Development Corporation was not a corporation under the Labor Ministry, it was under the Finance Ministry.
Vijay, can I comment for a minute for him? Even agri investment, when it was going down, he was Secretary Finance and Economic Affairs Secretary. I had approached him for subventing the long-term investments. I think it has taken off, sir. Let me say that.
Right. So I mean, this is not to sing your praises, but to really say that you've been involved with the real sector through the financial sector. So my opening question to you is that the big transformation that we need in India is to move 45% of those workers, of India's workers who are in agriculture, producing only 15% of the GDP. We need to bring this in a reasonable period of time to maybe 1/3 of the workers producing 1/4 of the GDP. So some of it would have to mean that workers would have to move from the agricultural sector to what Harsh called the secondary agriculture sector. But then even that is not enough to absorb. So the one big question to you is industrial sector in a position to absorb? And if not, then what are the solutions? What are the policy solutions? Can we do what China did, which is to move 100 million people out of agriculture but not leave the village? Is it possible at all?
Thank you, Vijay. So, first of two things before I answer your question. First is, I read the chapter that was sent to us that you wrote, and I must commend you. It's an outstanding chapter. And I also want to tell you, I'm going to do a bit of cheating, and I'm going to use it as a resource for a lot of policy thinking that we are doing for Rajasthan government at the moment. So thank you for contributing that chapter. Second point that I'd like to make is that you have spoken of Harsh and you have spoken about me, but you have, I must tell you also that you have been very much in the middle, keeping public policy grounded to reality through the work that you have done. So your contribution also has been immense in public policy.
Thank you.
Now, two things. First is, I think we have said three things, and Harsh also said he has tremendous capacity to bring very large, and I always find agriculture sector to be a little mind-boggling because it is not a sector in a manner of speaking, but it's a federation of sectors that comes together, and it's difficult to put it together in that sense, and Harsh has done it quite well. But I think we have spoken of three different things till now. First is finding finance, which actually should be the last, but I am bringing it first because that is an area where I have some understanding. The second part is that we are talking of livelihoods and how to find jobs or livelihoods for young, very young people, as you have brought out in your chapter, that India would have the largest period for the dividend. Can you hear me? Because I seem to have lost, hello, video for everyone on this, so that's why. I don't know whether it's my problem or the problem is on the other side.
I'm back. Sorry, there was some technical glitch.
So,
can you hear us?
Space is frozen, sir. I think there is some problem there.
Arvind, can you hear us? Mr. Myram's, I can see his video, but not his, can't hear him. Harsh, maybe till we get Arvind back,
Sure.
Just continue with your point.
I think you rightly mentioned in your this thing that while we look at some of the things in past with some satisfaction and some anxiety, both, it is not fulfilled the way we wanted it to be fulfilling. But the future of livelihoods is very important. So I broadly covered sectors which I mentioned in rural areas will need focus, but I have something more to mention here. Vijayji, I think our natural resources in rural areas are getting depleted. Soil is not as rejuvenating as it was earlier. Then we have an issue with air quality, particularly in north. And then we have issues of climate bothering us at many events. We have seen large scale. Yes, sir. I just finish in a minute and then you can take over, sir. They asked me to fill up the gap.
Yeah, please do.
Also, in addition, water is depleting. So these three natural resources need to be conserved. And this offers openings for various livelihoods also. I would just finish and I'll detail this later. I'll request Arvind Mayram sir to continue his deliberations. But this offers a lot of opportunities for livelihoods, Vijay.
So we were talking about the three things that I had mentioned. The first one, of course, is how do we find. So I'll come to the finance last, but the first part is how do we find livelihoods which are not purely grounded in agriculture. I think we have missed out on two as a country, and I think as a policymaker, as having been a part of policymaker, I think it has been a singular failure of policy in India. That we have, for the longest period of time, looked at rural development and urban development as two different things altogether. And I think that has created a huge amount of dichotomy in the country. So, whereas you find, and this is shown by migration also and by your report also, that earnings in the rural areas are much less for the same kind of job, with say informal sector job, than it is in the urban areas. And therefore, you have huge migration from rural to urban. But we have continued to put a lot of focus on rural development in a manner as if it is different from what urban development is. And this has been one of our major failures in the country in the last 70 years. I wish we had 20, 30, 40 years ago obliterated this distinction, and perhaps the results would have been very different. Now, the effort was made starting with Dr. Kalam's idea of Pura, which was provisioning of urban amenities in rural areas, which we had tried to refine and fine tune and projectize, which later became Rurban Mission for this government. But it has really not, that in the minds of the policymakers, this distinction has not gone away. Now, if we don't do that, as you have also shown, by 2030, 40% of the India's population has to become urban population. Do we have enough number of urban areas to absorb them? Because urbanization also results in non-farm jobs. When you talk about not finding a plumber for fixing a hand pump in the rural areas, the reason is because there is a demand for that person in the urban areas. And so they move to urban the moment they are trained. And we have saw this also in the National Skill Development Mission that was launched in the Finance Ministry. We saw the fact that more and more people who were trained in the rural areas would move to the cities once they had got skills, because they could earn better and they wanted better life. I mean, everybody wants better life. They want their children to have better education. They want better medical facilities. And these are not available in the rural areas. So first thing that we'll need to do as a paradigm shift in our development strategy is to begin to look at creating more cities. We need to create more cities or more urban centers which have the facilities which will slow down migration to large cities, which is happening at the moment. And the cities are becoming completely unwieldy and are becoming very difficult to govern because they're becoming too large. I mean, look at the size of Delhi today. It is completely impossible to govern that city. So we need to do this strategy change has to happen if we want to create jobs in the non-agriculture sector. Now, one question which will arise, which we have also seen, if you look at the SDGs itself, say, the Sustainable Development Goals that India is a signatory to, the kind of resource required to be able to only provide drinking water or sanitation and so on, the amount of resource required is humongous. It's a great requirement for resources. One thing we must remember, and there is a bit of a divergence in that sense with Harsh on this, is that whereas CSR funds and all these are important, social contributions by people is important. But when you look at the total requirement of resources, this becomes a very small part of it. So therefore, much of the heavy lifting has to be done by the government to get the economy moving in the direction in which we believe it will be able to provide livelihoods to the young people. And much of this money then should also be leveraged to bring private investment in. But this private investment is not in terms of one of the things also, and Vijay would agree with me, I think it is a Gandhian hangover, or in whatever manner we may look at it. But we have always seen that a profit making enterprise is seen with less respect than a non profit making enterprise. And therefore, we have always believed that CSR funds are superior to investments which require profits. In my mind, that is another hang up that we'll have to give up. And we'll need to bring a lot more commercial money, if I may use that term, commercial money into infrastructure. Now, we tried a lot. And between 2004-5 and right up to now, there has been a tremendous amount of work which has gone into creating public-private partnership formats. Public-private partnership formats are where viability gap funding, for instance, is used to make those projects which are otherwise not commercially viable to become commercially viable. And then private investment does come in. We have seen that has come into economic infrastructure, but it has also moved into social infrastructure. I can tell you an example of this is in Rajasthan, for instance, there was an attempt tried with the public health centers to be run by private sector. And I personally visited some of them. Of course, the experience is a mixed experience, but in some of those places, actually people did not know that it was not run by the government because it's a public health center. It's totally manned by the private sector. The medicines are provided by government, but distributed by the private sector. And people felt that the services were much superior. They, in fact, were giving credit that the government has been able to give good services. Government hospitals are becoming better. Not really looking at how the private sector had brought in these efficiencies and also some part of investment. But they were getting a return on it. Government was paying them. Now, who pays is not an issue. When we talk of commercial format, it does not mean that the poor will have to pay. But commercial format means that the private sector does get a return on their investment. So it need not always be a civil society effort, an NGO effort. I mean, I'm not decrying that because that's a tremendous amount of impact these civil societies can bring into this sector, but for different purposes. I find it difficult to believe that the civil society effort can actually generate the kind of resource which is required to be able to bring this kind of infrastructure in. Now, two things. Dr. Ratin Roy is not here, but he has done some very interesting study, and I wish he was here with us, where he shows that in our first revolution since 1991, which is the economic liberalization that we did, close to 150 million people are now into what is known as the consumer class, and they're consuming. But this also is primarily the tax base, which is both for direct and indirect taxes for the country. So our resources become constrained by the fact that much of the tax base is restricted to this 150 million people. But this also means that we are getting into an early middle income trap. Too early, actually, because rest of almost close to a billion, people, 900 million people, are yet not arrived in that scene. So what we need to do is to move. And the migration patterns are a good indication of where the investment has to go to create these jobs. So UP and Bihar, for instance, huge migration. Orissa, huge migration. West Bengal, huge migration, which ties up with what Harsh has said, that the second revolution has to come in the East. There, even if you reform agriculture, but we need to still do a huge amount of a non-agricultural investment, and that can only come in three ways. First is we need to do a huge amount of investment in there. So investment is both in roads, for instance, road transportation. So you open up new areas, remote areas with good quality roads so that they start getting linked up with the markets, and the more industry or agro-industrial activity can begin to happen, along with the other, value chain activities, cold storages, etc., etc. The second thing that we need to do is also to rationalize the power sector. I think without doing that, we will not be able to move into any kind of a higher level of industrial activity or even economic growth. Today, the power sector is completely distorted, and there has to be some sanity which we bring into it, because without power you cannot have industrial activity. So the second part is that we need to do power sector, and the third, but which is in my opinion most critical, is we need to work towards bringing down the political temperature, which has created huge amount of divisiveness in the society. Now, I'm not talking into, I mean, at the moment, I'm not giving a political discourse. I'm talking purely economics. Economics says that if you have divisiveness, then the chances of social enemy or unrest is higher. And when there is social unrest, economic activity takes a beating. And therefore, the investors are wary of going into those countries or into those regions which do not have what we would say law and order. And if you have all the time, you have kidnappings, you have killings, you have lynchings, you have agitations, investment will not happen. So we need to bring that temperature down in the country to start off economic activity. And this is where I would think these three factors we have to deal with. Once we have these in those areas, and migration is a very good indicator from those areas which are the home regions of the migrant labor and moving to the other areas where they find jobs, we need to begin to create industrial activity, services, urbanization in areas from where people are migrating. So
Thank
this
you,
is
Arvind.
something that we need to look at.
Let me come back to you in a second round, but thank you for making those very important points and some plain speaking. I think we do need a certain amount of, as you said so rightly, reduction in the political temperature before the social fabric of this country can be darned again, and we can get on to the basic problem of livelihoods. And your emphasis on the East, because that's where there's been a, what was erstwhile known as the Bimaru state, and the R got dropped out. So it's all now basically East, Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, West Bengal, and sadly Assam has got added to that rather than, remaining the bucolic Northeast that it was. And the other point you made was about rationalizing the energy sector, and so I wanted to ask you one more question, though, Arvind. Since you worked on the whole issue of human resources, the skill resources, and from the time the new skill framework and the whole ecosystem was created, 2009-10, there's been a fair amount of progress. There's a lot more to be done, but there has been a lot of progress. But there's the other sector which Harsh mentioned, the natural resource base, the Jal, Jangal, Zameen including the soil, which actually now needs massive amount of reinvestment. We've basically degraded this, productive infrastructure for livelihoods. Could you apply some of the same kind of innovative financial thinking that you had applied first to infrastructure, first to industrial development, then to infrastructure development, then to human resource development in the skill sector? Can we do it in the natural resources sector? And Harsh, I'm going to come back after Arvind answers that to you as also on the same issue.
Well, yes, most certainly one can. I mean, most certainly one can. It would be a little more difficult uh, because of this natural resistance of the people, because they believe that anything different is likely to upset the equilibrium. And therefore, you see always a resistance by the people in the agriculture sector whenever we are talking of reforms. But I'm sure that this is not going to be. I'll give you a simple example. For instance, we were talking of land, and I was talking of urbanization earlier. Now we have had this whole huge problem from 40 years ago. Acquiring land seemed like a child's play. You could go and acquire any land and give compensation, and people accepted and They accepted that the state had the right to acquire land. But today you can't even acquire land for railways. You can't acquire land for roads because there is a huge amount of resistance for people to give for common purposes also to give land. And the compensations have become humongous. Therefore, the cost of infrastructure has also become difficult. Consider it this way. Industrial land. Why is it that we need to give land for 99 years lease for industries when the life cycle of any project is not more than 30 years? So what if we start looking at reforming the land, the use of land in a manner? In Rajasthan, for instance, we did something very interesting, which was we allowed the lands of the farmers, especially the unirrigated land, because Rajasthan has very large number of unirrigated lands, for them to give these on lease for solar power without having to convert the land use.
Yes.
And then after 30 years or 20 or 30 years, the land will revert to the owner and remain agricultural land. Now, this is an innovation in land use, because all the time we were talking about conversions, and then the lease has to be of a different type, and then the government will give the lease, and it was a messy affair. What if we were to do the same thing for industrial purposes? What we were to say that you can aggregation companies can come in, aggregate lands of the farmers, but the farmers do not alienate their right on the land. They just give it for lease for 30 years for putting an industry. And after 30 years, when your life is over, you remove your, kind of construction and remove your machinery and let the land be back with the owner. And for 30 years, they earn a lease rent on this as they would have. So if you have unirrigated, not very productive land, you can use this in a different way. So there are different ways of, similarly for forestry. I mean, even in forestry today, the problem is if I want to do social forestry, you require wood. But the laws governing commercial forestry, I'm sorry, not social forest, commercial forestry. If I want to do commercial forestry on my land, I want to grow trees and sell them for commercial purposes, it is next to impossible. Because although there are rules which permit you to do so, but the process of verification, and then once you're transporting the certification and the forest department certification, is complex. So what is happening is it is easier to go and cut trees in the forest area and pay bribes and steal the wood, but then do a commercial activity in terms of growing the wood and selling it for purposes of, say, paper making or even furniture and so on. So I think we need to begin to look at that. It is possible to do that. It's not impossible at all.
Let me turn to Harsh. Harsh, as Chairman NABARD, you had several programs where you were funding natural resource regeneration. Of course, at a pilot level through the UP NRM, but through the Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, a lot of irrigation programs were similar. But the fact is that irrigation programs do not add to the net availability of water. The water resources crisis in India is the fact that we are letting too much of our rainfall just flow into the sea. And that requires a different kind of investment, and which has longer gestation, which has lots of externalities. It's not possible to, get the benefit exactly in the same landmass where the investment was made. All the complexities of watershed management. So particularly starting with water, but also zameen and jungle, and then also urja, energy, the issue that Arvind mentioned. What are your thoughts on how do we bring private capital into these without making it, bringing in the exploitative tendencies of private capital, which is what a lot of the agitation is about?
I would say two things in this regard, Vijay. Broadly, two things. One is the private part, which you said, capital part, and the second is structured finance from within the government. You see, government at a particular point of time is constrained for resources, be it state or the center. I think when I was there, with the Ministry of Finance, we were able to devise a number of ways to ensure that upfront there is a developmental effort. impetus is given to that. So we raise resources from the market for these areas. And since the revenue charges or the earning is not there to incentivize states and others to take it up, we provided some subvention. So this year's budget would be a nominal amount, but it will be spread over the years as and when the revenues come. And probably we also need models where once this process, when the irrigation comes, then probably who pays for irrigation development region? How do we reap it back over the years? So we need models for that also. So we had this this government's initiative, Har Khet Ko Pani, more crop per drop. So we had funds for that. We raised it from the market. I think if you look at NABARD's balance sheet today, rather than RIDF, we are going to cross the other infrastructure initiatives. It has already crossed 1 lakh crores. So this holds huge potential, and each budget nominal amount goes, although the borrowing subsequently has to be repaid to the people. So that's one way. For the private part, I would say that for this also, you require some kind of a relaxation in borrowing of the states. That's what we're going to see, because the fiscal space available to states is going to be a little less in this area. But largely, it is going to be a governmental effort. I have no doubt. Second part is for the private people to come in. I think we need a better bond market, first of all, a deeper bond market for people where the investors with the deep pockets and longer appetite can come in and invest. That's number one. Secondly, this entire gamut of impact finance requires very adequate measurement tools. I am ready to give money, but what happens to my money? I am ready to, so we require newer instruments. For instance, development impact bonds, DIBs, can be popularized. Similarly, we require every state at least some organizations of credibility to measure impact, which is not happening today. I am ready to put in even if 100 rupees or 1,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees on the table, provided I know that this is going to be impact of what I have to do in addition to the tax which I have already paid. So there are people who can put this up. So newer instruments, good measurement for attracting, and reforms within the capital markets to ensure that the money flows in. The traditional way, we used to have the post office savings, and they used to be used by the that has become almost like a general finance. It has to be targeted effort for private money to flow in, rather than a generalized way of saving and channelizing there. So that's my thought. We also require newer organizations with governance focus on them. We should start rating the institutions in rural areas that governance wise, this is A rated, this is B rated, this is C rated. So this is a new kind of thing which is required. This will attract the people to come in and say, yeah, hey, look at this. There is a AAA rural livelihood creating entity in this area. So why should I not? In addition to finance, Vijay, I have number of times I have said that, we have annual action plans. We have for the district, we have annual credit plans for the district. We have no annual or a long-term human resource plan for a district or for a region. Now, it is very important. Unless we know our endowments well, how are we going to deploy in which kind of livelihoods? It's impossible. And the traditional way of polytechnics working the way they were working, they have to upgrade to newer courses, newer skill sets required. Mobile repairing is fast catching on. Is there any short-term duration course for mobile repair? It's private entrepreneur. One learns in a shop, but there is no 15 days course in a polytechnic or ITI for that. We don't have micro irrigation pump sets being repaired, tractor repair. We have a mechanical engineering program being done there. So the kind of institutions require what Dr. Arvind Mairam was saying, I fully agree with that, that there should be a private participation in existing this thing. Even for health, you look at it. Health infrastructure deficit was largely felt when we had the COVID, and we require investment therein. We have in down south, I'm familiar to that, some of this Manipal institution, Mangalore district center, district hospital is being managed by the private medical college students. So can we not involve in some of the PHCs, some of the private medical colleges, and they take care of performance measurements be defined. There'll be proper documentation of what they are doing, and impact measurement happens, and then see people will love to invest there. That's my strong feeling. Sir, if you allow me, Vijay, just 4 or 5 things. I come from a rural area, sir, and I strongly feel there is a lack of opportunities. Now, if this lack of opportunities has to be overcome, for people to stay there, as Dr. Arvind Mairam was saying, that there shouldn't be large-scale migration. I mean, it creates problems for our. So I feel, I've seen changes in rural area. Greening is almost not there. So I've seen the green cover going away. So effort, which is more structured effort in terms of outcomes and finance be prepared, models can be there. Water conservation itself, we from NABARD, we created those watershed development projects as pilots from our side with grant assistance, and partly subsequently also second phase with some loan assistance, nominal loan assistance. But we wanted governments to take it up or communities to take it up. That has not happened. I think we require a massive effort on water conservation if the greening has to take place, which offers opportunities for livelihoods. Can we have the water volunteers? जो हमने एक बार प्रयास किया था कि कुछ समय के लिए जब summers होती हैं, community attention on water is the maximum when May, June, July, and then it fades from monsoon onwards. So during that time, can we rejuvenate our traditional water bodies? And that can be taken care of. Health, hygiene. In addition to that rural infrastructure, we also have huge problem of drug abuse. I'm seeing around my place a lot of de-addiction centers coming up. They are unprofessionally managed. Punjab also has a severe such problem. I think we need to define livelihoods for the future in a different way based on the region's requirement. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Arvind, we are in the last 3-4 minutes of the session. While both of you have covered a lot about agriculture, infrastructure, and industry, a large part of our GDP as well as our employment is in the services sector. Now, the services sector is very bimodal. On the one hand, we have, the world's largest, most valuable IT company, TCS, and we are the world's software leaders and all of that. On the other hand, the vast majority of so-called service sector jobs is basically carrying head loads in transport yards and construction work and all of that. What can be done to make service sector jobs more acceptable and more more remunerative to a significant number of the people who work there?
Actually, excellent question. But this is a struggle. Again, this is a struggle where we carry a lot of ideological baggage. If you recall, there was this huge discussion on whether we should allow FDI in retail. And this went on for a while, and we said it will take away mom and pop shops. I could never understand if you allow big companies like Reliance and others to come into retail, how are they different from Walmart was something I couldn't figure out. Because if we were to say we don't want big companies, retail is a one part of it. But we don't want foreign big companies, but we are ready to have, domestic big companies was something which I couldn't figure out. But the point here is that the retail and the growth in retail has been tremendous in the last few years. And most young people, in fact, Harsh would know, but young boys and girls say from Rohtak or young boys and girls from, say, a place like Dausa in Rajasthan, or Rajgarh in Alwar district, would love to go and work on the shop floor of a mall because they wear proper clothes. So they may be 10th pass or 11th pass, but they would work there because it gives them a certain level of dignity rather than going and working in the field, or working, doing a rickshaw, plying a rickshaw, etc. So the retail explosion in retail has given this particular segment of people who are first generation moving from, even from poverty into lower middle class, or from rural to urban areas. This is one of the stepping stones for moving into higher levels of jobs, which is the retail part of it. And I think we need to continue to develop retail, which is now flowing. I mean, I'm seeing small malls coming up in village. I mean, large villages, I would say. There would be a type of a shop where you could walk in and pick up your own stuff, and there'll be people walking around telling you what to take or not take. And they wear some sort of a uniform, like a white shirt and a black trouser, and they look smart. And they're all kids from villages, or from different areas. Under the National Skill Development NSDC, which you had mentioned, and basically part of the National Skill Development Mission, which we had put together in 2007-8, the whole idea was to provide a certain level of formalization to training, even in retail, for instance. And we found the other part, which I would like to mention when I was saying about private sector coming in. The entire model of NSDC was for them to provide incentive to private sector to make training itself as a profit center. So you train people, you charge a fee from them, which government was paying mostly through a large number of its programs. But they were then to a standard with the sector skill councils, which would lay out standards and how the training will be done: 3 months training, 2 months training, 6 months training, certification, what third-party certification, so that you would have a certain quality to the certificate, which it had a portability, in the sense that then that certificate could take you to different jobs in that particular sector. This all has been introduced, and this is why I have seen. I can tell you from my personal experience, one of the maids who used to work with us from Orissa, Kalahandi district, when I was when I was secretary, she was living in our house and cooking food for us. Had five daughters, very poor. They were very, very poor people. And then I got three of her daughters to be trained by under one of these training programs, because they were really poor from the rural areas. And one of them got a job. She's now with H&M in Connaught Place showroom. She goes there, dresses nicely. She gets a certain amount of coupons to buy her clothes. The other one is with this Kentucky Fried Chicken, KFC. And the third one is in a similar kind of area. They are all earning 14 to 15,000 rupees a month. I mean, considering from the level from which they came, after doing 10th or 12th or class, they have all gotten into these retail kind of jobs, which is giving them an upward mobility. The family itself now has refrigerator and a television and all kind of things, which is such a happy thing to see. So you have this transformation which can take place, and in my mind, retail is going to be the backbone for this transformation from from poverty up to kind of moving up above the poverty line, etc. And we need to give a lot of focus to this, and skilling of people and having it more organized, rather than just telling people to go and stand in a shop and sell goods there.
Thank you so much. I want to end by just repeating something which Harsh mentioned only in passing, but it's something that made me sad, and that in spite of 50 years of work in this sector, that on the one hand, the rural areas are no longer green, and the other, they are getting filled with de-addiction centers. We have to think about what we've ended up doing with this model. And, we need to collectively work towards ensuring that this decade, the decade 21 to 30, actually breaks those old paradigms. Many of the constraints, institutional and other constraints, mindset constraints that Arvind mentioned, for example, those need to be broken. And we need to build on the great strengths, some of the great programs that we've developed, as a nation, whether it is the Amul model in the dairy sector, whether it is the self-help group model in the unorganized worker sector, whether it is the the NREGA program, which has been the backbone for those who have no other work. But also a lot of breakthroughs in the modern sector, all the way, as I mentioned, in the software sector. Uh, what can we do to bring the best of India for most of India? With that, I'd like to thank both of you for participating in this. Of course, we could have, as Vipin, who's sitting next to me, said this could have gone on for another few hours, but we have another session and the people are waiting. Thank you so much, Erwin. Thank you so much, Harsh. And thank you very much, audience. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to the latest edition of On the Spot with Shiv. First of the fireside chats at the Virtual Livelihoods India Summit hosted by Axis and co-hosted by Niti Aayog. The fireside chat will cover the role of state and markets in raising farmer incomes and in expanding the agri sector. It will look at the efficacy of different instruments besides the role that corporates can play in making our agri markets work. It is my pleasure to introduce our guest at this fireside chat, Dr. Saurabh Garg. Dr. Garg is presently Principal Secretary, Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment, Government of Orissa, where he has worked on digitalizing agriculture and developing a direct transfer scheme for farmers. Prior to this, he was Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Finance, Government of India, where he was responsible for facilitating foreign investment into India and negotiations on investment agreements. Dr. Garg has over 30 years of experience at different levels of the government, district, state, and the central government, as well as in the private sector. The session is hosted by Mr. S. Sivakumar, who is the Group Head of Agri and IT Businesses at ITC Limited. He is also a member of its Corporate Management Committee and oversees the company's social investments. With this, I hand over to Shiv to take forward this discussion. It's over to you, Shiv, now.
Thank you, Pooja, and welcome to the session, Dr. Garg. And good afternoon, all the participants, and welcome to the session. At the outset, let me thank the Access Livelihoods and WIPIN in particular for the opportunity and also institutionalizing this session as on the spot with Shiv. This is the third edition in this format. And it's a great pleasure to host Dr. Saurabh Garg on this theme of making agri-market reforms work. So before I get into the conversation with Dr. Garg, let me take a few minutes to set the context and why I believe this is topical at this point of time. Markets, of course, were always relevant in agriculture, but they are even more important today than ever before. In the soil report that was launched this morning and also in the subsequent session, three different challenges in the agriculture sector got highlighted. First is that while agriculture is the largest source of livelihoods, the challenge is that the incomes are quite low for large majority of the farmers. So much so that 2/3 of the farmers are pretty much indebted because their incomes are less than the bare minimum expenditure to just survive. So that challenge of how do we deal with the low farmer incomes, although agriculture has relatively speaking prospered over the several decades in the Thank you. So I'm sorry the connection had dropped in between, and I think once the conversation starts, if the my line drops very similarly, I'm sure Dr. Garg will continue the conversation, and I'll drop like I did just now in a minute or so. So the second challenge I was talking about was despite resource intensive usage, the productivity is low in agriculture, leading to low GDP. And the third challenge that was also discussed at length in both the sessions earlier was about that these things, the incomes and the livelihoods come under further stress because of the rapid depletion of natural resources, whether it is water or topsoil, as also the further accentuated by the climate change in terms of excess rainfall or extended droughts and so on. So I think idea is that in the backdrop of these challenges, there is an important role that markets would play in addition to whatever role that the government has been playing and leading so far in getting the agriculture sector to grow. And why do I say that markets have an important role to play? Because there is a fundamental shift in the profile of consumer demand. A sizable segment of Indian consumers, more than a third broadly, are looking for larger variety of food in what they're consuming, going beyond the cereals into milk, fruits, vegetables, meat, and a whole range of food, and better quality in food, as also concerns of food safety requiring traceability, and also convenience in the way the food is bought and consumed. And these consumers segments, which is sizable, are also willing to pay a premium for these kinds of demands that they are placing on the agricultural produce. So that means that's an opportunity to bring more value and plow it back to the farmers as a way to raise the incomes. And the second bit is on the opportunity for exports. India's share of the global market is only about 2.5% in the agri and food market. And that shows a lot of headroom exists. And it's also an imperative because we are largely a balanced economy in terms of our agricultural and food produce. If we raise productivity and produce more, it will add further stress on the prices unless we are able to export. And obviously, if you have to export, we need to be competitive. Otherwise, it will mean a huge subsidy burden. And only 7% of all our production is exported. So therefore, there is an opportunity there. Only 15% of all our exports are processed or value added in some form. And that shows the value addition opportunity there also. So in addition to changing domestic profile, there is also an opportunity in the export as well. So these two would mean that the production needs to be far more demand responsive than what we have been hitherto. Because some of these are perishable products, the linkages need to be far more dynamic and real time so that the wastages are low and we don't have huge surplus, which is also leading to lower prices. So I think many angles from which the market linkages need to be far better. So what I would call, which is what also is said in Vijay's opening session while summarizing the soil report, is that all of this would mean there is a need for a fundamental transformation in our agricultural and food system from what was largely a production-driven supply chain to a lot more demand-responsive value chain. And if the earlier system was primarily led by government, the newer market-linked system needs to be anchored by market-oriented or a consumer-oriented players. It could be private sector, it could be farmers-owned cooperatives, it could be not-for-profit. And of course, all of this would also mean a significant role that the government has to play in making all of this happen. So that is the context. And of course, naturally, when we are talking about markets, this would mean we are only talking about farmers who have marketable surplus. A significant majority of Indian farmers are subsistence farmers with a limited or no marketable surplus. And on that, of course, there is enormous amount of role that the government or not-for-profit or civil society or the CSR of corporates will play. So for now, we are keeping that aside and focus on those farmers who have marketable surplus in the context. So in that backdrop, my conversation with Dr. Garg will explore the what and how aspects of making all of these feasible in realizing all the three dimensions of raising farmer incomes while growing agriculture, making agriculture more productive, and also make us more resilient for the natural resource and climate change issues. So with that said, welcome again, Dr. Garg, to this conversation. So maybe just to set the ball rolling, let me pose a question in terms of your own thoughts on the role of state and the role of markets in raising farmer incomes and in expanding the agri sector. And then we'll build on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Shivakumar. I think you gave a wonderful exposition of the challenges faced by agriculture and the way forward. If I can just add a couple of things just to bring the context. When we were discussing the incomes and the fact that consumer preferences are changing, if you just look at the last 15 years, how the income of farmers has changed. In the early 2000s, nearly 50% of the income of farmers came from cultivation or cultivation of crops. And as per this data available of 2015, 16, 17, that proportion has come down to 35%. And largely the increase or the change has been from the income that is generated through livestock, which was nearly 2%, which has grown to 15 to 20% depending on the states. And I think that also reflects the kind of consumer preferences, as you mentioned, that the demand for non-cereal crops has increased. And I think that's where the future lies, that how we can diversify the farmers' incomes and farmers what they're producing to which is more demand responsive. And related to that, I think is the question that you asked on the role of the state and the markets. The role of the state would be there obviously in some areas and where public investment is required, where R&D, for example, genetic material development, seeds, etc. But I think in many areas, the role of the state would have to be more facilitating to develop, allow the private sector or public-private partnerships to develop. And that's much more, for example, if I can give examples, would be on agri-infrastructure, whether it's cold chains, processing, laboratories. I think there would need to be some kind of enabling framework which the state can develop, but the running of these operations, running maintenance and actual operations have to be with the private sector. They are much better at that. And I think the way I think we took about maybe 10 to 15 years, now we have a good PPP kind of partnerships, and the road structure, if you look at whether it is the EPC and BOT, I think we need to develop certain similar structures in agriculture infrastructure also, which would then facilitate marketing to a much better level.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a great point in terms of how does one look at state and the markets. While I said is multi-purpose market orientation, but if you are looking at private sector here, how do you get the partnerships as an and going? A great interesting way, not only in roads but closer home in agriculture, was what was initially launched as the public-private partnership for integrated agriculture development 7-8 years ago, and different states have fine-tuned it in different ways to co-opt. But among the leading flagship project that we have been implementing, that I in fact talk about in many places, is in some sense a convergence of investments. The government has existing schemes, and private sector is interested in value chain development for furthering their own business. I mean, how do you integrate these in a manner that it also leads to inclusive value chain development that leads to higher farmer incomes and more competitive value chains? That the government focuses the investments on farmer capacity building, common facilities for the farmers, as well as the shared public infrastructure. But in those geographies and value chains where private sector or the other players come in and commit the value chain development, saying that this is how the value chain development will occur and this is how the institutional structure will be formed in the form of FPOs or whatever, and plow back the incomes to the farmers. And if that's where the investments are converged, then the multiplier impact is a lot more. So I think that certainly is an important area.
Yeah, if I can just take, for example, there's this new program called the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, which precisely does an interest subvention for the private sector. And I think that's a very important contribution. And similar is there on the animal husbandry and the fisheries side also, where the kind of agriculture infrastructure requirements are extremely high. So it's, I won't call it a really, in terms of gap funding, the viability gap funding, but the interest subvention is already there. And many states are doing a top up to this of a capital investment. In Orissa, for example, we do that, and we've merged our funding with the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. So, and the other is on information dissemination. I think that's where a number of programs and activities have been done. In Orissa, I can just give one example, but I'm sure everywhere there are. And Government of India also has this program in conjunction with IFCO on disseminating advisories, so that we reduce the risk of the farmers. And I think that's where ultimately we are going towards, and that's where the markets can help us to look at. One is obviously the production risk, but the other is the market risk. And information dissemination on weather, for example, is a big input into reducing these kind of risks. There are other methods of reducing the production and the market risks, but information and the use of technology to disseminate that information are increasingly being used. For example, in remote sensing, in crop insurance, we are doing that every 15 days you get the inputs of the photographs of the ground level. And while the technology has not yet reached to that level that we can go to the grain itself, but it does give a fair idea of the condition of the crop, and wherever the conditions of crop are less, it can be done by a ground truthing.
Yeah, absolutely valid. Information and knowledge as important sources for risk reduction. So implicit in the way you described the role of state and the markets and in some form the facilitatory and partnership role is obviously a level of variation across different crops or regions. In some, the role of state would possibly a lot more than other. In some, the role of markets would be a lot more than others, whether you look at it from a regional angle or from the crops angle or from the profile of farmers angle. So would you like to build on this and say in terms of are there more skewed kind of things which would work? That okay, in this area, I think markets have limited role to play, or in this area, I think relatively markets will have to play a bigger role.
Yeah. No, absolutely. If you look at, there are various ways of slicing this issue, but let's look at first is in terms of the kind of crop or what we're doing. So you have cereal crops or those which I can put as non-perishable, and then you have the whole basket of fruits, vegetables, which are perishable. So the role of the private sector would naturally be much higher in the in the perishable category, because they need to be much closer to the markets and much closer to the consumer. So that's one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at the role of the state and the markets would be on looking at, if you look at production risk as one area where there needs to be interventions either by the market or the state. And one of the main areas for production risk would be better genetic material. So the kind of R&D for seeds, planting, material, etc., would tend to be where public investment is there, where you need much more patient capital, where it may not be possible to get in the early stages have too much private capital. Though once we mature, as in the US and American markets, a lot of the seed companies, etc., all in the private sector. But I think at this stage, and that's what the ICAR is focusing on these kind of issues. The other area in production risk would be on water availability and on irrigation, which is again in the foreseeable future going to continue with the government funding a lot of the irrigation, maybe small irrigation or large irrigation, the focus obviously being on small irrigation. And on information, I already mentioned, so that would also help to reduce the production risk. The second is on the market risks, part of the pricing risk. And that's where I think the role of the markets, the role of the private sector is continue to be high. And perhaps on that area, the role of the state would maybe get restricted at the vulnerable farmers, maybe the small and marginal farmers, on what can be done by the state to ensure that the incomes of the vulnerable farmers don't move too much with the market vagaries. And there are various kinds of graded support possible, telescopic, depending on the area of the farmers. But that's where, for example, on the processing side, on the cold chains, sorting, grading, where the private sector's knowledge, the domain expertise is required, with some amount of support of facilitation, either on the policy level or perhaps on the financial side of the government.
Okay. So if you have to delayer this a little bit in the angle of role of state, wherever it is more pertinent, into, let's say, the center at a state level, as also in some sense, if you have to bring in the Gram Panchayats and local self-government in some sense, as not exactly government, but also government, you are of course much better place to bring that layer in. So in which way do we look at all these three and other layers also dealing in a different way to those areas where the state has to play a significant role?
Yeah, I mean, I think whether it's the central government, the state government, or I would say the district or the sub-district levels of governance, Panchayati Raj institutions, etc. So in the current structure also, I think the central government plays a lot more focus on the agricultural research aspects, which I think are best done at a more collective level, so to say. And where the government of India is also playing a large role in terms of getting together the best practices that exist and developing programs so that each state can have individually tailored programs. I think the RKVY is a prime example of that concept of the government of India providing broad framework and then each state implementing. Implementation, no doubt, is largely ambit within the ambit of the state governments in terms of actually having the field personnel on the ground who interact with the farmers and doing and at the ground level ensuring that the inputs are available and marketing facilities are made available. At the district and sub-district level, it's where a lot of the local level infrastructure, whether you call them Grameen Haats, you call them market yards, you have the local facilitating systems in terms of sorting, grading, and having the input availability, ensure the logistics facilitation that is ensured. So I think these are the areas where these three levels are working on, and increasingly at the panchayats level, the infrastructure development, that's an important area which is being looked upon to look at as we go ahead. But I think looking at it at a much research level, I think one or two things we need to keep in view, that we had a major technological inputs in the 1960s and 70s with the Green Revolution, and which allowed the rice and wheat systems to expand. So I suppose just like every technology, every product has a life cycle, the time has come, and it has in the last decade or two, the focus is increasing on other crops and other perishables on fruits and vegetables and livestock and fisheries. And that's where I think in future also the growth will be, and that's where that's the trend that is also in the farmers' income, if you see.
Okay. So while we are on this aspect of green revolution and rice and wheat, that obviously brings to an important policy instrument, besides of course research and extension and all that other aspects, is the whole aspect of MSP. MSP obviously played a crucial role in expanding the rice and wheat production and make us self-sufficient, and more recently a more prominent role in pulses production expansion, and potentially now in oil seeds. But MSP as an instrument, obviously when it is linked only to cost, that it needs to be cost plus, I mean that is the design, then there is an assured purchase, I mean, albeit purchase doesn't necessarily happen all over the country across all the 23 crops for which MSP is there. But MSP, if we have to talk about diversification, like you mentioned in terms of fruits and vegetables and fisheries and other things, is also an important hurdle along the way, that there is an assured profitability in certain crops. The demand is for some other crops where the price volatility is even more, market linkage are not established. So how does one navigate through this situation, and is there something that you are attempting yourself within Odisha? Of course, the rice and wheat were not the way in the Green Revolution there in Odisha, but nonetheless, the shift is something which is important. But how do we navigate through this important hurdle?
I would look at this as, how do we incentivize cropping in a area where we feel that there is a greater demand. For example, until maybe a few years back, we were importing pulses, but now pulses is more or less, we are growing all our demand of our pulses, and maybe we're exporting in limited quantities. The other area where we still have a lot more to do is on the oil seeds, on oil. We're still importing oil to a certain extent, and wherever comparative advantages allow us, we should focus on oil seeds. So incentivizing crops is an area that, for example, even in Odisha, we are incentivizing for non-paddy in the upland and the medium lands. In the lowlands, paddy is the preferred crop, and there's no point trying to incentivize growing of other crops. But in those lands and in those agroecologies where other crops can be grown, and especially fruits and vegetables, that's what we are incentivizing through different production incentives, and also by by forming farmer production clusters, producer groups, and then elevating them or consolidating them into farmer producer companies, or FPOs as we call them. So I think the incentivization structure would need to evolve as we move forward. And while MSP should continue, no doubt, in terms of looking at the vulnerable farmer, so that the small farmer, the marginal farmer, a farmer who does not have access to or who inability to access technology, inability to access higher skills, sure should have that minimum basic income available. So I suppose over time this would need to evolve, keeping in view the vulnerabilities of the farmer and what is the support. But similarly would be the incentivization that we can do for the desired crops, if I can put it that way. And also having greater infrastructure support in the perishable areas.
So if you have to look at these two instruments, one is the income support through schemes that, for example, what you pioneered as Kalia, subsequently as PM Kisan, and some of these vis-a-vis MSP. While there is a strategic role of MSP in certain crops and in food security and some of these areas, is the income support scheme less market distorting and consequently more helpful both from a farmer's income perspective as well as in getting the crops to be more demand responsive, as opposed to a centralized decision on an MSP, to decentralized decision by the farmer in terms of what can be grown. What will be the relative pros and cons of these two instruments, and how can one leverage them to move towards the direction that we desire?
The income support scheme, whether it's PM Kisan, Kalia, Raitu Bandhu, or no doubt provide a certain minimum assurance to the farmer and the confidence that even if the crop fails, they have this minimum support that they have got. But we need to also recognize the limitations of direct income support. If the objective is, for example, for them to purchase certain seeds or fertilizers, pesticides, the farmer would take an informed decision on that. And we need to be cognizant of the fact that it's not necessary that the entire income support would be spent on agricultural purposes. It would no doubt look at what the family needs are, and whatever is the most urgent and critical or important activity, that is what would obviously take precedence. And I don't think we should be too worried on that aspect, because the objective is anyway to provide a basic minimum support to the farmers. The MSP, on the other hand, I think a lot of economists and a lot of research has mentioned, as you mentioned, it is market distorting. But the fact remains that the very nature of MSP, or the fact that the MSP exists, that itself helps to ensure that market prices are not extremely fluctuating, which might impact farmers very, very adversely. I think the price support scheme, which has been started over the past couple of years, has a ceiling of somewhere around 25% of the total produce is what is can be bought under the private price support scheme to support the farmers. And I think that sends the right signal to both the farmers and the markets that the government is there in case there's going to be, to prevent any farmer distress. And I think that kind of approach would be required even in a future as we go ahead. How that exact percentages would work and how it would be focused if on vulnerable farmers, those are matters of detail. But the fact remains that it's not that the MSP can be done away with if the income support programs are there, but it gives us the flexibility to look at what kind of farmers would need the income support, and therefore what is the kind of support or what kind of variations that we can think of in the implementation of the MSP going forward.
So one of the pluses of an MSP, which is talked about, is that it doesn't matter if you're a landowning farmer or a tenant farmer, the benefits will come so long as you're growing and producing a marketable surplus. Whereas income support for large part is linked to land ownership. Of course, Kalia had also take it to landless and others. So how does one structure these income support schemes to ensure that the more balanced access is also there for all types of farmers? Is there any experience that you bring, and if you are to now using that experience recast the program, what changes would you make?
As you correctly mentioned, in Kalia, we included all farmers, including landless. But if I can just add a point in out here, our research showed that tenant farmers or sharecroppers, depends on, or farmers who lease land from other farmers. It might be an oral lease in the absence of written lease. Tenant farmers, sharecroppers, or oral lease land farmers are typically not landless. They are small farmers or marginal farmers having half an acre, 1 acre, and I would call them, they are aspirational farmers because they would like to have more land. If they're not unable to own it, they lease it in and cultivate it. So given that our scheme, we had kept it open for all farmers, and which is also the case for PM Kisan, it's open to all land-owning farmers, irrespective of the ownership. It might be half an acre or 1/4 of an acre, but the amount remains the same. So to that extent, it's agnostic to the amount of land that the farmer owns. As long as the farmer owns, the farmer gets, and that takes care, I would say, more than 90% of the cases of tenant farmers, sharecroppers. The real problem comes in more in the terms of landless agricultural laborers, some of whom might be termed as landless farmers, but they are landless agricultural laborers who are working in other farmers' fields, and in some cases might be leasing in. I think one of the approaches that we used in Kalia was to look at how we can build their skills so that they can move up the chain from being a wage earner to become, to some extent, a self-employed person. But the kind of risk levels that are required for a self-employed person are much more than what is for a wage earner. So until we look at the skill levels of the landless and look at upgrading their wealth or the investment that we can give in, an income support would be more in the terms of Manrega, which provides the wage labor or assured wage labor across seasons. So I think the kind of focus or the kind of scheme we'll have to have for a landless agricultural laborer needs to be different from the income support that we can give to a small farmer.
Okay, so I think it's important that we are able to balance the interests of all of these segments. So let's switch gears a little bit and look at your thoughts on the role of agri-tech startups. We talked about the importance of market linkages, especially for perishables. Technology plays a crucial role, and wonderful initiatives by a number of startups on that front. Then there are many on precision farming. You already talked about access to information leading to change in farm practices, whether it is to do with improving the irrigation efficiency or application of nutrition and so on, or rapid quality testing and so on. So there are many different areas. So one is what kind of a role do you see in the scheme of things that we talked about? And in that context, what is it that government can do to provide a fillip and ensure that the potential from these agri-tech startups is really realized?
I think a lot of these agri-startups are also leveraging technology. And I think that's where their comparative advantage comes in from existing businesses that are there. And technology can be, as I mentioned earlier, on remote sensing is one technology which a lot of them are using and leveraging that. The other is obviously information dissemination through mobiles, which I mentioned, and a lot of them are focused on this. You also have, in terms of linking markets, whether it's an ENAM kind of a platform that is there, or developing similar such platforms so that traders and farmers can get linked. But I think one area where technology, agri startups will really make a big impact is in the availability of credit for landless agriculture and small farmers. We are doing a program, for example, with some NBFCs on how they can lend to landless farmers without collateral. And technology is being used for that. And as I mentioned, that nowadays you have from the satellites, every 15 days you can get photographs of the condition of the crop. They can also give information on what has been the input applications, whether a fertilizer has been applied or whether there's some kind of a pest attack which is changing. So this kind of monitoring by the credit giving lender, the NBFC, is helping us to provide credit to those who previously were not accessing formal credit. And as you're aware, in the agriculture side, there is still a large proportion of people who are unable to get formal lending support from the traditional banking system. And that's where there are a number of organizations, NGOs, agri-startups who are working with the farmers on this. So I think the agri-startups will help fill in these niche roles. On markets, we are working, for example, with a farmer producer company who is now able to use the fact that because of DBT, because of bank accounts, the transfer of money can be so fast, and looking at how warehousing receipts can be more effectively utilized. So I think agri startups will continue to play a big role in leveraging technology for the benefit of farmers, and I think that promises a lot of good bidings for farmers in general.
So taking that angle of, you talked about the farmer producer company, and obviously FPC or collectives in any form and FPOs, if there is one institutional mechanism that can create a pull for many of these services and also make it more efficient for the startups or other agri companies to reach the farmers as a way that will then create a more virtuous kind of a cycle here of services available, leveraging technology and otherwise from one side, and FPO as a mechanism for creating the pull. What kind of, while we have these new guidelines for setting up another 10,000 FPOs, and many of the earlier challenges were dealt with in these guidelines in terms of market linkages and so on. But what role can the state government play in strengthening FPOs, building on the guidelines that the center had released? Or is there something that Odisha is already doing that we can take some lessons from on how do you create a vibrant FPO ecosystem in all this new environment?
Yeah. No, I mean, the new, as you mentioned, the new FPO guidelines have taken a lot of the inputs, and we are actively implementing those guidelines. What we are also doing apart from that is building a cadre of, what if I can put it, agri entrepreneurs. So what our vision is that we have 7,000 panchayats in Orissa. In each panchayat, we should be able to promote at least one agri entrepreneur who would be able to not only help in providing input services to the farmer producer organizations, collectives in terms of the fertilizers, pesticides, seeds, etc., but also act as the bridge to marketing in terms of linking the farmers, producers' products with the markets. So for that, we have this agriculture production cluster program where we are doing what, if I can call, synchronized production. So that let's say a tomato or any other vegetable, cauliflower, takes two months to from the seed to the final product. So if there are a group of 50 farmers, 10 farmers will sow cauliflower on day 1, another 10 will sow it on day 10, another 10 on day 20, so that the production that comes out is continuous rather than all being bunched up at one level. And this for a perishable product is extremely important. And that's where a collective is required, so that the farmer has that faith that if I'm part of this collective, it's not that if I don't sow it today, but I sow it 20 days later, it's not that my product will not get sold or it will not happen. So these are the kind of micro level decision making which we can do with the help of these producer groups, which are aggregated into farmer producer companies, and then build the supply chain. One of the main problems which we have noticed, a lot of the whether it's big bar, any of the big retail chains that are there, they need assurance of a constant supply, so that if they need every week, they need 5 trucks of XYZ, it will be available for 2 months or 10 weeks during the season. And that is the kind of assurance that we are trying to build through these producer groups, through this synchronized cultivation. And also ensuring that at one place, that particular FPO does one kind of vegetable rather than each farmer doing 10 kinds of vegetables, and maybe another FPO adjacent to do it can do. And just giving the example of vegetables because that's the easiest in terms of perishables. But this is the kind of activity that we can do once the farmers are together as a collective. Though they will be cultivating individually, but there will be support in terms of providing them technical support so that the quality of the product is similar, and the buyer gets an assured supply of that product for whatever time the season or the agroecological conditions in that area permit. And there are very small interventions that we've done. For example, there are enough studies which show that if, again, I'm using example of perishable like vegetable, that whether the vegetable is transported in gunny sacks or whether it is transported in plastic crates will lead to a 10 to 20% difference in the price of that vegetable. So these kind of initiatives ensuring that this is available at the micro level, and it becomes easier to get these inputs or get these or get this training of farmers, so to say, done it through the FPOs, and that's where the agri entrepreneur is helping us. And we hope in the next 3 to 5 years there would be a change. And I think that's the kind of approach that other states and the government of India also has for this sector.
Right. So certainly collectives in any of these formats will help empower in addition to improving the operations efficiency. But there is the continuous expressed concern that in these market linkages, whatever be the nature of market players, corporates, and any other form of private sector, all of this would mean an exploitative relationship and could potentially be a stronger partner in this relationship. So collective obviously will deal with one, but we are seeing the necessity of these market linkages through private sector on one hand for perishables in particular, and the concerns on the relative bargaining power on the other side. So in addition to this FPO as one method to empower, are there other things that either government could do, or industry itself could do, or anything else that comes to your mind that to deal with this major big elephant in the room, that in order to take these market forces forward, what do we do?
Oh no, absolutely. I think the role of the state in if I can put it, in helping ensure that the contractual terms are even-handed is no doubt recognized. And one is obviously in terms of education awareness and of the farmers and building them as collectives. But more importantly would also be in terms of how that enforcement of those contracts is done and what is possible at the ground level. At the same time, and on the corporate side also, I think there are associations of federations of the industries which need also to be roped in to ensure that ethical behavior and corporate responsibilities which each corporate has needs to be enforced at every opportunity. But contract enforcement and the role of the state in ensuring that unequal contracts don't get entered into, I think in the initial stages, the role of the states and the district and the sub-district levels would be much higher. And I think that's an area that we would need to learn as we move ahead. But I don't think that we need to assume that every such relationship has to be exploitative. I think there are enough ethical companies and corporations that exist, and that farmers are smart enough and they have the necessary availability of information. Where we need to focus on is obviously on the vulnerable farmers, and that's where a much higher role of handholding would be there. For example, we've associated in each of our programs where we have market linkages, we use a local NGO as the handholding institution to help us. And that NGO works with the department staff and acts as the bridge between the community farmers and the government staff. And given that these local NGOs are community-based, they have deeper linkages, and they are, in our view, they are proving to be very, very useful. I think the FPO policy also has the CBCs and all those institutions, which are these kind of organizations. And I think once these kind of organizations are much more active, they will help to ensure that farmers don't willy-nilly enter into any contracts which can be self-defeating.
Yeah, so do you also see the role of these NGOs in potential dispute resolution? Because that's been one area of concern. You did refer that, yeah, how do we participate and ensure that disputes get resolved if there are in swifter and inexpensive manner. So do you see the role of NGOs or any other mechanism that you think is more relevant?
Yeah, I think if I can put it at a broader level, contract enforcement, one of the major areas of where we need to, as a country, move ahead is if you look at the ease of doing business indicators, the indicator that we are doing the worst is in terms of contract enforcement. So one is obviously at a broader level of contract enforcement, the strengthening that we need to do of the various systems. But at the ground level, at least the NGOs and the CBOs would be able to, if not directly participate, but at least help maybe in the mediation part, maybe in terms of the awareness part, in terms of bringing it to the notice of the relevant enforcement authorities on the issues. And I think that's where going forward, we would need to look at what roles they can play. But I think this is an area that as we move forward in the implementation of a lot of these programs, policies, this is an area where we will need to evolve going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty critical. I mean, of course, there is like you also said, not all relationships and contracts need to be a zero-sum game resulting in exploitative kind of thing, because there is many where the dependency is reciprocal. We have seen for a long time businesses in seed production, in organic farming, any specialty crop for that matter, that the buyer relies on the farmer for a sustained business, and the farmer relies on the buyers for improved profitability. And it's not therefore a zero-sum game that if I pay less, that's I get more profit, and vice versa from a farmer's perspective. That's when the disputes do come in. So one is there are certain kind of opportunities where the dependency can be reciprocal when the question of disputes won't even arise. And but where there are, obviously all these mechanisms then need to play a role. Even in the general crops, derivative markets in terms of options which can be integrated into contract pricing. It is one of the ways in which the equivalent of MSP can be integrated into contracts. But derivative markets obviously need to evolve, and which is another mechanism where it doesn't become a zero-sum game, but can become mutually advantageous. I think some of that is key.
We would no doubt need the expertise of people like you to ensure and develop this area. But as you mentioned, this is a critical area, and this will also is a critical area to ensure that the trust is built up between the farmers and the market players. And how we can continue to build this trust is an area I think going forward we would need to focus much more.
So great. So one of the other things you were talking about in the earlier conversation was on credit flow, and there is a question which has come up here, which is saying that distortion of credit markets hinder credit flow. Is it possible to shift subsidies on loans, and if possible waivers, to post-harvest interventions and ensure that all farmers benefit, not just borrowers? So is there a way in which the credit subsidies shift more to post-harvest interventions?
I don't know whether the credit subsidies in a way are crowding out the subsidies on the post-harvest areas. The credit subsidies, I think I would look at it more in terms of how to ensure that credit is available for all, and how cheaper credit is available for all, rather than looking at it as how we can shift it to. And given that we need that financial inclusion is a major policy framework. You had the Jan Dhan accounts, and the focus is on ensuring that how the formal system would reach the unbanked or the untouched consumer. I think that's an area that we need to give much more greater focus, and by using NBFCs and correspondent banks, and how we can expand and rework and develop that correspondent banking system to ensure that credit is available to all. I think there's also a larger problem or larger issue that we as a society are not very keen to take on credit. So that's a much larger issue. I'm not getting to that. But the fact remains that even if we want to take credit, we are not able to get credit. So I would look at it that as one. And the second part on post-harvest investments, no doubt we need to increase those post-harvest investments. And there, as I mentioned, that the state, if it is facilitative, corporate sector would be able to invest so much more rather than the government trying to invest on their own. So if, as a combination of what can be done on credit and financial inclusion, and what can be done to facilitate private investments at the post-harvest, for post-harvest, a combination of this would to an extent be fiscal balancing and not be fiscally too onerous. So I think that's the back of the mind the questioner might have had the question about.
Right. Okay, so we pretty much have come to the end of our conversation. We have covered a lot of ground, and I would leave you a couple of minutes to make some closing remarks, integrating all of this what does it really take to make the markets work, to ensure we deal with all the three challenges of raising farmers' income, the larger agricultural growth, as well as more sustainable environment, more resilient. So from all these three angles, any closing remarks?
I think I would just say that we've moved much forward from what was our concern over the past few decades, which was food security, because that was the initial concern of. If you discuss with a lot of senior agricultural experts, that's the area that has been going forward. I think we need to shift to nutrition security. It's ensuring that I don't think food security, I'm not saying that it's not an issue on the table, or we need to be cognizant of it, that it can happen, but we need to now look at what is required for nutritional security. And that's where the issue of crop diversification, that's where the issue of consumer preferences, that's where the issue of, given the socio-economic status has improved, so everyone is looking at these issues of nutritional security. And that's where the market's playing a much greater role than what they had played in the past in an economy of scarcities. So I think given this change that has occurred broadly at the macroeconomic level and also in the agriculture sector, I think the challenges accordingly flow from there. And that's the focus, I would say that we would need to look at. And therefore, there would necessitate certain changes to be made in the existing frameworks that are already in place.
That's wonderful, Dr. Garg. Thank you for the various insightful comments and the breadth of the perspective that you brought in. I think the key takeaway that I would like to summarize is one of partnerships that you really started with. To make markets work, it's more of partnerships that would enable all of that, whether it is the state facilitating a few things and the ecosystem of farmers collectives, FPOs being an important mechanism in that to empower the farmers, and very importantly the role that you brought of NGOs who would facilitate all of these partnerships, and the various institutions that government would facilitate, and recognizing the role of the private sector and in particular agri-tech startups. I think the partnerships is potentially what can help in dealing with the challenges that we had outlined. Thank you very much for a great conversation.
Thank you. I enjoyed speaking with you. Thank you.
Back to you, Pooja.
Thank you, Dr. Garg and Mr. Shivakumar, for this very insightful discussion covering the whole gamut of issues in making markets work for the farmers, the various policy instruments available, and the role of different actors in it. Thank you, Mr. Shivakumar, for bringing out the best from this conversation. And we'll take a short break now and be back with our thematic parallel sessions at 2. So we have the FPO track in Hall A, we have the CSR track in Hall B, and we have the Women's Economic Empowerment track in Hall C. So look forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jaipur, the Pink City, is among the foremost tourist destinations of India. Like most other urban centers, it is marred by burgeoning population and increasing pollution. However, a unique new initiative is all set to change that. The Pink City Rickshaw Company project is a unique initiative on wheels in the city of Jaipur. The beautiful city of Jaipur is home to some of the most popular tourist destinations of India. And the Pink City Rickshaw Company project presents a whole new vantage point to experience the myriad charms of Jaipur. Designed as a completely women-led, managed and owned social enterprise, the project envisages providing long-term employment to 200 women through their ownership in the Pink City Rickshaw Company, thereby ensuring their economic and social empowerment.
The Pink City Rickshaw Company was conceptualized with the idea of addressing the growing urban poverty in Rajasthan. We are trying to create a social enterprise. So this will be a company which is going to be owned by these ladies. Through this program, we want 200 empowered women to run the rickshaw company, run tours, attain a sustainable incremental income, and being shareholders of the company, actually run this company.
पहली बार तो डर लगा सर, लेकिन फिर बाद में अच्छा लगने लग गया। रिक्शा चलाते वक्त अच्छा महसूस होता है, लोग बाग हमारे को देखते औरतें रिक्शा चला रही है।
एक दिन भी कभी इनको भी देखते तो अपन भी यही चलाएंगे, नसीब में होगा तो। आज हमारे नसीब में है, अच्छा लग रहा है।
This is one of the few programs that we have in Access which is looking at women's empowerment. More importantly, this program is trying to seek triple bottom line impact. Through the program, we are trying to see if we can build economic empowerment of the women. We are also looking at creating a company which will be owned and managed by these women and will develop some kind of a social capital. And because we are going to deploy e-rickshaws in the project, we will also be impacting on the environment issues. So for me, it is a very innovative project and it's already rolling out, and there is a lot of buzz and excitement about the program in Jaipur where we are implementing it.
Some people from Access approached me and they gave me this concept of Pink City Rickshaw Company. These women are going to be the owners of the company in due course of time. This is something really good, and it would lead to empowerment of these women who would have never thought in their wildest dreams that they would be owning a company. The Transport Department will be very happy to be associated with this service, to provide all facilities to these women drivers, and if there is any issue, I'll be very happy to resolve it.
So there's been a great reception by the market to the product. Our target market are the hotels who have niche clients who would want to visit all the historic places of Jaipur or travel into the walled cities. It's also a very nice looking rickshaw. So through this project, we are trying to elevate the rickshaw, which is normally seen as the last mile connectivity, to product for the luxury market.
I think the Pink City Rickshaw Company is a great initiative. It's something that has made the experience of traveling within the city, the sightseeing, all of that, it's made it really interesting, because I think traveling, especially within the old city, using public transport is, like, at least with our guests, it's quite a challenge. So this is really nice because it's safe, it supports an initiative that, you know, people really appreciate. So I think it's a great thing that they've started.
टूरिस्ट आते हैं, बहुत सभी होटलों में ठहरते हैं ये लोग, तो हम उन्हें अपने रिक्शे से घुमाते हैं, जैसे जल महल जाते हैं, आमेर जाते हैं, जंतर मंतर जाते हैं, हवा महल आते हैं, वहाँ में उन टूरिस्टों को घुमाते हैं। हम चाहते हैं अच्छी चले, महिलाओं को रोजगार भी मिले, और प्लस जो ये टूरिस्ट आते हैं उनको भी अच्छा मौका मिले। जो खुला रिक्शा हमारा, उसमें हम फोटो भी ले सकते हैं, उसमें रोशनी भी पड़ेगी, हवा भी आएगी, तो इस तरह से चारों तरफ वो देख भी सकते हैं टूरिस्ट लोग। इस तरह से हमारा रिक्शा बनाया गया है और इससे हमें रोजगार मिल रहा है।
Well, I had a great time in Pink City Rickshaw Company. I love the design. I just love that it's like a carriage, so you feel like in a movie, and it's all open, so you can see things like first-handed, very close to you. So I really like the experience. I love the fact that it's a woman driving. It makes it so much nicer and friendly, and it's eco-friendly, so you also know that you're helping planet Earth. So it's great. I loved it.
They loved the experience because it was so new, and you know, you've seen the rickshaw, the colors, they stand out. So even when you're in traffic and you're in that rickshaw, everyone's looking at you. It makes you feel special. It makes you feel like, oh, I have my own private service. So they thoroughly enjoyed it.
I had an amazing time with Pink City Rickshaw Company. It was an amazing tour, and it's such a difference to explore this city with the lady in front of our beautiful rickshaw.
This is something which a lot of foreign tourists particularly want for roaming around the city, and this will provide a long required service in the tourist city of Jaipur.
So HSBC has been a very long-term partner with Access. And I'm really excited that in addition to the couple of other things that we are doing with HSBC, the bank has agreed to support this program. And not only Access, but HSBC too is equally excited in making this innovative initiative a great success.
हमने अपने खुद पे डर पे काबू पा लिया।
India, the largest democracy in the world, is still struggling to match globally accepted benchmarks of gender equality and gender equity, especially in its workforce. And while, with changing times, India has been producing increasing number of women role models, there exist pockets of exclusion that struggle to make the transition from the old to the new.
If you look at macro data, the workforce participation of women in India is only about 27%. Women in India contribute only 17% to the GDP.
औरतों का आगे बढ़ना बड़ा मुश्किल है जी। जिस जगह से हम आते हैं वहाँ महिलाएं या तो घरों में काम करती है या फिर खेतों में।
But it is under such struggles that human enterprise finds beautiful expressions. Meet the women of Chandu, who have come together to create a social enterprise that has not just turned them into business owners, but also boasts of products that match the best in the market in taste and in quality. Conceived and executed by Access Development Services and supported by the City Foundation, the New Leaf project seeks to recruit, train and empower 200 women to become business owners in a unique social enterprise that manufactures and markets ready-to-eat savories under its flagship brand Zing and Zest.
गोबर के गोसे बनाते
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to day one of the Livelihoods India Summit hosted by Access and co-hosted by Niti Aayog. I hope you enjoyed the plenary session and the fireside chat deliberations in the morning session. And now, thank you all the speakers, panelists, and Professor Sambhu for joining us for this technical session, unlocking the FPO value proposition, what needs to be done. We have an exciting panel today to discuss on this, and I now request Professor Sambhu Prasad to make a introduction for the session through this presentation that he is going to, sort of present now. Over to you, Professor Sambhu Prasad. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ram, for the opening remarks, and look forward to what seems to be a very promising session on a set of speakers who will be speaking on farmer producer organizations and the way forward. So what I'm going to do is very briefly set the context in terms of where we stand as the government of India has just announced its policy for promoting 10,000 FPOs in the next 5 years. And many of the implementing agencies have started work in trying to set about the implementation tasks. Expressions of interest have gone around for, cluster-based business organizations. So just to get a sense before we introduce our speakers for this panel, so just to get started, in March 2020, a report was brought out by the Azim Premji University, which kind of gave these numbers of about 7,374 producer companies that have been registered since 2002 onwards, a large number of them in the last 4 or 5 years or so. The report, which was of course not covered in the last Livelihoods India conference, but the numbers were similar to the chapter that we had in the soil report last year. So there has been a significant growth in this ecosystem in the last few years. And these numbers are continuing to grow as we've just pulled out some recent figures. So just in terms of the number of farmer producer companies that have been registered from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs website, we seem to have till about March 2020, the number is 8,271. And as you can see, in the last year, 2019 to March 2020, there have been a large number of over 2,414 FPCs that have been registered. This does not include the number of farmer producer organizations that have been registered as cooperatives. We do not have a composite set, but the estimate could be somewhere at least up to 400 plus cooperatives registered largely by NABARD, and in the new scheme also possibly from the NCDC that's going to be involved in promoting FPOs as cooperatives. So you can see a significant growth, and it's around this optimism that the next set of 10,000 FPOs is going to be built. In terms of the geographical spread of these FPOs, a large number of them has been from Maharashtra. So if we talked of what happened possibly 5 years back, Madhya Pradesh would have been at the leading, in the story of FPOs. But the geography is shifting from Madhya Pradesh to Maharashtra, UP, Tamil Nadu, and so on. A significant challenge has been in terms of, providing credit. And I think a recent study that came out from Caspian along with GIZ had indicated that potentially out of these large number of FPCs, if you take about 3,850, which are distributed across categories, while their average credit requirement is, of this nature, the total amount of credit that's going to the FPOs continues to remain a challenge. 3 big players, NABKisan alone seems to have done or provided credit to 550 plus FPOs in the last 4 years, and Samunati and Ananya coming close by from the NBFC's kind of situation. So there's a lot that needs to happen in terms of providing credit. And What we also have had is the indication of 5 different organizations. One is the NRLM based outfit in collaboration with the Tata Trust, which might be promoting 100 FPOs. NABARD has a plan for 6,000 in about 5 years, and 600 have been listed for 2020-21. SFAC, the numbers aren't specified on their website. And similarly, a new implementing agency, and we're going to hear much more from Sanjeev Chadda about it. NAFED has now become an important player as well. So essentially what we're talking of is a significant shift in the ecosystem. In terms of market linkages, over 1,000 of them have been onboarded on eNAM. Later, we're going to hear from Aline Mukherjee in the second panel on how NCDX has onboarded close to 246 FPOs, out of which close to 100 have traded at least once in the exchange, and 17 of them have had a repeat kind of order. So this is just a very quick overview of the FPO ecosystem. But amongst all of this, there is a very, very significant challenge. And I think that's something that the ecosystem is likely to face. And that's the need for a large cadre of trained manpower or person power who would be able to provide the inputs required for these member-owned organizations to take on these challenges. So there's still a concern about how many of these 8,000 plus FPOs are still active and running. And with this, these are the kinds of issues that possibly the two panels will be speaking about. And with this, I think we could get started with, is that okay, with the introduction of this panel? So we have today with us a very, so there are two panels that are going to be followed now. The first one is going to be moderated by Sri Pravesh Sharma, and the second one, I will be moderating it. The themes are slightly different. As we said, the main purpose of the discussion, the background is in terms of the new plans of the Government of India to set up 10,000 FPOs. So we need to look at the kind of challenges that may impede their future growth and sustainability. So how do we work towards evolving them into viable business models and develop an enabling ecosystem within which these FPOs can flourish? So the session will bring together senior level policymakers and practitioners to discuss the policy environment in which FPOs operate, identify the constraints, and look at the opportunities to leverage in favor of the FPOs. We are very fortunate to have with us Sri Pravesh Sharma, who is very much behind the FPO movement. He served as the managing director of the Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium in the period 2010 to 2015, incubating many of these FPOs and providing the ecosystem which enabled the scaling up through other kinds of organizations. And this was started by registering about 1,000 FPOs across the country. Sri Pravesh Sharma currently is the CEO of Kamatan Farm Tech Private Limited that works on building inclusive and sustainable agricultural value chains. He's also the founder and chairs the steering committee of the National Association for Farmer Producer Organizations, or NAFPO. He's a former 1982 batch IAS officer with extremely rich experience in the agricultural sector. He took voluntary retirement after 34 years of service. And in his long association with the sector, he served as the Secretary Agriculture in the government of Madhya Pradesh, also probably around the time when the DPIP program was in place. He's been India's representative at the United Nations International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, a visiting fellow at the Princeton University, and many other issues. Pravesh Sharma has written extensively on issues of agriculture, rural development, and related issues in many journals and newspapers. So welcome, Pravesh ji, to the session, and we look forward to your insights. Ram, shall I go ahead and introduce the others as well, or?
Yes, please.
Yeah. We also have today with us Sanjeev Kumar Chadda. Sri Sanjeev Chadda has assumed the charge of the Office of the Managing Director of the National Agricultural Cooperative Marketing Federation of India Limited, better known as NAFED. He's done a master's in zoology and forestry and has a doctorate in zoology. He's worked extensively on issues relating to conservation and sustainable management of natural resources in the state of Odisha and now at the central government at New Delhi. He's worked in several sectors like health, social development, and empowerment of scheduled castes and tribes. He introduced high-tech horticulture in Odisha and extensively worked with small and marginal farmers, introducing new crops like banana, guava, vegetables, etc., apart from strengthening the agri-value chains to increase the returns to farmers. After a brief stint in the Ministry of Defense, he joined NAFED in June 2016 and is striving for the financial turnaround of the organization, building a strong interface with farmers of the country in pulses and oilseed sector. Welcome Sanjeev ji to the panel. We also have Arindam Datta, who's very well known to the Livelihoods India conferences in the past. Arindam has been working for Rabobank for the last 14 years and has over 28 years of experience in rural finance, cooperatives, microfinance, and agribusiness banking. As the executive director and the head of the rural and development banking or advisory at Rabobank, Arindam is responsible for the sustainability banking initiatives on knowledge, risk management, and business development. He also oversees the Rabo Foundation projects in blended finance, technology or innovation, and access to finance in the agriculture sector. Arindam was passionate about following the agtech developments and its significance for smallholder farmers. He previously worked with NABARD, IDBI Bank, and CARE. Arindam is a mathematics honors graduate from St. Stephen's and an MBA with a specialization in finance and strategy from IIM Kozhikode. Arindam's work is recognized and he's been honored with the India Sustainable Leadership Award at the India Sustainability Leadership Summit in 2017. He's an independent director of NAP Kisan Finance Limited and observer on the board of AgroStar, India's largest agtech company, the advisory member of Climate Smart Agri 100 of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. He's a member of the FICCI Task Force on Agtech and a member of the National Advisory Committee on the Produce Fund for FPO set up by NABARD. We are also privileged to have Ashish Mondal. Ashish is the founder director of the Action for Social Advancement. He has a post-graduation in rural development and has also completed higher studies overseas. His major work experience of 3 decades includes developments of livelihoods for smallholders through NRM or natural resource management, including sustainable agriculture and promotion of smallholders organizations for agribusiness. He has served or is serving as a member in various advisory committees and governing bodies of the government, national and international agencies, including the National Advisory Council of India from 2012 to 14, around the time when the guidelines for the FPOs were released. He has significant consulting experience with multilateral or bilateral organizations. He has co-authored a book, Monitoring for Outcomes in Community-Driven Projects, published by the World Bank in 2007. I think we also have Kuldeep Solanki, who's the CEO of the Gujpro Federation here. Kuldeep is a good friend and well known in many of the FPO circles. With these few words of introduction, I will now hand over to Sri Pravesh Sharma for taking this session forward. We look forward to welcoming you all virtually at the summit and to a very exciting session this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to all the distinguished panelists and all the participants who are joining into this panel. A very, I would say, key theme, a theme very dear to my own heart, and I know a theme which is very dear to the heart of this very distinguished panel. In fact, when I saw the constitution of this panel, I thought this is perhaps one of the most eminent group of people to speak on this subject. And my own role is really to play the role of a timekeeper, because I'd really like to give enough space to the highly, I think, experienced and knowledgeable people on this panel. And one request that I made of them, which I must share with all of you, that they very kindly and immediately agreed to, is that this panel will be less about decorating a kind of policy Christmas tree of what we would like to see in the FPO space. Rather, this panel will talk about how we can achieve the many desirable things that all of us, not just on this panel, but I'm sure everybody who's plugged into this session and people who are participating in this conference, they'd like to see. I think there is no need for me to make any opening statement. All the panelists are very well known and distinguished people in their own spaces. And I have requested each of them to focus on one theme. So I have requested Sanjeev to focus on the market linkage aspect. I have requested Arindam to focus on the financial and the capital access theme. I requested Ashish Mandal to focus on the human resource needs and the skilling challenge before FPOs. And my friend Kuldeep will throw light on how do we get FPOs integrated into value chains. Each of these people I have requested to focus on this particular theme because of the immense amount of work and experience and knowledge that they hold in these areas. So I'm just going to step aside. I'm very, I think, grateful to the organizers, because they have, for the first time in recent times that I've been on many of these seminars, each panelist will get 15 minutes at the outset to make their remarks, which I believe is a fair time given the kind of knowledge on this panel. So I will simply just alert you at around 13 minutes to let you know that you have only around 2 minutes left. And my colleague Anisha from NAFPO will be collating a lot of the questions which are being received on the through the Zoom chat link. And I will then, in the last 15-20 minutes, pick up maybe 1 or 2 questions for each panelist from among the participants' questions, so that they also have a feeling of involvement. So thank you again, Livelihoods India, and thank you again to this distinguished panel for coming in. And Arindam, I'm going to start with you and request you if you could lead off and talk about your thoughts on how greater access to capital and investments can be achieved given the current scenario for FPOs. So over to you.
Thank you, Praveshji. Thank you. And thanks to the organizers for inviting me to be a part of the panel. Now, I will talk of FPCs in particular, that's the farmer producer companies, which is the for-profit entities which has been set up on a cooperative mode, and discuss about the different pools of capital they can access or not access, and what are the main challenges they face, and what's the possible way out. Now, firstly, FPCs, which is a business unit and it's a business entity, they need capital to do the business. The two essential businesses they need to do to justify their existence, to get the loyalty of the members, are A, to be able to provide quality inputs, that's buying in bulk at a discount for the members. And second is the ability to be able to sell their produce. That means aggregation, which means paying of the farmers at the right time. And it could also mean storage of the produce for primary or secondary processing in some cases. This requires capital. Now, as we know, if we look at the financial statements of the FPCs, they are very thinly capitalized. Their capital is limited to the contributions made by the member farmers, which is limited. And if you look at the way the banks look at any kind of financing decisions, especially for the MSME sector, for the small ticket size loans to small enterprises, they look at the capitalization level, they look at the track record, and they look at the governance, the management, and 3 years of financial statements which needs to be audited. So financial institutions, they look at financial parameters and non-financial parameters to be able to provide any kind of banking facilities. Now, this is where there is a major challenge in the cooperative structure per se, because in the initial years, they are thinly capitalized. If you look at the development of the cooperative sector across the world, we have very strong cooperatives in Western Europe. In the agriculture sector, they took anything between 15 to 20 years to mature, to be able to do their business with the internal capital that they accrued from the members. And it was only after that that the leverage from the external financial institutions started. But in the Indian context, the FPCs mostly constitute of smallholder farmers, and there's a limited amount of capital which can be mobilized internally. So the first thing that needs to be done is to enhance the capital base. Now, how does one do that? There are instruments available, and what I hear is apex institutions like NABARD is in the process of setting up what's called the subordinate debt. This is a long-term debt which is treated as quasi-capital by the banking institutions. And when a bank provides a short-term liquidity to the FPCs, they treat it as capital which will protect their loans. So that's one, which is an absolute necessity. The second is, with the limited capital that any FPC has, they need to demonstrate their ability to do business. That is, they need to showcase the track record for 1, 2, or 4 seasons to any potential financing institution that they have the ability to borrow and to use it for business purpose, and to be able to have the cash flows necessary to be able to repay. I will not get into the management and governance issues, which are a must. All the legal compliances needs to be in place, because if any of the compliance are not in place, it's a red flag for a banking institution. Now, what is happening in the Indian financing scenario for FPCs, I would say that it's not too bad, because we have had a few leading non-bank finance companies, not the mainstream banks, who have taken the lead so far as financing is concerned. When I talk, I'll take some names. I'm talking of NAP Kisan, which I think is the leader today so far as the total exposure and the number of FPCs they have reached out to. I think the number is almost near 300. Samunati, which is doing stellar work in the agriculture sector, has a very good exposure to the FPC sector, and they also provide a lot of very key advisory services on financial literacy. And then we have institutions like Ananya and Avanti also, who are increasing their exposure to the FPC sector. Now, NBFCs are better placed today to take a call or to take an exposure to the FPC sector, because they can do what's called cash flow based financing, when they do not rely much on the inherent security or the capital of the organization, but they look at the cash flows of the FPC. They look at the development sector players who are handholding the FPCs, and they get comfort with that, and they are able to provide dosage of finance to the FPCs. Now, the way that the progression that I foresee in the Indian market will be that ultimately, when FPCs reach a certain scale, they would require what's called banking services, because credit is just one requirement. They'll require transaction services banking payment services, they'll require a lot of liability services. And that's when the graduation will happen. So I think the way it's going to happen, it will start with credit first, and then it will evolve to the other banking products, which is a must for any evolving business. The other thing which could come in the Indian market, there's very little evidence of it happening in India, is what's called blended finance products and solutions. This is where commercial and non-commercial money blends together to be able to target a certain segment which makes a huge impact to society. So if there is any way of blending the so-called CSR or soft money onshore, domestically available, and if that can mingle with the commercial money, that would give a lot of comfort because it will take a lot of risk away from the financing institution. However, having said that, it's very difficult to mingle a soft and commercial money in India because of a lot of legal restrictions. So far, we have not seen the right kind of model, and this is what happens internationally in the agriculture sector, in the education sector, and in the health sector. But in India, it's still very nascent, and very few blended finance transactions onshore has been done. The other aspect which could help the FPC a lot is to digitize their operations. Now, why is that important from a financing perspective? Once a FPC digitizes the farmer base, the land records, and the transactions, both on the input and output side, now that provides very credible evidence to the financing institutions to be able to take a credit view or a call on the financial institutions, which could be limited to a certain percentage of the business that they have demonstrated that they have done successfully. Now, that's why digitization is extremely important, not only of the members, but all the business transactions that happens between the members and the FPC with the different market players. Needless to say, I will not dwell upon that much, is that the market linkages. Other esteemed speakers will speak about that, but the banks or the financing institutions will always look at the cash flows. So where the FPC and the member farmers are going to sell the produce is the most critical piece that the banking institutions would look at. So the more established the the marketing channels are, and if they get orders which can be executed by the FPC, then the financing institutions would feel a lot more comfortable. And the third option that the FPCs have, and that is ramping up now thanks to players like Arya Collateral and others, is post-harvest financing. That is, if the FPC has the ability to be able to store the commodity, then warehouse receipt financing at the FPC level has started happening. And that essentially means the availability of infrastructure, of credible warehouse managers and banking institutions working in tandem, because the banks are very happy to do that because they have a security against which they can finance. The other piece which will evolve over a period of time, it's already started happening in the dairy FPCs, in the poultry FPCs, is financing to the member farmers through the FPC, or providing a bulk loan to the FPC, which is retailed out to the members. It will happen for certain products based FPC, where it's easier to monitor, where the interaction between the members and the cooperative is far stronger. But we are already seeing some traction happening in the Indian market on these kind of financing. The government of India has come out with a lot of support, even on the financing side. We all know about the guarantees which were run out by SFSC, the NABARD guarantees available to its subsidiaries. And there is a plan to roll out more guarantees and more specialized kind of financing support for the FPCs. They are yet to be announced, but I'm sure they'll be announced sometime in the middle of this year, and that would give a major boost. Now, having said that, the major concern that remains is financial literacy at the FPC level, as to what makes a FPC not only viable but bankable. There is always a difference between a business being viable and a business being bankable. I think this is where institutions like Samunati is doing a lot of work, but a lot of financial literacy needs to be done to the management of the FPC on how to become bankable, how to pitch to bankers. There's a lot of work which needs to be done on the demand side. We often don't talk about that. The second piece, which is extremely important, is to distinguish between quality and quantity. In India, let's all admit it, to some extent, FPC, the formation of FPC, we hear big numbers, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 FPCs to come up. Now, we do not talk about quality parameters of these FPCs. It's very, very important that we also as a sector, we kind of follow the development of the entire FPC movement on quality parameters, not only on quantity parameters. And then we will see that whether the quality FPCs have access to financial institutions and banking products or not. My sense is all the FPCs, or at least most of the FPCs, which are good on the quality parameters in terms of not only management and governance, but also on the financial and business parameters, will already be getting some kind of banking support or financing support from Indian NBFCs or some of the banks which have made their forays. So the main takeaway is try to increase capitalization. Do not pay dividends for the first few years, even if you make a profit, is retain the dividend to increase your capital base. Let's wait for the subordinate debt structures to come into place, which is the quasi-capital. And third is the FPCs need to work with the technology companies to be able to digitize their records, digitize their business, so that provides very credible information for the financing institutions. And from the supply side, I think we do have 4 or 5 leading NBFCs who are front runners in financing of the FPCs. And the banks always come in late. If we saw that in the microfinance sector also, or in the other difficult sectors in India so far as financing is concerned, banks will follow. They need to see a track record and they need to see scale. It's very difficult for a bank to do a 50 lakh transactions for 10 FPCs where they do not see scale of doing 200 crores or 500 crores in the next 3 to 4 years. They will come in once they see that, yes, the entire FPC movement is going a qualitative change in the right direction. Praveshji, I think I will give back some time to the other panelists. I've finished for the time being. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Arindam. That was such an excellent and outstanding, illumination of the landscape, and I couldn't have expected a better opening to this session. And thank you so much for digging deep into all your experience and knowledge. I think these 12 points which I have noted down, I think they really form the bedrock or the framework, I think, which is like a roadmap going forward. So thank you so much, Arindam, and really appreciate your keeping to the time and in fact letting go of 2 minutes of your very eligible slot, but outstanding. Thank you so much for these views. Sanjeev, I'm going to request you to come in. You are a new entrant, but a very powerful entrant into the whole FPC space. Some people have been jokingly telling me that NAFED has, gate crashed into the FPO party, a space which was hitherto rather, at least in the government space, so far confined to SFAC and NABARD. So NAFED is this, new interloper. I'm sure you bring the energy that you are known for, and we'd like to hear from you on market linkage issues, especially the kind of model that NAFED is building on. So your time starts right now.
Thank you very much, sir. We started working in FPC space under your leadership, sir. You remember? So when I was working in Odisha. So a lot of learnings we brought, sir, when I joined here in NAFED. So we had a mixed experience in creation and management of FPOs there. So as you rightly said, we had to gate crash because we were not declared as the implementing agency. Now we are also one of the additional implementing agencies for creating more FPOs. So I'm very happy to inform you that first 5 FPOs which have been registered so far in this 10,000 category, they have been done by us. And another 50 are ready to be registered by this month. But we are not going by numbers. Other agencies have been allocated 500,000 FPOs. So we will restrict ourselves to 150 to 200 quality FPOs and we'll work with them. Now coming to the topic, sir, which has been assigned to us. So I'll just take 2 minutes to tell that what we are doing. We are focusing on creating more FPOs and bridge the gaps which are earlier we had in release of equities, handholding of FPOs, preparation of business plans, how to help them. So that working in that direction, we have acquired an organization called FIFA, Federation of Indian FPOs and Aggregators. So we have right now around 500 members. So we have prepared a document of all the schemes of Government of India where FPOs can take advantage and how to take advantage. That we have done with them, and we are handholding them in preparation of business plans. Every Saturday I speak to them. We have a webinar where around 150 to 200 FPOs join. We call one entrepreneur who has a startup, successful startup, to transfer of technology to the FPOs. So that is one part. Second is we work on policy issues and answer their questions and handhold them. So that is a weekly interaction which we have with the FPOs from NAFED side. That we are doing. We are working very closely with the FPOs in implementation of schemes on infrastructure like logistics, warehousing. Any FPO wants to create a warehousing infrastructure, we partner with them. We prepare their DPR and then pose it to the banks for agri infrastructure fund funding. Get it implemented in partnership with CWC. We have signed a broad MOU with CWC, and we take over the management of this warehouse because FPOs will not have that kind of expertise. And then we also invest wherever required. If FPO needs, we also invest. Otherwise, they invest and they get the business out of it, and income also goes to them. Then we are working very closely on creating primary processing infrastructure wherever required. We have done first 5 FPOs. They are honey FPOs, and honey cleaning, purification, treatment, all those plants under MSME and other schemes that we are setting up, their DPRs are ready. So that how funding support they will get, that we are ensuring from our side. And we are partnering with them. Now coming to management, sir, and market linkage. I'm very happy to inform the audience here that NAFED, in a big way, we are setting up, expanding our retail space now. We are looking at around 500 retail stores all over India in coming 6 months. Right now, we have around 40-50 stores. So what we propose to do is that we map the FPOs in the country where whosoever needs market linkage, we even sign price assurance agreement with them, whether it is lesser crops like millets and all, where normally they don't get price realization. So there we ensure that price realization is there, and we buy B2B and B2C space. We do that marketing from NAFED side, and we are willing to invest over 100 crores in this space. That we have already started. Coming to value addition, as I said, wherever value addition is required, the DPRs we are preparing and we are partnering with them, and we are providing them, whether it is organic space or inorganic space, we are helping them in market linkage through our retails and through the retail networks which NAFED has set up so far. Now coming to infrastructure, I am very happy to inform that we have recently partnered with a group of around 30 FPOs in Maharashtra, where we are setting up small onion storage structures. So all the farmers, we are buying onion from them, and through FPOs, we are going to buy around 300 crores worth of onions in the coming Rabi season now. So large number of FPOs, over 100 FPOs are working with us in this space. So first of its kind project we implemented with Maha HPC with a cost of around 25 crores, where we are setting up 25 clusters of 1,000 metric ton capacity each, where clusters of FPOs are partnering with us. So there we have invested money, FPOs have invested money. So first time this kind of project we have done in India. Now coming to other market linkages which we and business creation. Over 1,200 crores worth of pulses we have bought through FPOs. In the coming season now, tur procurement is going to start. Chana will come in Rabi. So we are going to do 500 to 600 crores worth of procurement through FPOs in Maharashtra right now. That is already sanctioned. Farmers are registered. It's going to start. As Arindam rightly said, everything is on the digital space and it's transparent. Money is going to be paid into the bank accounts of the farmers. So that is another intervention which we are making. Along with this, onion, 300 crores we are going to buy for Government of India through the FPOs. One recent thing which we have done is seed production of onion through FPOs. We are doing quality seed in the NAFED brand we are going to do. And that we are going to even export to, already got order from Bangladesh for export also. That we are going to sell in market. And base price, we have already 500 rupees per kg. We have announced already, signed an agreement with the growers and FPOs, tripartite agreement we have signed. And after the sale is done, whatever profit comes, we'll share with the FPOs over and above that. So that kind of agreement we have done. So this is another, I think, activity which we have added to our FPO ecosystem. Now, honey, as I said, we are buying whole volume of honey from the FPOs and giving them a price, better price, no middleman is there. So that is another intervention which we have done. Same thing, millets. In a big way, we are launching our millet products in the NAFED brand. And for B2B, we are also going to buy millets in the coming season. Apples we have bought from, and we have created FPOs in Kashmir for the first time. And they are going to be part of the apple ecosystem now. So all temperate fruits we are going to cover in Uttarakhand and Himachal also. One more thing which we have started as a pilot, we are working with Ashish and his organization, where we are setting up mandi outside the APMC ecosystem. Ashish is going to be the first one in Madhya Pradesh. We set up a mandi where we have basic infrastructure already set up, and they will add the sorting, grading, and pre-cooling for the fresh produce. And this will be, mandi will be managed by FPOs only. NAFED will have a very small stake of 15 to 20%. We have set up through NEML a transparent platform where all buyers will be onboarded, and the sellers can also come and transparent whatever is envisaged in the ENAM, that will be a smaller ENAM which we'll be setting up. And we propose to set up 100 such mandis, and whatever infrastructure is required, that will be created out of the funds from Agri Infrastructure Fund, and gap wherever required we will fill in. We have earmarked around 40-50 crores for this kind of investment. One infrastructure which we have started yesterday in Vashi in Mumbai. So there's around 10,000 square feet the area which we have created, where grading, sorting, cleaning facility has been done. We have signed an MOU with one of the FPOs who will run that infrastructure. And I'm very happy to inform you, over 100 FPOs have already shown their interest, who from Maharashtra and neighboring state of Gujarat, who will use this facility. They will do sorting, grading, and packing there. And pre-cooling facility is also being added. So they will cater to the Mumbai market in the organized retail as well as disorganized, unorganized retail. So that is another facility, and is a user pay model. They will pay 20 paisa, 50 paisa per kg to the FPO who will run that infrastructure. So these are some of the infrastructure, some of the initiatives which we have started. I think we are trying to do whatever little we can in this because the requirement is huge. And as Arindam has rightly said, we as a national organization, we have to play a very important role in linking these FPOs to the financial institutions, credible financial institutions, where the FPOs can access their funds and create infrastructure, add value. So whatever was envisaged in the laws agri laws which were passed by the government. So I think outside APMC ecosystem, if we add value, so that NAFED, we have started a very small country will need more than 20,000, 30,000 such mandis, but we are going to set up around 100. That's what we have proposed. So we are closely working with all the FPO friends. So I would say that whether we have created those FPOs or they are past FPCs which were created under previous scheme, we are willing to help them because we have our market network available. And if they need to understand about the government schemes and all and planning of the business, we can always offer our services to them. I think I'll stop here and wait for save 2-3 minutes for further interaction.
It's almost unnerving to be presiding over such a disciplined panel. I mean, so much, so much
12 minutes
material, and yet everybody is so disciplined. Thank you so much, Sanjeev. That's really an excellent overview, and congratulations for a latecomer. You have really set a very scorching pace, and really some very interesting and I think very far-reaching impact. Some of your initiatives definitely are going to have. What is important is that national agency is recognizing that it must play a lead role. The whole logic of investing government and basically which is public money. It's not government money, it's public money because the government is the trustee or the custodian of public money. And if it is going into infrastructure or capacity, which is likely to lead to more economic activities, employment generation, I think this is exactly the role of a public agency. So well done, and thank you so much for these.
We are also partnering with Gujpro. He will also speak and tell you. We are setting up a mandi in partnership with them, and another project where we are going to participate equity also there. Sir. So we are trying to do from our side whatever we can. Thank you, sir.
I may have a couple of questions on what you said in the last session, but thank you very much again for these excellent comments. I'm going to request Ashish now to please come in, and of course you are welcome also to refer to the partnership that Sanjeev said. But initially, if you could focus more on our agreed theme of the HR challenge and the skilling challenge, because to unlock all these wonderful ideas which are floating around, or to tap into the many streams of finance that Arindam pointed out, I think the capacity of the FPC is critical. So your thoughts, over to you, Ashish.
Thank you, sir. And I promise to be a disciplined panelist, so you need not worry on that count. Thank you, Access Development Services, Bipin and his team for inviting me in this forum. And also congratulations to them. They have been conducting this livelihood forum year after year so successfully, and people actually, look forward to hear this the deliberations of this event. About these HR challenges that you want me to talk about, sir. I mean, frankly speaking, I mean, I no longer think it's a challenge. I used to think about it. I used to talk a lot about that, this HR challenge is going to be huge, etc., etc. But I no longer think so because what actually gives me the confidence of saying so, because what the businesses that the FPOs they do, they are all established set supply chain standard procedures available in the market. So you really don't have to create a new system of doing business. This is I'm talking about that outside the domain of the FPO. The problem could be inside the domain of FPO because the business processes are probably still not standardized, and therefore we all the time struggle with those operational issues, and we try to throw our hand and say that, oh wow, this is such a complicated thing to do. But I think these are the initial hiccups. I would call them initial hiccups. All these internal processes, the business processes inside the FPO will also settle down, and they will be kind of easy thing, the way that any businesses they have it over a period of time. Now coming to the HR, the kind of requirements for HR at the FPO level. Sir, as you know that, I have been talking about it for a long time, and I really still don't believe that the people who have set up this FPO, that means the farmers, the smallholders, they will ever be able to run the business on their own. I don't believe that. I look at them as the shareholders, and I consider them a good monitor of their own money. If they monitor their money, they monitor their business, or they can govern their business, a kind of a board control business, what you call. I would be more than happy. I really do not want them, or I do not even expect them to learn the nitty-gritties of how to do business, or doing the marketing or processing, because it will be difficult for them to do it given the circumstances. So the capacity building of the governing board is therefore that how do I build their capacity so that they govern their business, they monitor their money well. And this is not very difficult to do, as we NGO Balas have been doing it for ages. And frankly speaking, we know that how to do it, because you need an open mind, and you also need to see that it should be a people's controlled business. I think it is not difficult to do it, and all of us are probably quite geared up to do that part. Now then you come to the next level, at the executive function level of the FPO. There, of course, you need few people whom we call, at the moment, like the professionals who would be sitting at a CEO or doing business. The expectation is very high, and we think that there must be a professional to do that. That is largely because, as I said, the business processes are still not standardized. The digital space is not available. The softwares are not available. The quality control mechanisms, the financial transactions mechanisms, all of them are basically is done in such a manner at the moment that people get scared about it, and therefore they think this can be only done by a very highly qualified professional. I think that's just a myth. It's a kind of it's coming out of their fear. You just have to set the business processes, and you have to standardize it in such a manner that even a local boy and girl can actually handle that part. The real challenge would be actually the HR challenge would be when you are connecting the FPO with the market processes, finances, and other services. There, of course, you need a little qualified and experienced set of professionals. But that is something that I consider that it cannot be a single FPO function, because single FPO will never be able to have those many kind of people by doing few crores of business. And also, let me also put it upfront here that I am not seeing any kind of possibilities of FPOs going beyond 15 to 20 crores worth of business in next 20 years in a small farmers conditions. It will be, if anybody is doing beyond 20 crore turnover in a year, it is a miracle. So to having a 20 crores worth of, that's a maximum, having a 20 crore worth of turnover with a as you know that agribusiness has very thin margin. It will be extremely difficult for an FPO to maintain such a high quality professional staff. So these professionals have to be kind of, I don't know, they have to be, either they come as a service provider, or they have to be rooted with the federation or some kind of structure where these functions can be delivered. So I therefore see that the CBBO structure that has been proposed in the current FPO promotion scheme, I see that the CBBO structure has that potential, because if they, over a period of time, they are a kind of a federation or a kind of a federated structure of 40-50 FPOs, they would probably be able to provide that service, which is above the FPO level. And for that level, the professionals are all available. You really don't have to run a special course for in the universities to teach that business. I mean, what is that skill? I mean, somebody from the financial sector, what additional financial skill that he or she needs to have to do it for the FPO, or even for the processing, or even for the marketing? These are all readily available. You just have to pay money to hire them. And for a single FPO, that will be difficult. So this is how, if we now see that at the FPO level, at the in situ level, you need to look at more at the governance level, skill them for the how to do good governance, and standardize your processes to the extent possible, use the digital space to the extent possible, invest on the softwares and all. I would in fact request the government to invest heavily on the developing those those softwares and make them open source softwares, so that that will help so much for the business processes, standardizing business processes, right? And then the next level, which I think should be at a higher level, but not necessarily with a single FPO, maybe at a federated structure. But I also think that what should also be done at the university level to orient people for taking care of FPO business in our business schools. I think this orientation is absolutely missing. I remember we Asha people, we were advised by a donor to go to a top-notch business school to learn agribusiness. That was about 12 years ago. And we were, all these 5 days, we were told how to sell a scooter or a budget or a car. I think that needs to change. So our business schools should actually start orienting their people that how to handle the smallholders business, the nitty-gritties of smallholders business, and how to be sensitive. I mean, Arindam talked about the blended finance. The blended finance is not happening in this country because nobody is advocating for blended finance, and because we have not yet really advocated good well enough for blended finance. I mean, now that's why there's so much legal restrictions for blended finance. But we all know that without blended finance, we may not be able to actually solve the financial problems of the financing problems of the FPOs. So this is from my side, sir, as far as that I understood about the HR challenge. And I would stop here and wait for the questions and save your time for probably a better discussions later on.
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you,
sir. Ashish can speak 2 minutes, sir. Time is there, sir, about the experience of working with NAFED, because they are setting up the mandi, sir. 2 minutes we have, sir. If we
okay, let's see, have the time.
Okay, I would like to just I think the NAFED is definitely a and as you said, a great crasher. But NAFED has actually joined this movement with a lot of positivity and what I think they are looking at FPOs, in my understanding, as a business partner. They want to grow with them, and that is something is extremely exciting. So it is not that they want to do charity. They want to grow with the FPOs, and they want to make FPOs as their business partner. This is fabulous, which is probably not the strength with other implementing agencies, because they are not into the direct business, agribusiness. So NAFED has this inherent advantage of holding hands of FPOs and growing them. We have done a very small pilot of about 26,000 quintals of onion procurement with NAFED. That was our first interaction with NAFED. One of our FPOs in Ratlam worked together with NAFED. Extremely good experience. In fact, I mean, ADS, I mean, this Livelihood Summit has adjudged that FPO as the FPO of the year. I mean, they are coming there to receive the award tomorrow. With that we started, and then we explored the other opportunities, and what we, for Sanjeev sir also came forward with the idea that NAFED has an infrastructure in near Ratlam. It's about 40 kilometers towards Ujjain. It's a onion storage structure in 3.5 acres of land. And we are now, and that particular area, Professor, as you also know, that area is actually full of vegetables and also fruits. I'm talking about Ratlam, Ujjain, that area. And we have found out that about, thousands of vegetables are from that area. And as you know, the fruits and vegetable mandis are not very efficient. So what we trying to do, we are trying to create a fruits and vegetables mandi jointly with NAFED. 4 of our FPOs will be there. There is a consulting, basically a management organization. Plowman will be the kind of managing this, the show, and the NAFED is also a stakeholder in that. We will be using the digital space for the e-auctions and all, but there will be also physical trading from that mandi. We are all set to start this. Maybe in another month's time, we will be able to, announce it. With the blessings of all yours, I think we look for a great beginning in that area. Maybe this will work as a model.
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you for that little supplement. This has been very encouraging, and I'm absolutely both amazed and delighted that each of you has focused on the how, some actual examples or actual pathways to get to the goal, either of increased access to finance, increased access to markets. You have talked about some interesting ideas on management and addressing the HR needs of FPOs. Thank you again for your inputs. I'm going to finally Kuldeep Solanki of Guj Pro, and Kuldeep has been doing some very amazing work on the value addition side. Guj Pro, as many of you know, is a consortium of FPOs formed, in fact, by around 70 FPOs in Gujarat. So I'm going to request Kuldeep to please share his thoughts.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Access Development Services team, for giving me an opportunity to participate in this eminent and highly experienced panel with panel members. So my discussion on value proposition for FPOs would mainly relate to the transition between FPOs and farmers and FPOs and buyers. So this will cover the value chain aspect also. So when we speak about value proposition for FPOs, we need to ask these basic questions like how FPOs are working differently than its competitors or other traditional value chain players, or what is unique in its approach which gives the FPOs an edge over other value chain players in the same role. And the other question is, why would a farmer want to buy or sell to an FPO rather than take the services of other traditional value chain players? And the third is, why would the buyer want to buy from an FPO rather than other suppliers or traditional value chain players? So actually, when we talk about the transaction between FPOs and farmers, 3 important principles needs to be followed, like kind of need to be strengthened. Rather, we can say market principle. That is, one is trust. So FPO should be able to farmers should be able to relate themselves with the FPO and the people running the FPOs, and there should be a kind of trust between the when the farmer goes to an FPO to sell its produce or to buy certain produce from the agri process. There should be a factor that it should not be cheated when it buys or sells to any party as such. There should be an assurance that the farmer will receive a fair price when it sells to an FPO, and receive payment timely, because in our experience too, what we have experienced is this kind of trust is built over time when there is regular transaction between a farmer and the FPO. Some very well functioning FPOs and we could say as model FPOs which had very high patronage with its member farmers had to face a setback because of a wrong transaction in which the payment was delayed by more than a month or so. So it is difficult to again come back to its build the same kind of trust with the farmers. So this trust builds over time. And the other part is farmers are the primary investors in FPO. The trust in the FPO will give confidence to farmers to increase their investment in the company, and this will help the FPO to increase their scale and scope of work. When I say about investment, it is not just monetary or increasing the equity contribution of the farmer in the FPO. The investment could also be in terms of pooling the resources of the farmers, like for example, say assets. So we have some FPOs which have actually leased the assets, means the land of the farmer to set up processing facilities. Or whenever we approach an FPO, that such kind of opportunities there where we can set up an agri infrastructure in the form of processing unit or warehouse. The first thing that comes to an FPO is they communicate with us that we can approach our farmers and take their land or lease out their land for setting up such infrastructure. So one model is that it could be leased and the farmer could earn lease income, or in fact, there could also be a partnership in which there should be a profit sharing with that particular farmer. The other form of pooling resources is withheld payment, which will help in improving the working capital cycle of the FPO and achieve higher volume of business. This is a practice with traditional cooperatives like in sugar, in milk and other forms of cooperatives. This kind of pooling withheld payment is not much seen in the FPO segment currently. But obviously, as Ashish ji said, this is things are settling down and slowly things will start happening. Okay, because the kind of processes are set, market process and all that. So in this way, withheld payment, which is very prominent in sugar and milk sector, similar could be implemented with other commodities also. And there are other models will be like immediate payment to the farmers, part payment, which we will discuss later in this presentation. The second important principle, reliability. Like I will give you an example, like a farmer goes to an APMC market to sell his or her produce and is confident that it is sold no matter what kind of quality he has. There may be inhibition in the farmer or dissatisfaction on the price he may receive, but one thing is sure that there is surety that the produce whatever he brings goes to the market, it will be sold in the market. In the current context, if we look at on the FPO side, the most difficult part is output marketing, which means establishing market linkages for an FPO. So this has remained the most difficult part in terms of getting remunerative prices for the farmers. However, in the current last 1 to 2 years, things have started changing as more and more intermediary agencies and even corporates are coming forward and communicating with the markets to buy their produce. But this has always remained a gray area for the FPOs. And the other part is like the FPOs, they might have 1,000 membership base, but they are able to hardly transact around 100 metric tons. That is around 50 to 100 farmers. And also some of the FPOs are not buying all quality of products. For example, in our case, when we say about groundnut, there are different varieties of groundnut and different qualities of groundnut. So we buy only specific variety and specific quality of groundnuts. That leaves large part of our FPOs not doing business with our company. So in a way, we can say that whenever an FPO establishes a procurement center or deals with agri commodities, it should be capable of buying all kind of produce of the farmers, and they should have a wide or large buyer base, which they can sell all qualities of their products. So the farmers should have a sense of reliability that whenever they go to the FPO, they should be able to sell their produce to the FPO at a proper or a reliable, fair price to them. So that reliability component needs to be incorporated. Even there is experience with some of the FPOs that they set up this agri input store, But when the farmers come, most of the things are not available with them. So they automatically go to other stores or other agri-input dealers and buy their produce. So that reliability components needs to be strengthened and built within the FPO in order to transact more. And the third is accessibility. The general observation: a small farmer would not like to go to distant market to sell their produce if they have access to market within their village or in close proximity to their village. Hence, farm gate procurement and procurement through village or cluster-based collection procurement centers will help develop the aggregation and storage facilities capability of the FPO. This part is very important because with the experience of most of the FPOs, farm gate procurement and procurement centers, they are started to receive very good response in that sense. And while designing an FPO also, this needs to be taken care of. Like, for example, the FPO should direct energy and resources in limited area will create more impact than working at a large block. So sometimes what happens is we design FPO such that it covers the whole block, but the energy and the resources get diverted in a scattered area. So there are several models which are very successful in which they form these FPO and work in a limited cluster of 5 to 10 villages, and same kind of business could be created in these villages. Now talking about the FPOs and buyer front. To create value proposition for buyers and consumers, FPOs need to focus on its strength. That is, structurally, if we talk about FPOs, it could be explained as control over production and quality and control over supply, that is quantity and product basket. If we talk about traders and brokers, other value chain, supply chain players, they do not have control over the production quality in terms of they buy and sell whatever is available, what is brought to them in the market. Whereas in the case of FPOs, they could meet the demand of the market. Like FPOs are in a unique position to control production by providing market demanded kind of products in the sense that they can give the seeds, specific variety of seeds for sowing, which is demanded in the market, quality input materials, and effective extension services. This could also assume the form of contract farming in which FPOs are in a better of position to execute it with its member farmers, the contract farming arrangements. The quality of output could be in terms of, if I give you some examples, it could be in terms of high oil content oilseeds, because the oil industry would demand, prefer oilseeds which are high in oil content, for example, 54%, 55%. So there are seed varieties which are available in the market from agriculture universities and which are high oil content. So with prior contracts and arrangement with the oilseed companies, the FPOs could enter into a contract arrangement with farmers for production of such oilseeds. In that way, they can get premium prices. Similarly, high oleic acid seed varieties are also available, and there is demand in export markets. So such kind of, they're in a position to produce those also. Paddy with specific aroma, wheat with high glucose content, non-pesticide or residue-free pulses and spices, organic produce, you name it. That could be, these are the strength areas of FPOs which it needs to focus on for scaling of their operations. Certain buyers may demand traceability, which could well be managed by the FPO in this case. In context of marketing and sale, ensuring supply of product around the year is challenging for the FPO, because what we have observed is we receive demand around the year. For example, Reliance may say in the current, we require wheat, so for example, 100 tons in the month of December. In the month of December, none of the FPOs had such wheat, or may demand paddy at a later stage after harvesting. So this has always remained a gray area, how FPO could achieve that. This is because of kind of capital constraint, access to scientific storage facilities, certain areas, and market know-how. Capitalizing on the trust of farmers, FPOs can pool their production to achieve economies of scale, which will help them bypass the middleman chain and sell directly to large buyers and corporates. Pooling production from farmers will also give them a competitive edge over traders and marketplaces in their local regions. FPOs can enter into prior supply contracts with large buyers and can convince farmers to stock their produce in the FPO managed local warehouses for better price realization. Like for example, if farmers need immediate cash because they have to fulfill certain debt obligations and other aspects. So if FPOs can have bank tie-ups and 50% of the value of their produce can be directly paid to the farmers, similar to what Arya Collateral and Argos is doing. So this poses a tremendous opportunities for FPOs to engage with market players and supply them round the year. And similarly, if an FPO is into value addition, this model will ensure year-round supply of raw material for their processing activities. So such kind of models could be implemented. And the other part is institutional design and value addition. Like for example, price is a relative thing, means it depends on demand and supply principles. For example, in a particular context, for example, 5,000 rupees or 4,800 rupees for chana per quintal would be a high price. But in the different context, when the prices go above 6,000 rupees, for example, for two also, so these prices would be less. So how to ensure a minimum guaranteed price to a farmer? And this could be achieved only by going at higher level of value additions. Because the thing is that margins are very stressed in trading agriculture commodities. Many FPOs are into trading of agriculture commodities, like aggregating wheat, paddy, other commodities, tur, chana, and supplying to buyers like Reliance, ITC, Olam. But the margins are less. But at the same time, FPOs which are into residue-free cumin production and supplying, they can demand a premium of around 5 to 8 rupees per kg. So that is how value addition at different stage impact value creation. So primary processing of commodities too bears very limited margin for FPOs because of which it generates limited profitability, and because of which profitability cannot be transferred to the farmers. Okay, many FPOs are into primary processing, but the margins are around 1% or 2%. Okay, only if they stock the produce and sell it at a later date when the prices are high, like what Gujarat is doing currently, we get a margin of from 4 to 5% or 6%. Otherwise, if directly trading, the margins are very limited. Higher profitability is achieved when FPOs engage into a higher level of processing, like secondary or tertiary processing. Only then we can guarantee a minimum guaranteed price. To enter into higher level of value addition activities, a federation structure is more appropriate, right? Because when we talk about secondary processing, tertiary processing, the investment may vary from 5 crores to 20 crores or more. So such kind of investment, managing investment for an FPO is difficult. So if done at a federation level, and when it deals with higher volume of commodities, so federation approach is better. And commodity and cluster-based federation can give better results in this sense. And these facilities could also be set up by creating,
Use your time, we have another 2 minutes.
So facilities could also be set up by creating special purpose vehicle to bring in private equity and outside investment, because such high level of investment FPOs and farmers could not manage. And even banks, like in absence of assets, it would be difficult to fund. So special purpose vehicles could also be created. We have recently submitted a proposal to Gujarat government, and we'll be meeting there also. And we will also held a presentation in the industries consortium to present our plan and bring in investment by floating a special purpose vehicle. So we are already moving on that direction. So this is one of the better strategies to scale up on higher level of processing activities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kuldeep. That was such a rich exposition of, and I think you ended on a very tantalizing note. And in fact, you have, almost guessed the first follow-up question which I wanted to pose to Arindam, going back to the core issue of finance. And I'll in fact even come back to you and ask you to speak a little more about this SPV concept that you mentioned at the end. But Arindam, I wanted to take this last bit from Kuldeep's presentation, and that was also my first question to you. You said at the very outset that the weak equity base of the FPC is one of the reasons that the leveraging of finance has been restricted, and we understand that. Now, given that the FPC is not an institution where private equity can come in because there is no exit, what can be, and I'm happy for you to also pick up what Kuldeep said, what could be an alternate source of equity investment for FPCs to build up their capital base to enable them to leverage higher borrowing?
Thanks, Praveshji. I think the most obvious one I had already mentioned that in my presentation is that of subordinate debt. Long-term debt on the books of the FPC, which is treated as equity from a banking perspective. The bank will treat it as equity, though the subordinate debt provider does not have equity rights. It's just a debt, but that needs to be done by a development financing institution, NABARD, etc. They could, front that, and there's already talk of that happening. That is the easiest route to implement today. Somebody who has high risk-taking capabilities. The second could be, while you rightly mentioned, no, non-member can invest directly in the FPC, but what is possible is for the FPC and a private sector player or an investor to set up a separate company for processing, where probably the FPC could limit its financial contribution, but its larger role with what Kuldeep said very eloquently is more on the supply chain control that they possess, their ability to innovate, their ability to produce the goods or the produce or the raw materials as per the requirement of the market, where the financial investor comes in with the capital to be able to do that. So in a way, without putting in really much of capital, the FPC can tremendously increase its uh, ability to build up infrastructure and to access markets to be able to do primary or secondary processing.
Would you like to comment on this idea of government institutions or state governments putting up SPVs for investment? Do you see that as a viable or desirable route? Will that come without strings? And is there a danger of subverting the very independence of FPCs, which was, as you know, the Act was designed to not repeat the sorry experience that the country has seen in cooperatives, where there was capture, of the political and bureaucratic class through the, route of basically, debt and also equity investments.
Thanks for putting me on the spot. I will say no. My answer is it needs to be a strategic investor. It needs to be a financial investor. The government can facilitate that, or it can encourage that by giving some incentives, but it should not be the owner. It should not be a direct participant and a player in such investments.
Very interesting. We'll also hear, views on this in the end. How do FPOs see this? Do FPOs, welcome this, or are they aware that this could also be the sort of Trojan horse, and it could actually, in the long term, lead to a loss of autonomy and independence? But we'll come back to that. Sanjeev, there are a couple of very interesting questions for you from the audience. One is that your plan for integrating with the business operations of FPOs. What's the outreach mechanism? So how does an FPC, which is wanting to work with you, how do they reach out to you? So that's the first question. And the second question is from somebody obviously with an interest in the Northeast. What are your operations or plans for operations in the Northeast? So if you could please take these both one by one.
Sir, as I said in the beginning, that we have set up a separate vertical for interacting with FPOs, handholding them, whether they are cooperative societies or in the company mode. So full team is there. I have got two.
Sorry to interrupt. What is this vertical called?
Federation of Indian FPOs and Aggregators is a separate vertical. It's a company which we have taken over. See, it is led by a CEO who has around 20, 25 years of experience in this space. And I have got two pass outs from IIM Ahmedabad. They are full-time working in this vertical. They interacting with FPOs, starting from their business plan, what linkages they want, and on daily basis we have this system. And then there is a group of 3 to 4 dedicated persons who call them, find out, because weekly we get around 100 queries during our interaction webinar with the FPOs. So if anyone wants to get in touch with us, whether they are part of FIFA or not, so they can get in touch with in our website. They can go send a request. We'll get in touch with them, and whatever assistance in the form of schemes of government, preparation of DPRs, posing before the funding agencies, and then market linkages specifically if they have any products. Suppose we are working with one group of 5 FPOs in Raichur where they are growing millets. So we are having now going to have a pre-assurance agreement, marketing harvesting agreement with them that will assure you this rate. That rate will be minimum, and then we are also going to guide them in basic value addition so that they can get better price. So that we are going to do. Any FPC, any FPO who wants to any assistance from us. No, as I said, in the retail space, we are expanding in a big way. So anybody who wants to place their products or create a brand, co-branding if they want to do, like Kuldeep said, there is a group of FPOs who are going pomegranate. They want to set up a processing plant and a pre-cooling facility, which is going to cost them around 3 to 4 crores. So there also we are going to partner with them. We are willing to invest, handhold, and help them in creating a brand. Now, as you know, sir, we have a set up in Azadpur Mandi, which is the biggest Mandi. So we are providing gratis this facility of linkage to the market, all FPOs who can, we will sell their produce, and whatever Mandi fee we get, we pass it on back to FPOs. 6%, we give it back to them, and transparently sold, and money is transferred to their bank accounts. So this kind of thing we are doing. In case of Northeast, we are already creating FPOs. Now, another thing which we have done is we have strengthened our Guwahati office. So whosoever wants to transport their produce from Northeast, so we are giving them 50% transport subsidy to access the market. So that makes it viable straight away. Whether it is pineapple, kiwi, so there is a scheme called Operation Greens, which NAFED is implementing, where for storage and transport, 50% subsidy, NAFED passes on to the cooperatives or groups or aggregators, whosoever transports the material. So if they are transporting by SpiceJet facility, which is available, Udan, so we are paying 50% straight away to them. Same thing we are going to do for cherry in Kashmir, linking it with Mumbai market or other metros. So for Northeast, we have now a special, my AMD, he was managing director of Neramek. He is heading this vertical of FPOs. So we are giving special focus on products coming up out of Northeast. So we are there. We have started in a small and modest way, but still I think we can expand in these areas.
So then we hope to see NAFED evacuating kiwi from Zero and Dirang districts of Arunachal. I hope, I'm sure you're aware.
No, we are aware. We are working on that, sir. Only thing is, the costing wise, the FPO has to decide. Whatever mandi prices are prevailing here in Delhi, we convey it to them. We are in touch with the deputy commissioners of those districts also. So whenever they find it viable and tell us, so then we are helping them to bring it to Delhi and then market it also in Azadpur market. So that kind of thing we are willing to do it.
That would be a great achievement, because as you know, just these two districts produce more kiwi than what is imported from New Zealand every year.
Yes, sir.
The bulk of this kiwi is not, possible to bring out because of logistic challenges. So this is.
We are there, and 50% logistics cost is taken by government on that. So if anybody is there, sir, whom you can put in touch with us, so we will definitely do it, sir.
Take it up bilaterally.
Yes.
Ashish, if I can come back to you, and you spoke in your first intervention on the need to develop the capacity of the shareholders of an FPC as oversight monitors, right? So that the board and the shareholders are acting as supervisors while professionals or some professional arrangement with and let's say a service provider or a group of service providers, they take care of the day-to-day operational running of the FPC. Now, that many of the FPOs are in remote areas, whether it's Madhya Pradesh or Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha. Let's leave out, let's say, developed parts of the western region or southern region, where perhaps the average literacy rate or the awareness may be higher. How do you see the boards being able to discharge, or even shareholders, farmer shareholders, being able to discharge this function without some form of support or without some access to knowledge bases on how to perform this role?
Well, I mean, very valid question. I mean, I'm presuming that during the period when somebody is helping them, let's say RI or the CBBO, whether it's a 3 years or 5 years, they develop those capacities, instill those qualities among the members, and those who are who have the potential to become the leaders of the FPO. But that said, I also agree with you that that FPO is a kind of it's a lifelong commitment probably for the RI or the CDBO. I'm saying this with the experience that living FPO on their own in whatever stage they are, whether in a nascent stage or in a mature stage, you leave them behind with a certain degree of risk, and that risk can be from this end to that end, be captured by the power structure to get into the all sorts of malpractices. Everything is possible. That really doesn't mean that I'm suggesting that an FPO is a kind of lifelong burden. No, what I'm suggesting that FPO is probably a viable business proposition for two parties. One could be a special purpose vehicle and the FPO. They together. I mean, in this case of NAFED, I'm sure if NAFED finds that FPOs are a good business partner for them, supplying good raw materials of desired quality, uninterruptedly, it makes business sense for even NAFED to invest to ensure that that supply chain is intact and they remain pure to serve the business interest of both the parties. NAFED is very large organization. It's a very large organization. I'm visualizing hundreds and thousands of those kind of NAFEDs with the becoming a kind of a hub of 50, 100 FPOs and a business organization. Each of them is about 2,000 crores worth of small business umbrellas. That is what is probably going to happen. And for that, if government of India, if allows, comes out with some kind of policy suggestions in terms of how the special purpose vehicles will operate, the blended finance, the capital infusions, all of this, some of these questions, if they are handled well, we will be able to see a very good success stories in the Indian small SME kind of business. It will be a thousands and thousands of SMEs, happening in this space. The greatest the strength that the FPOs have, and the more and more the businesses are recognizing it, which Kuldeep said, that their ability to control production, and market will ask more and more such kind of stuff, and therefore you no longer can ignore it. I mean, no longer this 10-15 years down the line, you will not be able to see a mandi space where you put a dher, the way what you call a dher, like everybody is putting their material and there you buy your product. No, I think it will be a separate hip of quality wise hip, and then buyers will go and buy, and that kind of transformation is going to happen in Indian market also. It will be the consumers, they will demand for such kind of stuff over a period of time, of course. So those who realize that potential or able to visualize that potential, they will be coming forward, making investment, join hands with the producers, because they know that if they lose their producers, their supply chain, key actors in their supply chain, they will lose their business. Their business is not going to be sustainable. We are seeing this with certain commodities. Let's say organic cotton. There is a huge demand by the brands, because there is a kind of a commitment for them to convert their entire textile system into a sustainable system. So is with other commodities, but Indian market also will be moving towards that direction.
Thanks so much for your thoughts on this, Ashish. I think that there's much in what you say, but that's presuming that people on the market side are as aware and as ready. So on the FPO side, obviously there is a lot of, and among promoters like you and resource agencies like, let's say SFAC, NABARD, NAFED, there would definitely be keenness to support, but there would be a limit to the bandwidth that each agency can obviously deploy. And given the size of the market, given the size of the challenge, and I think it would be worth repeating the oft quoted statistic that in a country with 14 crore farm households, the largest such in the world, which is likely to stabilize at around 10 crore households even after 20 years, we are still going to be dealing with this challenge.
Absolutely.
And most of you who are younger than me will still be on a, hopefully by then, not on a webinar, but in a physical room. Livelihoods India will be continuing to celebrate its 50th edition, I hope, and many of you will be there. But I hope by that time we'll be talking about some concrete models. So this background really is for my next question to Kuldeep. Kuldeep was among the first of those who came forward to set up the Federation of FPOs when I had the privilege of leading SFAC. Ashish was there in Madhya Pradesh, and both Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat came forward and set up these consortiums, which is like a federation of FPOs. But Kuldeep, almost now 7 years down the road, 7-8 years down the road, I think, do you think that this step is enough, or much more needs to be done in terms of consolidating the bargaining power of FPOs in the marketplace to meet many of the things that each of the speakers have outlined, whether it's access to finance through greater capacity and discipline, more transparency, compliance, all the kind of things that Ashish just mentioned. So Kuldeep, what are your thoughts? That is this the way to go forward for FPOs?
Sir, actually, the concept is clear, like aggregation, value addition, and then we market it. And that is how, means the higher level of value addition the FPO is able to achieve, the higher income percolates to the farmers. And but the basic constraints which currently we are facing is capability. Like, for example, currently the FPOs are working at a very suboptimal level. The volume of trade is considerably less, and all of them want to go out, get out of it, in the sense that there are constraints like management issues, the skilled human resource, market know-how. Even if they want to sell, establish market linkages, means they need people who can actually execute such transaction with corporate buyers or take up value addition activities with the farmers. And second part is capital constraint, both these aspects. So the thing is, first part is like only classroom training. Still now what has happened is capacity building of FPOs have been undertaken by RIs, by SFAC, and by NABARD. but mostly these have been classroom trainings and a bit of exposure visits. So what we have always in fact, proposed is hand-holding support for a year or two is required for each and every FPO in order to, in fact, take them from one stage to second or third stage of their product value chain. So that is very much required. And the second part is like uh, kind of human resource. For example, if I am working with the company, like Ashish ji had said, we cannot expect the farmers or the board members to manage the FPO and take it to that scale wherein actually the benefit percolates to the farmer. They have limited capacity, limited understanding of management and the markets. So actually, at some stage, even the staff, the human resource deployed with the FPO should be able to kind of hold ownership in the farmer producer organizations which they are promoting. Okay. Like strong leadership is required either at the governance level or at the management level. So what we have observed is like there are boards which participate in board meetings, they give specific suggestions, but not that specific suggestions which help the FPO to scale or take them from one stage to second stage. So ultimately, the people running the FPO, the management part, their role becomes much more important with most of the FPOs. And considering the structure, even with the federation structure or the SPV structure, there should be, if they are going for special purpose vehicle as advocated by me and Ashish ji, there should be a component of management holding also, stock option, so that they remain with the particular FPO for longer period of time, sir. So such kind of hand-holding is particularly required and certain suggestions. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Kuldeep. That was very helpful. Now, before I close, I want to address, in fact, throw one question at each of the panelists and request their brief response. And that's something which I'm always struck by whenever we are talking of course, agriculture issues in general and FPOs in particular. And that is the issue of technology and its role in the growth of these bodies. All of you, at some point or the other in your interventions, you, I think, brushed or briefly touched upon technology. But none of you spoke of technology as having a central role in transforming either that particular segment that you were speaking about or FPOs in general. And I think we'll all have to admit that in the last, if you see just the last decade, if you see a sector like telecommunications, technology has revolutionized the way we all now deal with telecommunications. Technology has revolutionized the way we deal with communications. This webinar would not have been even possible, I think, as recently as 2 or 3 years ago, right? Today, Sanjeev was speaking of having webinars, I suppose, using a Zoom or a similar such facility with FPOs, right? So I'd like each of you to just reflect for a minute in your closing comments what you see as the role of technology, because when you speak to investors, and I, having the very, I would say, privileged position of having dealt with both investors and the startup world in the last 4 years since I left government. And one of the questions that always comes back at me is, why is technology, especially digital technologies, not playing a leading role in transforming agriculture overall in India, and in particular the FPO space? So whatever your thoughts are, if you could just please, just briefly in the next 2 minutes each, starting with Arindam, please.
Yeah, thanks. Well, Praveshji, let me put it very bluntly that digital technology solutions at the FPO level is a necessary condition for their growth. It's absolutely a must. Now, why? Firstly, when it comes to granular transactions for any sector, even for us, for a smaller transaction, the risk and the transaction cost, these two costs for some important player in the supply chain becomes unmanageable. It's only through technology you can address the transaction cost and the risk cost. Similarly, for the FPO world, the FPC world, whether it's access to markets, whether it's access to capital, whether it's access to advisory. Extremely important to address the climate risk, to address the issue of other kind of sustainability risk, which is going to come up in a big way. Without technology, it's not going to happen. That's one. Now, why hasn't it happened so far? The fact is, firstly, such technology was not available 5 years back. It's available today. All the advancement in AI, ML, IoT, satellite mapping, etc., it was not there 5, 7 years back. It's available today. Second is the human resources which is required to run the technology. In India, you know it as well as I do that we have the finest of talent, from the best of schools in India to people with 25 years of Silicon Valley who have got into what's called AgTech, FinTech today. It was not there 5, 7 years back. And that's going to be a second prime mover for technology adoption. Now, the challenge, the biggest challenge lies in the digitization of the upstream part of the supply chain. That's the smallholder farmers, 1.4 billion farmers, 140 million farmers approximately, with 126 million being smallholders. Now, how do you, it's an extremely expensive affair to digitize farmers, their land and their economic activities, their business activities, agriculture activities. And the big question is should that be funded and be seen as a public good, or should private investment go in there for digitization? I think that question needs to be answered, because a lot of private investment is getting into AgTech now. We couldn't even think of it 3 years back. It is happening in the Indian sector. This, I can say confidently, 5 years hence, if we sit down, we would have solved a major challenge, that digital technology can solve. It would have been solved 5 years hence.
Thank you, Arindam. Thank you. Sanjeev, would you like to share your thoughts?
As you are aware that we are a major procuring agency. So what we have done in last 3-4 years is that we have digitized our procurement, where all the farmers are registered, their land records are registered, bank accounts are registered, and we are paying them digitally. So this is one we have done. Second, sir, agri space we are working, it is very important to have traceability. Now, whether it comes to us, our farmer groups called FPOs or cooperative societies, when we buy from them, they come to a center. So what we have introduced is digitized assaying now. This we have done from this season. In Gujarat, we have done. Each and every bag has been QR coded, and assaying report of the produce which we procure from a farmer, it is coming in real-time basis on a platform which we have set up in our office, and one of the startups we engaged for this. So they are doing a very good job. So they've started with Gujarat and Rajasthan. Now for tour procurement, we are going to do it pan-India. We have given this work. So it's a new, I think, way of supporting a small startup also, that we have done. So digital footprint, starting from procurement, QR coding it. Each batch we will be able to trace to the farmer 3 months, 4 months, 5 months down the line, who has done, which FPO has given us good quality, which FPO has not given us good quality, that we can see, that we have introduced. Same thing in WDRA accredited go downs. So this is a area where all our FPOs should work. Once it is digitized, the farm laws which came, third law was there. So with click a button, we would know what our godowns are holding in the country. What are the stocks available in the country? And then, of course, as you said, negotiable receipts can come in, and FPOs and farmers can take advantage of that. So if our big organizations like NAFED, they can introduce digitization to this extent where we can trace each bag to the farmer, I think FPOs must do it, because NAFED draws only strength from cooperatives and FPOs. If they are digitized, they straight away come into our ecosystem, and there is a transparency which comes in. So I think there is a lot of scope, sir, and we must work in this direction. There is a lot of work to be done, and in case any good startup is there, kindly suggest us. We can always engage them, provide them good business, and we can work jointly to improve our systems continuously. Thank you.
A very tempting offer, I'm sure, Sanjeev, which many of the people on this, listening to you will certainly take up. Thank you so much. I think a lead role by a government agency would help. Ashish, when you come in with your thoughts, I'd especially like you to also reflect on if technology could play a role in the issue that we've been throwing at you repeatedly, the capacity building and the skilling of FPO leaders and staff.
Sure, sir. No, I would say that, at the FPO level, I mean, I'm only talking about the FPO, let's say if the topic is the technology and the FPO ecosystem, I would say that, and I take our example, I think we are not doing that bad. That's probably because that our realization that the technology is going to be a kind of an enabler for a quick movement in the FPO space. So the systems that we could develop, whether it is a cloud-based accounting system or the digitization of the members registers, the entire payment system, the internet banking, all of this, or the procurement system, if you take all of them into consideration, I would say that they're not doing that bad. Rather, I would go to the extent saying that they're probably ahead of their immediate competitor in that particular region. That Seth G, who is basically the competitor of that FPO. He is still, writing his khata bohi, whereas the NGOs these FPOs are doing most of their operations through these digital transactions. So they are ahead of it. But having also said, I also would like to bring a point here in the marginal areas, the resource poor areas of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, that kind of areas. The banking system is still not geared up. I mean, you still have to stand in a queue for 2 hours to get your 50,000 rupees drawn from the bank. I mean, and you still have to walk or travel 20 kilometers to find an ATM. So these are also realities, and it is also a fact that in a majority of the areas, your smartphone will not work because the network is poor. So all of these are also the hard reality. Coming to the larger ecosystem, from the FPO ecosystem to the larger ecosystem, I think there is enough work going on. Whether if it is like Sanjeev ji was talking about, that if we want to join hands with NAFED for their onion procurement, I'm sure they will provide us a nod in the software. It will be plug and play. In Madhya Pradesh this year's rice procurement has gone so smoothly because the digital platform that they have developed, it's really state of the art. I mean, everything is taken care of very smoothly. So I think in the larger ecosystem there is work going on. But one point I would like to mention here, that everybody is in the larger ecosystem, everybody is trying to do on their own, and therefore there is a lot of repetitions going on. Every time because the softwares are built in a different platform, everybody has used the different software, so sometimes it's not compatible, online, offline, these issues are also there. So sometimes it's quite an irritation, for the FPOs to give the same data time and again to different agencies, just because they have to do business. So I think, some universal system needs to be worked out. That's what I said, government should come up with an open source software and with their own investment and specifically designed for the FPOs. So you just, plug and download those softwares and you start using them.
Okay, so Kuldeep, now all of you have, of course, earned brownie points by keeping to your time, and I'm now going to fall foul of the organizers because we are 1 minute over time. So I'm just going to give you just 1.5 minutes to share your final thoughts on technology.
Sir, similar to what Ashish ji has said, we have been, in fact, doing the process of establishing, providing a central software for all the FPOs in Gujarat. For that, we communicate with the source trace, then Cropin, and several other agencies. So in fact, now many other players have also come and providing this similar technology to our member FPOs who are associated with us. Like there has always been kind of a thing like digitizing data of farmers. So there could be an app connected with that software so that the persons engaged in the fieldwork could enter the data of the farmers and it would be digitized. So we were thinking that, and also to manage procurement and inventory management. For procurement operations, we procure at different locations like wheat, then there is groundnut and all that could be done in the software itself. So currently very few FPOs have such software systems, but it is very effective in terms of stock management, procurement management, payments, then even for accounting purposes. And even for Goods Pro, we are looking this as a great opportunity if we have this software. Like there could be FPOs could feed in their data regarding how much commodity they have in their particular warehouses or within their shops. This could be tracked through central software, and then we can approach the buyers to connect the FPOs or do the financial transactions with them. Recently, we have approached Samunati, and Samunati has offered to give us this software, access to this software which they have built, and this further could be extended to other FPOs also. And all these FPOs can have username ID wherein they can log in, and with their permission only, like Goods Pro or some other agency, third party could access their data. That is what the condition we put in, because like FPO's data is not for sale. Like even if a central agency gives this software and hundreds of FPOs log into it, they should not have direct access to the data of the FPOs.
Very important.
This permission should be given by the farmers. So as Ashish ji has said that there should be a central software, open source, which should be given by the government. That would help a lot. In fact.
Thank you so much. I have to stop you here, but all that I can say is that what an enriching discussion. I'm sure everybody who's logged into this session has come away with so much learning. I have learned so much. Thank you so much, each of you, for your wonderful insights. There's no need for me to make any final comments. Each of the sessions, each of the segments was so rich. With that, I will hand it over back to the organizers to close the session. Thanks again to all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this wonderful and very engaging sort of discussions. And thank you for taking your time out and do the moderation. Thank you, Professor Sambhu Prasad, for making the introductory speech and introduce the session. And all the panelists for taking your time out for this very engaging and interesting discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ram Narayan. Thank you. Bye-bye.
With this, we'll close this session. Thank you.
नानी क्या बन रहा है?
बेटा तेरे पसंद की चीज बन रही है।
नानी मैंने सेवइयां बन लिया।
हाँ बेटा तेरे लिए सेवइयां बन रही है।
और इसके लिए
सब कुछ बच्चों को खिलाओगे, हमारे लिए भी कुछ बचाओगे।
मेरा नाम नज़मा है। मैं जयपुर शास्त्री नगर की रहने वाली हूँ। मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि एक दिन मैं रिक्शा चलाऊंगी। मैं बधी थी, मेरी ख्वाहिशें बधी थी, मगर अब पिंक सिटी की बदौलत मैं बड़े बड़े सपने देखती। ये मुझसे बचपन से कहती थी मुझे डॉक्टर बनना है, मैं इससे कहती थी तेरे दिमाग का इलाज करा। लेकिन मुझे अब लगता है कि मैं इसे अब डॉक्टर ही बनाऊंगी। अब मेरी जिंदगी की गाड़ी मेरे हाथों में है, इसे कितना चलाना है, कैसे चलाना है, सब मैं तय करूंगी। ये सच है, मेरी आमदनी बढ़ी है, मगर उससे भी ज्यादा जब मैं रिक्शा चलाती हूँ तो मुझे सुकून मिलता है। ऐसा लगता है जैसे मैं कैद में थी और अचानक आजाद हो गई। मैं चाहती हूँ औरतें परिवार भी चलाएं, रिक्शा भी और देश भी।
Good evening and a very warm welcome to day one of the Livelihoods India Summit hosted by Access and co-hosted by Niti Aayog. Thank you all the panelists and the moderator for joining us for this technical session, Lessons from the Past and Way Forward for FPOs version 2.0. Through the discussions with our various panelists, the session intends to inform, influence, and inspire policymakers and practitioners consider FPOs as producer collectives to be a means for scaling up farmers' profits and improving their economic well-being. The session will draw from the experiences of the FPOs and their promoters in the past, dwell upon the challenges and barriers in the FPO ecosystem, while suggesting the way forward by recommending strategies to address the gaps and concerns from past experiences. We have quite a few exciting panelists here. Dr. Shambhu Prasad will moderate the session. He's a professor of strategic management at the Institute of Rural Management, Anand, and has been following this evolution of the FPOs in the country for quite some time now. Professor Prasad has been a member of the subgroup on upscaling innovative technologies in agriculture for the 12th five-year plan, and also a member of the expert group of Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium to recommend guidelines for the FPOs. Dr. Prasad is a master's in industrial management with specialization in science policy from IIT Madras and holds his doctorate in science and technology and society studies from IIT Delhi. We also have Mr. Anil Kumar SG, the founder and CEO of Samunnati Financial Intermediation and Services Private Limited. Anil has over 28 years of experience in rural retail and agri-banking. Prior to Samunnati, Anil was the co-founder and trustee of IFMR Trust and the CEO of IFMR Rural Channels. Anil holds a master's in management from Asian Institute of Management, Manila, and also another master in business administration from Symbiosis Institute of Management, Pune. Our next speaker is Mr. C.S. Reddy, the founder and CEO of EPIMAS and president of Sadhikarta Foundation, a not-for-profit national level technical support organization with the vision of sustainable women self-help movement in India. He has over 30 years of experience in the development sector, particularly in the microfinance and livelihood sectors, focusing on community-based model of microfinance and livelihoods. Mr. Reddy has been a visiting professor at the Coady International Institute, Canada, and earlier he worked with KR International in India and was engaged in providing advisory services to many institutions of repute like IFAD, World Bank, DFID, CGAP, GIZ, etc., in addition to various state governments. We also have today Mr. Aleen Mukherjee, currently the COO of NCDEX Institute of Commodity Markets and Research and Executive Vice President of Business Strategy at the National Commodities and Derivatives Exchange. Aleen is credited with introduction and strengthening of the national level electronic negotiable warehouse receipts for agriculture commodities, price risk mitigation tools for FPOs, education and awareness building through NICR. He worked for a significant period of his career in Africa and performed leadership roles with organizations such as Winrock International, Tata Firms, USAID, and consultant for FAO, and KPMG. Aline holds a master's degree in horticulture from Pantnagar University, and also in strategic thinking and leadership for growth from Wharton School. So thank you so much, all the panelists, for joining us for this session, and we look forward to a very engaging discussion. I now request Professor Shambhu Prasad, moderator of the session, to take these discussions forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramnaran Ghatak, for the set of introductions. We have a rich panel of people who are directly involved in the field and extremely important ecosystem players looking partly at finance and market linkages with us. So what we will try and do is to possibly have the discussions in an open, freewheeling kind of manner, where I would request all the panelists to perhaps spend about 7 minutes each in the first part, where we would like them to explain to us. Not all of them have been in the FPO space since, let's say, 2002, but they've contributed significantly. Many have seen the growth of the FPO movement and have grown along and sometimes contributed to its growth as well. So we would like to just ask them to start off by saying how and why did they enter the FPO ecosystem. Each of them have a very different entry point into this ecosystem. A little bit on how far have they reached till now, what's their scale of operations, and perhaps a bit on how they're seeing the ecosystem today, specifically what their primary clients, in some cases farmers or federation of farmers, or in other cases promoters of FPO, what are they telling you about the FPO ecosystem? So I'd like to start with CS Reddy, followed by Anil from Samunnati and Aline from NCDX. Over to you, CS.
Thank you very much, Shambhu. Thanks to all the organizers of this event, Vipin and his team, the Livelihoods India Summit. I am pleased and delighted to be part of this panel, FPO 2, version 2. So just to kind of give a quick introduction, APMAS as a national level resource organization, we have been involved in promoting people's collectives for now nearly 20 years. And our focus was initially on the women self-help groups, their federations, their sustainability and self-reliance. But almost 10 years ago, we began the journey of working on natural resource management, watershed-based livelihoods. And that is where we kind of, in a way, stumbled into the promotion of farmers, producer organizations. And our journey began with promoting farmers groups at the village level. So which are 10 to 20 members of farmers who have the land in the same neighborhood. And then these informal farmers collectives came into an FPO and formed into a farmer producer organization as a mutually aided cooperative society or as a producer company. So in a way, we came from self-help groups to watersheds to farmers groups and farmers collectives. The journey has been very fulfilling, satisfying, and I must say enriching. You know, we started with only 3 farmer producer organizations way back like 5 years ago. But today we work with 200 farmer producer organizations. And of these 200, around 47 of the FPOs are directly promoted by APMAS. The remaining we serve as a resource support agency for the FPOs promoted under the NABARD's FPO scheme or program. I think, you know, what Shambhu said is, you know, what are you learning? What are you seeing? I think still the FPO system is fairly nascent. You know, many FPOs are still in their initial phase of social mobilization, enrollment of members, share capital mobilization. But we also have, over the past 3 years, federated these FPOs into an FPO federation. One of our most successful FPO federation is called the M Tomato farmer producer company, which has around 8,000 shareholders in 9 FPOs in different parts of that Chittoor district of Andhra Pradesh. I must say that promotion and strengthening of the farmers collective is not something that can happen overnight. So it takes time, it takes effort, and we need to look at strong institution building focus on based on the cooperative values and principles. And then we need to create linkages, financial linkages, market linkages, both for input and output. And as an organization, we realize that farmers collectives require mentoring and hand-holding, not just in terms of their governance, management, accounting, bookkeeping, but also in the area of business, in terms of primary processing, secondary processing, and the board of directors, I find as being the critical constituency that we need to focus on in capacity building and developing their capabilities. As an organization, because we are women-centric organization, we have also focused our effort on promoting all women FPOs. 8 of them we have promoted. So I would say that the journey has been very enriching with a lot of problems, and state government's role becomes very critical when you talk about licenses and some kind of a ecosystem. I guess one of our biggest challenge has been how do we make this transition from these self-help groups and federations that then have promoted their own FPOs, they taking up these collective marketing efforts. How do we make the transition into the new cluster-based business organization system that has come up in the new guidelines of the government of India? How do we make sure that the FPOs that are already promoted, the 8,000, 9,000 FPOs, they become role models for the new FPOs to be promoted? I think in the policy space, that is where we find a big vacuum or a gap where how do we develop this system? So I think maybe I'll come back, Shambhu, after in the next round and talk more about our experience. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, CS. I think you've taken a minute less or minute and a half less, but just before we move on to Anil, maybe could you give us some numbers of the number of states you're working in, number of FPOs, and perhaps the number of farmers you're working with?
Sure. So at the moment, we work predominantly in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, the 2 Telugu-speaking states. But we have also, as part of the CBBO empanelment process, we have also decided that we will look at FPO promotion in Bihar. At the moment, around 70,000 farmers are part of the FPOs that we are mentoring and incubating. APMOS has also set up an FPO incubation center for capacity building and incubation services to the FPOs and the promoters of the FPOs. And we are currently empaneled as a cluster-based business organization by NAFED and by SFAC. And we are hoping that we will also be empaneled by NABARD and NCDC. So in terms of our outreach for capacity building of FPO promoters and CEOs and board of directors, it's a pan-India kind of an approach. But our promotional work and direct mentoring role, we are restricting to Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Bihar.
Thank you very much, CS Reddy, for highlighting some of the transitions of working from SHG federations to producer collectives, taking some of the principles, but the add-ons that is often required, and the challenges possibly of working with the ecosystem. We'll come back to you in the next round. Now, I'd like to request Anil to speak to us about their exciting journey. Anil, when you started in 2014 and set up Samunnati, I think the word FPO was just about gaining coinage. It's kind of interesting to see how in the last 6-7 years, even as you're growing, you've also become a reasonably important player in the FPO ecosystem in terms of financing. Your organization had a mention in the previous panel as well. So how do you see it? You didn't start off with looking at FPOs and suddenly you've found a space which not many are occupying. And maybe that space is growing. So your experiences, Anil.
Right. Thank you, Professor Shambhu, and it's my privilege to be among friends. CS, Aline, and of course, Ghatakda is part of the ICICI Bank journey that we had, and Access and both the Inclusive Finance Conference and Livelihood India Conference are like homecoming for me. Many of us have built the goodwill and relationship over the last decade thanks to these annual conferences. So it's a pity that we are meeting virtually, but hopefully next version of conference next year we'll be meeting in person and exchanging notes. And thanks, CS, you always leave something on the table for us to pick the threads from for your opening comments, because the question was very, very open-ended. Now, thanks to your narrative, I could organize my thoughts a little better. So, Professor Shambhu, as you rightly said, we did not start off as an entity focused on FPOs, and FPO was not in the scheme of things when Sammunati started. Taking a cue from your question to CS, perhaps I'll give a quick snapshot of where we are in terms of numbers and what we do, and then get into how have we gotten here. Sammunati as an entity is an agri-finance enabler. Started off with the focus on agriculture being a non-negotiable, and continue to hold that that non-negotiable nature of just focusing on agriculture, bringing in a value chain finance approach to begin with, to now a value chain enabler approach, with an intention to make two outcomes possible. One, how do we make the value chains operate at a higher equilibrium, which represented the demand side of the value chain, and thereby how can we make markets work for smallholder farmers, which represented the supply side of the value chain. And the model that we built had a lot of learning from the IFMR days, when some of us who are part of Sammunati's journey were building the KGFS model. And we are grateful for all the learnings in the trenches that we got in understanding the rural household. So what we started building was a very simple proposition in the dairy value chain, in which we thought, if we have to intervene at a small holder level in the dairy value chain, one who has one or two milch animals in the backyard, perhaps we look at the aggregator to the processing unit, the dairy as a value chain. And we started off in a district called Tiruvannamalai in Tamil Nadu, where the value chain is, you have the processor in dairy value chain, you have a bulk milk chilling plant usually associated with the processor, then you have individual aggregators who aggregate milk from farmers, either 80, 100 farmers, or say 200, 250 farmers, depending on which village, larger or smaller village that you represent. So the proposition that we built after we studied the value chain, and I also would wish to acknowledge the support and guidance that we got from MicroSafe in the initial part of mapping this dairy value chain. And the team from MicroSafe played a significant role in Sammunati's understanding of the dairy value chain and putting together the initial set of interventions. So we built a model around leveraging two kinds of capital: social capital, which brought in the soft information. And this soft information is what existed between the aggregator, who is an individual, and the individual farmer who is supplying the milk. But then this soft information is not in the context of living together, but in the context of collecting milk on a daily basis. In other words, the aggregator not only had information about who the household is, but also had information about how many liters of milk that they have been supplying over how many number of years. So the other dimension that came in addition to social capital was trade capital, wherein we understood that when you look at working with the aggregators in a value chain finance approach, you can look at whom to lend based on social capital and how much to lend based on the trade capital. So while we started off with a branch-based approach with only the dairy loans as the proposition, to an extent where many of the people and villages in Tiruvannamalai even now as as cattle loan company, Mattu loan company. That is who we are known, because we give loans only for purchase of animals through the aggregators. So we started acquiring the aggregators through the processing units. We used to go to the milk chilling units, the processing units, and we asked them, hey, can you give us a set of aggregators who are regular to you? And then we understood that the aggregators had a set of regular farmers, and often they also participating in purchase of new animals by these regular suppliers of milk. 5,000, 10,000. If a household which has been pouring milk for the last 10 years is looking at buying a new cow, it is expected that the aggregator also pitches in a part of capital, part of equity, 5,000 or 10,000, and that would retain the supply of additional milk to him. That's how informally it works. I'm sure most of you are familiar with. I'm only validating what you all know. So we started understanding that the number of animals and number of people that the aggregator works in is also constrained by the working capital available with the aggregator. So we started working with the aggregator saying, hey, can you refer some more people by you taking the responsibility in identifying, sourcing, selecting, and servicing these clients? We will work with you so that your throughput would increase. The number of liters that you would collect would go up. And we started doing it. We opened about 11, 12 branches in the first 1 year of operation. We started looking at two dimensions of our work. I'm getting into how we got into the FPO business. One dimension is we had to move into other states beyond Tamil Nadu. The next state that we wanted to go was Gujarat, because we had found someone from Gujarat, part of Samunati's team from the early days. And we realized that the context of Gujarat's dairy value chain was not individuals collecting milk. These were Doodh Utpadak Sanghs, the societies that started collecting. So here is the constituent where the exact role of what an individual aggregator is doing in Tamil Nadu is being done by a collective. And we started understanding what kinds of collectives, because cooperative movement is restricted in 2 states, significantly. But then it is sporadic in many other states. We started understanding this aggregator as a collective. The second dimension that we also understood is the animal feed constituted a significant portion of the dairy business. And when we looked at the basic ingredient of raw materials for animal feed, it was de-oiled cake of soya as well as maize, both of which were significantly grown in Madhya Pradesh, and we understood the FPO movement in Madhya Pradesh. And it was mid of 2015 that I called 2 people. I remember these are just 2 calls that I made to validate is going to the FPOs a valid proposition or not. And the first one was Vijay Lakshmi Das. I called Vijay ma'am and said, ma'am, I'm thinking this is what my realization is. What do you think? Pat came the reply saying you are in right direction. Just pursue that. And then, I also had reached out to Girija ma'am. The very next moment, after say half an hour or so, I got a call from Girija ma'am and I said, ma'am, what do you think? She also said the same thing, this is the right thing to do and this is the future, please go ahead. And that is how innocuously we got into the FPO movement, Professor Shampu. As we speak now, we are in about 20 states. We work with we had worked with more than about 650 FPOs. Not all are active. That's why I'm saying that as had. Cumulatively, between agri enterprises and FPOs, we have done about 6,000 crores of throughput, 500 people, so on and so forth. So I pause here, but then this is how innocuously we got into the FPO business. There is one significant moment that I also would want to mention here, where the Access team and the Livelihood Conference 3.5, 4 years ago also had played a role in our moving into the FPO space, where Vipin convened a meeting of some well-meaning people in the fag end of one of the days of the conferences, I think the first day of conference. And all of us were discussing on how do we look at 200 lighthouse FPOs across the country. And that was another milestone for me to validate that this sector seems to be something that we need to focus on to pursue our mission of making markets work for smallholder farmers. So I'm glad you are asking me this question in the Livelihood Conference again.
Thank you so much, Anil. I think one of the strong elements that came out in your intervention was the important role of collaboration, where you have picked up ideas from MicroSave, from Vijay, who otherwise will be seen as partly a competitor in the NBFC space. So the need to have this kind of collaboration in building this ecosystem, constantly listening to and learning from and growing with, and also possibly going beyond boundaries. So you have indicated how you started off with value chain, finance, and you move to an aggregator or enabler, sorry, and also this gap between, sometimes there are rigid things between finance and marketing, and also an FPO and an enterprise space are seen as somewhat different. MSME is a different space, and FPO is a different kind of ecosystem. So thanks a lot, and we'll come back in a short while on what should we do for the FPO 2.0. But now I'd like to invite Aline, who's been perhaps with this movement of trying to connect FPOs to markets consistently over a period of time through NCDEX. So tell us briefly how, Aline, this has been this journey and how far you've got, and how do you see this 10,000 FPO space opening up opportunities for both NCDEX and for the FPO ecosystem and for the FPOs?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Shambhu. It's really a pleasure, and thanks to Access Development for bringing me on fold, though for within a very such a short notice. Being in a platform of such a high importance, I thought yes, I can reschedule some of my other commitments to be part of it, and not only to contribute but also to learn basically. So I was also hearing the previous panels discussion, some of it, and very exciting things are, I think, happening. So from a NCDX perspective, to you start answer your first question, and that how did we get into it? Because we are a market platform which is basically agnostic to the kind of people who are uh, participating in this marketplace for their own requirement, right? And one of the thought process which has been actually there since beginning, even when this kind of a market was set up in 2003 2004, is that ultimately the benefit of this marketplace needs to percolate down to or accrue to the first mile people who are producing these commodities. So there has been always a effort in terms of if we go back historically from NCDX perspective, we started creating memberships for smallholders at a mandi level, uh, but being the way the market is designed, the market contracts, trade of the terms are designed, we also found it quite difficult for those small producer or small number of farmers, Indian farmers, to be participating in this marketplace. So the effort was, though the thought process was always there, because the benefits of this marketplace is to accrue to the real primary producer of these commodities. But because of the structural imbalance which is there in the Indian ecosystem, Indian agri ecosystem, was a challenge. But slowly, as I think the FPO movement started gaining momentum in the country, what we also realized that if we need to bring this value to the primary producer, then collectivization of efforts which is happening already, why don't we try to capture that? So our first entry to this particular area was through what we designed a forward market contracts, during the FMC days. And we saw some very good response from quite a few FPOs in that because one of the challenge which you see in this whole discussion, and the other panel also was talking about, is the marketing side of it. How do you market your produce? So one of the challenge which we try to solve through those contract mechanism is to provide them with a marketing opportunity which is transparent and this thing. But then again, that particular model also fizzled out because of certain other regulatory challenges, and that was shelved, that particular contract aspect. And so our effort in terms of bringing farmers on board also was reduced to that extent. And luckily enough, then the whole farmer producer organization movement also started picking up. It is not that FPCs were not in existence even before 2013. I mean, I know a couple of FPCs who has been there for almost 20 years now, in Uttaranchal and some of the other parts of the country. But they were on specially niche commodities, were small and those things. And then in 2016 and 17, we actually, formed a particular team, which says, okay, now this particular collectivization is happening, and there are quite a few green shoots. So if original thought process of this market platform is to provide benefits to these primary producer, why don't we start focusing on that? Because then it cannot be business as usual, as we go to the traders or processors or corporates to bring them on board in this market platform as a price risk management tool. And then we started going to this farmer producer companies, and 2016 and 17 were the major focus approach which we started. And we started with almost more than 60 FPOs who got entrenched into our ecosystem. And slowly this number has been actually growing over a period of time. And what we have seen is that, I mean, today more than 300 of them are onto our platform. In the year one, if we talk about numbers, which you have asked me as well, we started with a very though a lot of FPOs became a client, but the participation in terms of accessing the marketplace was really low. Almost maybe 50% of them participated just to even try out what exactly this marketplace is all about. And out of those, then slowly they started picking up, and today we have a number more than 300 who are part of this ecosystem. Almost 200 of them has already participated. Almost 70 of them actually regularly participate in this marketplace. So the journey has been quite interesting in that sense. And as I said, being a marketplace which is supposed to be agnostic in nature in terms of who are the buyer or seller is, so the rules of the game is actually same for everyone. You can't change the rule of the game for a particular set of entity who is either a buyer or a seller. But then what we realize is that for the farmer producer companies who are at least trying to get into the output market side, which is one of the biggest challenge, because to enter into, as a farmer, to take an individual decision for his own produce is within that parameter. As soon as you bring that to a larger ecosystem, collecting produce from 10, 15, 100, 200 farmers, then it becomes a very collective choice, right? So the decision making matrix to understand and then communicate back to the farmers is a very challenging task. So that's why we still see a very small number of aggregation. Then they talk about, let's say, 1,000 farmers, but they talk about only trading 100 tons or 200 tons, right? So that means if that process of collectivization is still has to go up. But what we are seeing as a numbers from an exchange perspective, now we see almost 70-80 of these farmer producer companies covering almost 11 states on a very regular basis participating on this platform. Now, if we consider, I mean, Professor Shambhu, you want me to continue on the second phase? I can do that if you want. Or as far as our journey is concerned, I think I would stop here.
Yeah. So maybe Aline will come back to you in a minute. So I think what we have seen from the three speakers now is a sense of how this ecosystem has grown, how have they contributed to shaping this ecosystem, bringing in newer dimensions to the ecosystem that wasn't there probably 4 years back, 5 years back, and so on. So in this round, we will go in a reverse order. We'll start with Aline and move on to Anil and then finally to CS. So it's an interesting point that we are in currently today. So when we talk about FPO 1.0, it was largely, focused a little bit in the states of Madhya Pradesh, and that was a model that was being used in the design of the manuals and so on. And as we just reviewed the progress of FPOs, now we have FPOs in almost every part of the country. Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh having the largest numbers and so on. And the ecosystem has grown with several other players who have now contributed significantly in enabling both financial and market linkage, also in terms of capacity building beyond the main implementers of NABARD, SFAC, etc. The government of India has just launched its 10,000 FPO policy. And interestingly, almost at the time of launching this is when the COVID pandemic had struck. And in a sense, many of the plans have undergone a little bit of change, perhaps not so much at the government level, which we will not discuss right now. But the pandemic has provided an opportunity for a pause and an opportunity to rethink how do we go about our strategy for FPO 2.0. So I'd like each of you to try and look at a time frame of possibly the next 2-3 years and suggest, based on your experience, what do you think should be the key couple of directions or in which both the government and other players should probably focus on, learning from some of the positives and maybe even some of the mistakes, and your honest suggestions on what needs to be done. So, Aline, we'll start with you.
Okay. Interestingly, before I delve into the 10,000 one and the way we see it, if we talk about a focus little bit on the collectivization aspects, right? So the benefits of the basic economies of scale and the collective thought process in, bringing in the good within the supply chain. There are many examples in the world, right? I mean, of various nature, whether it's from output marketing, from input side, from grain marketing to specialized coffee. And there are many examples over who are farmer collectives. If you go to Ecuador, the Kalari coffee is a global brand now, right? If you go to the US, there are, being a capitalistic country, I mean, there are one of the largest cooperative movement, I think, is there in the United States, right? So from Whole Foods to Land O'Lakes, they're all farmer cooperatives, right? If you look at Australia, the Grain Corp and the CBH, the bulk handling group, is again a farmers cooperative. I personally, when I was in Africa, I was part of a farmers association, what we called Zambian Export Grower Association. So there are 10 of us, we came together to solve some of the export problem which we had. The common theme in what we have seen and what I have read and spoken to some of these people and been part of this is that farmers did not run the business. They hired professionals to run the business. That is, I think, the first thing. I mean, today, if you look at, for example, France's Lima Grain, which is world's largest cooperative selling seeds, farmer cooperative selling seeds, they don't run the business. The farmers are in the board. They manage the board. But the professionals run the system. So I think we need to go towards that direction, that within next 5-7 years, can we have at least 1,000 of these? Because if we take 10,000 which are already there in the country kind of stuff, and we have another 10,000 coming in, so at least these thousands can become a 500 crore company in any of the product which they choose to be, whether it's input, output, dairy, processing, whatever, right? So is that the focus we should approach upon? Because we know that running a small SME business is very, very tough, right? So and we expect these farmer groups to run their own business. So I think, so this brings us to the point that Having a number, yes, because then we will funnel it down and narrow it down to some of the success ones. But what are the successful FPOs, the pillars will look like, right? So that is where I think we need to look forward to, that what kind of support mechanism or what kind of handholding mechanism, mentoring mechanism, or infrastructural mechanism which are required, whether it would be through government system, whether it be through private system, collective effort, collaborations. So these will evolve depending upon maybe a product. There is no one cookie cutter approach in such scenarios. Because a dairy collective might work in completely different form in West Bengal than a seed collective in Andhra Pradesh, for that matter, right? So, but the point would be is that how do you add value at the first mile, whatever product you choose? How do you add value at the first mile at the production level? So whichever product you choose, whether it's through a cluster-based entity, whether it is through a single product-based entity or a multitude products, it is that value which needs to be added nearest to the production belt. Once that value is added, the second problem comes is that how do we take it to the market? What could be the terms of the trade? What could be the pricing strategy? What could be our positioning strategy? To do all these things, I mean, it's maybe one single sentence, but do all these things, you need finance, you need MIS, you need a marketing guy, you need a sales guy, you need to understand how the market behaves. So the question is, though in the current cluster development or CBPO format which Government of India has done, all these things are mentioned, that you need to have these 6 specialized people in your ecosystem. So I think that is where needs to be focused in. I mean, if I, from let's say an MP soybean FPO, how much value addition can you do from a soybean to become a 500 crore company, right? So you have to be either be only concentrating on from 500 tons to maybe 5,000 tons of soybean. How do we add value to that? But a mustard soya FPO could be possibly having a value addition strategy, right? I mean, going to a mustard oil or a mustard cake and then adding more revenue nearer to the farm gate. So I think we need to really look at each individual sections to decide where do we fit in, such that we make these entities through professional support and help, that they can the support segments like the direct NGOs or entities or mentoring institutions have an exit strategy. So that is where I think I would like to see in 5 years down the line or a 6 year down the line, that few of them has become standalone entities on their own. Now specific to this 10,000, as I said, I mean, give me 1 minute and I will stop. I think the pillars from the governing side is trying to be there. Now, in terms of, if you look at the 1 lakh crore agri infrastructure fund, or training institution as a bird, but it's now we have to see that how this collaborative approach can become the implementation side of it. We can for example, 1 lakh crore fund is fantastic. At a maybe effectively it will come to you. I was trying to do some calculation, maybe at a 3% interest rate. But I need to have a business plan. If I put up a cold storage, what I'm going to do going beyond that, right? So who is going to help me to do that part? And if I store my bananas or my chickpeas or any other crop in that fashion, as I think Kuldeep was mentioning in the previous session, how do I sell it? When do I sell it? At what price do I sell it? Right. So I think the whole thought process needs to come in, and I think slowly I'm sure we will find our way, because there has been enough examples and success stories, not only in India, all over the world, of such nature. And initial guidance and mentorship is absolutely required. But with FPOs, the direct farmer owner, as maybe the ensuring the running of the organization, but actual operation is mostly done by some professional entities to come. So that is where I think the challenge is. And you are at IRMA. I mean, IRMA was set up to do that. And can we have that kind of a setup, right? So each student work with 2 years in a FPO as a mandate to ensure that you at least give them a positive cash revenue. So just a idea. So maybe we need to look at from that angle. So I may stop here and would be ready to discuss more on some of the other thought process I have.
Thank you so much, Aline, for pointing out to what might be the requirement, given your knowledge on commodities, how different commodities could possibly operate very differently in the markets, and how FPOs might need this kind of professionals to try and handhold and work along with these FPOs to help them grow. So before I get on to Anil, I just want to tell all the participants to try and please share your questions that you have with any of the three speakers in the chat box, and I think Samrat will help us, bring that to the panelists as well. So as we go along, before I get to Anil, another thought which I might pose as a question for you, Aline, which we could take up a bit later. How do you see these commodity markets playing 3 years down the line, given the kind of fluctuations possibly that have been there? And will India start expressing itself much more, or is there going to be a certain kind of a backlash from global commodity markets? So I'll reserve that question for you to address a bit later. But over to you, Anil. How do you see things? What's the good and bads of what has happened in this space? You might have been affected by the pandemic in some sense, had a reset as well, or a slight amount of revision. But suppose you were to look at this FPO 2.0, there's been a lot of learning that we've had from FPO 1. What are the things that we should not be doing, and what are the things that we possibly should be doing in the next 2-3 years?
First and foremost, Professor Shambhu, all good. There is no bad, including the pandemic, because pandemic has added significant tailwinds to agriculture in general and the FPO movement in particular. People who did not care two hoots to listen to agriculture, and farmers are now sitting and listening to, hey, what is this FPO movement? Agriculture seems to be a bright spot in the overall scheme of things. What are these essential commodities? And more importantly, how are these enabling legislations that have come about going to add value to your business? So yes, there have been revisions in the plans, but they are upward revisions. So there are changes, but all good changes. For me, if I can just take 2-3 steps even before the pandemic, Professor, the significant movement that I personally see is the understanding of the FPO as FPC to an FPO as a FPO. When I started understanding the FPO segment, which I mentioned in my previous comment that it was about 2015, when I started understanding that this is an entity, though I in fact had visited Masuta way back in 2008, which is the first producer company in Devgarh, thanks to Pradhan. I had a vague idea, but then the understanding of the FPO was purely as a farmer producer company. What I'm seeing in the last 3 years is a significant journey to make this definition much more enabling, much more inclusive, wherein the FPC is one of the FPOs is where most of the people are now making it known to both the policymakers as well as the external market. And I would also assume, and I'm making a statement here, I would assume that a large number of FPCs that exist more often than not only in the name or on account of the FPOs being recognized as FPCs and not as FPOs. That is a significant change that I'm seeing, and I remember CS in one of the brainstorming sessions last year while looking at the 10,000 FPOs, clearly articulating why the definition of FPO should include all forms of producers coming together and not just the farmer producer company, while recognizing the fact that governance is an important dimension and a company brings in a more diligent way of governance. But then it is also wonderful to hear the current chairman of NABARD in his starting days also mentioning about well-functioning cooperatives being looked at as FPOs. They are all things in the right direction. They all augur very well for the segment. So this movement of FPO being a farmer producer organization, legal form being multitude, including farmer producer companies, a big enabler, because a lot of force fitting was happening by restricting ourselves to one particular legal form. The second dimension is what also I'm seeing is people or the larger markets also have started looking at FPOs now with the larger enabled definition, not from where they are today, because all of us know that many of the FPOs are nascent, vulnerable, have the potential, but they have to, still demonstrate that. People have started looking at this segment from the potential it offers than what they are today, which again is a significant departure from how they were. People were looking at assessing the entity as what are you today? What is the turnover that you have today? How many farmers that you have today? From today's dimension, people have started, the markets have started moving, or the business partners have started moving to what you can be going forward. And in my perspective, the very fact that an FPO exists with a limited number of members, with all the constraints that the FPOs have, itself is an achievement. The fact that there is an entity, there is a board, there is an office, and board means the billboard. The fact that there are people and they are doing a meaningful work, whether at scale or not, itself is an achievement. So most of us now need to look at the potential that the FPOs bring in rather than what they have done so far, because what they have done so far is in an environment of constraints. So no point in assessing them in the environment of constraint, but assessing them from the dimension that, what can they bring going forward. And that is where I pick up the thread of the collaboration that you have been talking about. And, both CS and Aline also mentioned, I'm very bullish on the ability to collaborate. Need to collaborate always existed. But we now see from Samunati's viewpoint, significant openness to collaborate by multiple players across. And on the screen alone, if I may share, we have a wonderful collaboration partnership with CS, with APMAS. Both of us bringing together the collective vision of how can we make a difference to the smallholder farmer. You do ABC, I bring XYZ, both ABC and XYZ to add value to the customer, and we'll hold each other accountable for the outcome. NCDEX, Aline and Samunati are working on the futures market. And again, I'm happy to say that the first ever options trade in soybean was Samunati, NCDEX, Madhya Bharat coming together and doing it. And we have a dedicated team. And it is ex-colleague of Aline, Vineet Sharma, taking care of the access to future markets. And some of the FPOs that he mentioned as people who are the entities that are members are the ones that we are also looking at working. Ram Ghatak, we are also looking at doing something similar in working together with the FPOs that are nurtured and created by Access in Rajasthan, right, in that area. So what we are witnessing is a fertile ground for collaboration in which there is a nice symbiotic relationship that is emerging. We don't need to duplicate, right? Samunati brings in 1, 2, 3 capabilities, but does not have ABC capabilities. And the partner can bring in ABC capabilities that are complementary in nature, and both of us can work together. The moment this kind of a collaboration works, the outcome, the focus being the farmer becomes imperative, becomes natural. Again, governance is a big issue in addition to the training and manpower. the aspiration is to see FPOs being governed by the farmers, but managed by the executives, managed by professionals. I really like, Alin's suggestion to you that you perhaps make it mandatory for the Irmans to go 2 years there, make the FPO profitable, and you get your degree. You want to, look at that. But on a serious note, Samunnati has been a beneficiary of well-meaning and highly energetic youngsters from IRMA, from Manage. We have recruited from PRM 39. We are waiting for PRM 40, Professor Shambhu. We have Shankarda advising us, PRM 1. We have Ajay Desai, PRM 16. So I can reel out the PRMs who are influencing Samunnati. We have wonderful set of people from Manage, wonderful set of people from IIPM, NIAM, Jaipur, NAM, Hyderabad, TNAU. So, a set of bright youngsters are now coming in to see what they can do in the FPO space. People, many of us have seen microfinancing from close quarters. The kind of energy and latent potential that microfinance represented in 98, 2002 is that kind of a latent energy and potential that we are also seeing in the FPO space. Now the grading tool has come from NABARD. Very soon it will move to a rating tool, because with NABARD's blessings, the grading tool moving to rating tool is not very far. That's how the first grading tool came in microfinance as well. The CRISIL NABARD grading tool with MFR 1 to MFR 8 is what paved way to the rating by mainstream rating agencies in microfinancing. Many things are coming together. I think the 10,000 FPOs is a large number. Challenges galore, no doubt about it. But we as a country and we as people who have invested a lot of time and effort in this space have a wonderful opportunity beckoning. And collaboration is the key. Working together is the key. Convergence of all the initiatives with focus on smallholder farmers with the FPO as the vehicle is the key, and we are all moving in the right direction. That's how I would see it.
Thank you so much, Anil, for the exciting optimism that you have suggested. In fact, one kind of takeaway I have is that you don't need to be in Delhi to make all of this happen. And I noticed a small tractor behind in your room. So we can carry our small tractors to Delhi by not necessarily being in Delhi, but contributing to farmers' welfare.
I think we have lost Professor Shambhu.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, there he's back.
Yeah. I think we lost
you for 10 seconds, Professor.
Sure. Nothing much. So CS, I think some of what Anil seems to be saying is almost music to our ears. Just in the introductory remarks at 2 o'clock, we were trying to make a sense of the FPO ecosystem in terms of numbers. And one of the challenges often is that we can easily get these numbers from Ministry of Corporate Affairs for all registered as an FPC. But when it comes to cooperatives, we don't kind of know. Are there 300 cooperatives? Are there 1,000 cooperatives? And we've come out with some number based on what NABARD has suggested, a bit from NRLMs or MKSP data. It's something like maybe 400 odd cooperatives that are working as FPOs today. These numbers can increase with NCDC playing a more active role potentially in the next few years. But so having seen this, and I think sometimes you've been pushing, some changes, both positive and negative. You're also in a position where you are now CBBO. You're almost having a Swayamvara with all the implementing agencies asking you to be part of the story. And then you have this challenge whether you should go along with them, not go along with them, or how far to go along with them. At least some of those troubles, both Aline and Anil don't have to deal with. You probably deal much more with the government and the bureaucracy, Aline in a slightly different way. So what are I don't expect a extremely positive response from you, unlike Anil, but you can give us a mix of like Ugadi Pachadi, sweet and sour.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Shambhu. No, so I think both of them, Aleen and Anil, laid the, in a way, foundation in terms of where we are with this, the FPO, the phase 2 or the version 2. I would like to just maybe highlight a few things which are critical for the success of this, and I kind of second to what Anil said. Yes, I think there is a fair amount of positivity. I think the energies are all in the right direction. The ecosystem is developing. But I just want to highlight some challenges that we need to address together. And they're not impossible, but I think they require our attention and working together. I think one important piece is how do we learn from our past? So how do we document some kind of a process documentation, the lessons learned? I think there hasn't been enough attention, but people like Shambhu, Ajit, there has been some work in terms of case studies and some. So that is one aspect that I thought we should do. Second, how do we move from this version 1 to version 2 in a seamless manner? Seems to be a critical piece. Somehow the producer organization promoting institutions or resource institutions to the CBBOs, the transition hasn't been smooth. In fact, one of the biggest drawbacks of the policy guidelines of the 10,000 new FPOs is that there is hardly any mention about what happens to the FPOs that are already promoted. And I see that as and in my opinion, making them as models, as best practicing FPOs is critical for the new 10,000 FPOs. So we can't leave them and then start new FPOs. Even APMAS can't do as an organization. Also, I think how do we lay the foundation for these farmers organizations? Farmers organizations or farmers collectives is not that 5 or 10 member board of directors, but all the shareholders, the 500 or the 1,000 or 300, whatever the number is. How do we engage them? How do they participate? How do they, so the farmers groups. So that's why I would like to use the term, how do we develop these into bottom-up organizations rather than top-down? With the 10,000 and with 4 implementing agencies and maybe 100, 150 CBBOs, I feel there can be a kind of a top-down approach to this entire system evolving. So we need to be wary of that, and we need to make sure that, for example, the number of CBBOs still now empaneled is less than 50. And maybe NABARD will empanel another 100. So with the overlap, maybe there will be 100, 150 at the max. So can each of them promote and mentor and incubate 100 FPOs? I think is a challenge that one needs to address. The third most important, I think, Aleen mentioned, in the developed countries, there are successful cooperatives, farmers collectives, farmers organizations as business entities. In India, with the political system that we have, with the socio-cultural system that we have, can we develop these farmer producer organizations as business organizations? Because a lot of people still see them as social organizations, service organizations, almost charitable organizations. I think we need to drill down this idea that farmers collectives are business organizations, building or creating value and profit for their shareholders, which are small and marginal farmers. I think that's critical. Another important challenge that we have faced in the field, both in Andhra and Telangana, is the primary agriculture cooperative societies that exist. They feel threatened by the new generation farmer producer organizations coming. So how do we harmonize relationships? How do we build complementarity? Because they both can coexist. Like in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, we have a 1964 cooperative law and we have a 1995 liberal cooperative law called the Max Act. Both exist, and any farmers collective can choose. Similarly, how do the PACs and how do the FPOs can coexist? Another important aspect that I feel is the state government role. Somehow, the FPO system and the policy ecosystem that's developing is fairly top down, driven by Government of India, driven by the 4 implementing agencies. But the ownership at the state government level, and the agriculture being a state subject, there is very limited excitement, euphoria, energy at the state government level. In fact, when we were talking to SFAC, they said, oh, you go and talk to the district committees, get their approval. We won't even write to the state government saying you have been selected as CBBO. So in a way, how do you engage them in a meaningful way? I think my sense is the field level, operational level ecosystem needs to develop further. While we have bank linking FPOs is evolving, now there are some guidelines. There are certain schemes that are available as per the new operational guidelines. But getting those licenses, recognition for FPOs as farmers collectives, legitimate farmers collectives is an important one. And maybe another aspect that I earlier mentioned, women leadership. The moment we think farmers, we think it's all men. But 60–70% of agriculture is done by women, and the guidelines are almost silent on the women role, women leadership in farmers producer organizations. And I think at least in APMAS, we are deeply committed to promoting women leadership and strong women role in the farmers collectives. And maybe one other final point that I would like to say is we need maybe state level collaborations, partnerships, ecosystems. Earlier under SFAC, there were state level federation of FPOs were promoted for lobbying, advocacy. So maybe those need to be there. Maybe the CBBOs can come together at the state level. Yes, capacity building is important, need to continue, particularly capacity building of the board of directors, so that there is a strong governance, there is democracy, there is strong systems. And I totally agree with the other speakers who said that professionalizing FPOs, they cannot be run by the CBBOs. They cannot be, the farmers themselves can't run them. So you do need professionals, whether they come from IRMA, whether they come from Manage, or wherever they come from. And APMAS as an organization, we see that CBBOs seem to be now given all the responsibility. Do you be the all things to all people? And I think that's kind of too many expectations from the implementing agencies, from the lenders, from others. So we need to create some kind of a support system for the CBBOs to perform and to succeed. In APMAS, at least we have the belief that we could succeed in spite of all the challenges. But there are other players who need to come together and creating that kind of a ecosystem. So maybe I'll stop there, Shambhu. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, CS, for highlighting the potential danger of too much centralization and it being top-down driven. I think some of the discussions that people have had today morning, I think people were sharing this one district, one product, where it has been determined that Delhi will only have bakery-led items and Andhra Pradesh, because unfortunately it has only 13 districts, can only deal with 13 products, whereas Chhattisgarh and others, maybe Telangana has more districts, so it can deal with more districts, more products. But also in the outline, you rightly point out that the CBBOs are given far too many things to do. The joke going around was that in the MOU that was probably shared by one of the implementing agencies, they had said the CBBO will do everything from A, and it went on till probably
Z.
They forgot maybe X, Y, and Z, or maybe, so it's almost 26 things that one person should do. And that is not necessarily a collaborative spirit or in a partnership mode where there is an equal amount of what the other agencies will also be part of this. So Samrat, do we have more questions coming up, or, otherwise I'll have to go with, there is one question which is directed to you, Anil. I think they want some more clarity on how do you see the AMLA approach of Samunnati benefiting FPOs, and how do you see it taking ahead? And of course, Aline, your question on commodity markets is also there. We'll come back to CS with other questions as we go along. Yes, Anil.
Please check the chat. I was on mute. The AMLA approach is designed indeed to have a comprehensive engagement with the FPO. It is aggregation, market linkage, and advisory services. Set of people doing the same economic activity coming together, which is what a FPO is. And this coming together is for the purpose of buying cheaper and selling better, where the market linkages, the ML comes into picture. Now, the advisory services, in our view, are two-pronged. One, how do we respond to the market demand? How do we respond to the opportunities that the market is presenting as one end of the spectrum? The other end is how do I create an internal capability in the institution to be able to respond to that opportunity, which includes the training, the capacity building, digitization, member digitization processes, so on and so forth. On the execution part of it, Professor Shambhu, AMLA approach for us represents indeed an ecosystem play where this collaboration becomes key. Samunnati is looking at playing two roles in the AMLA approach. Role number one is bringing all the players together and playing the role of an integrator. And second one is bringing about customized financial solutions, because the moment you say market linkages, you need working capital. And having working capital can enable the market linkages to happen. We are also working on the digitization part of it, not only in the member engagement, so on and so forth, but also in providing the ERP solution to the farmers, FPOs, as well as the support on compliance and secretarial filing, so on and so forth, right? In our view, an AMLA is an approach. And not all services in this approach can be provided by Samunnati alone, but what Samunnati is aspiring and is willing to stick its neck out is Samunnati can play the role of bringing in these services and service providers to the FPO with the FPO as the focus, more as a catalyst. And wherever there are gaps in terms of where either the providers are there but are not able to provide this service, or the providers are there, the service is there, but who pays for the service ex ante post facto? When do we build then? Is there an ability to bundle that service, or the services are there but the incentives are not aligned, right? That the service provider needs to needs to look at the outcome based than input based, because at a FPO or a farmer level, it is important that there is a tangible benefit accruing out of the investment that is made in accessing the service. One of the examples that I often mention is the AI and AI. One AI is where there is a tangible benefit that the farmer has, and she is willing to pay 150 to 200 rupees per AI, which is the artificial insemination, because that by impregnating cow, there is milk, and milk is equal to cash. But the same artificial intelligence, you say, I will give you this image, that image, and you would be able to know what is happening. I'm seeing the crop every day. I know what is happening. How is it going to help me in growing further? You have to bring in those dimensions. This, what is happening in the field is an important dimension for an entity like Samunnati. Because we are sitting far away, we don't know what is the end use, we don't know what is the what is the nature of the crop or state of the crop rather, so on and so forth. So each of these services are designed for a specific beneficiary. Samunnati can play the role of aligning those attributes of players, going back to collaboration. So AMLA approach is an approach. Samunnati is one of the players which brings in these dimensions. And again, these are the places where we are seeing significant support from the earlier resource institutions, producer organization promoting institutions. Two of them are here, where they understand what is the hierarchy of needs of these FPOs, and they are different. What are the low-hanging fruits that we need to be looking at working for the benefit of the farmer?
Thanks, Anil. Yes,
I have got a question from Girija ma'am, Girija Srinivasan, and she is asking that how are women FPOs performing? Do we need differentiating approach in building them? Please, so this is the question. So anybody can take it.
I think CS, you could respond to it. I was going to ask you this question in any case. Yeah. So how are the?
Yeah.
Do you need a differentiated approach for women-led FPOs?
Yeah.
Do you have an example, if possible?
So I think the first response is yes, the women-led or all women FPOs performing better. They are much more business-oriented. There is better governance, better cohesion. Maybe we need to commission a study. So Shambhu, I think we should look at some kind of a study of women, all women or women-led FPOs. What we are doing is in the next 3 to 4 years, we plan to take up a project of promoting women leadership. Like we have developed these self-learning modules, which NABARD has now replicated for the board of directors of FPOs. We are planning to develop special modules for the presidents of the FPOs of women, so that they may face different kind of challenges, and then come up with policy papers and have work with Makam and other organizations to take up the policy agenda. But I think to bring this to the notice of the policymakers and to bring it to the notice of the practitioners about the importance of the women in farmer producer organizations is going to be a long-term initiative. It's not like one-time deal. And I guess many of us who are currently on the panel should be looking at bringing up this issue and demonstrating that yes, women leadership makes a difference. And over almost now 30 years, the women in the self-help movement have learned about leadership, about accounting, bookkeeping, financial management, managing linkages with banks and markets. So they have tremendous leadership, and many of them are working as community resource persons. So I think we must be able to look at it from that perspective. Also, how their engagement and their leadership in FPOs contribute to their women leadership. One other point I want to make, Shambhu, if that is okay, not related to the women per se, but I feel a situation has come where every state has maybe 200, 300, 700 FPOs. We need state level forums for brainstorming, for sharing and learning, for thinking. So I think in this kind of a session, we should come up with, like APMAS is day after tomorrow at this conference, releasing a compendium on case studies of on FPOs, which Shambhu and Ajit have helped. So we need to do more of sharing and learning, documenting, disseminating, so that the policymakers somehow at the national level, the government seem to believe that if we send a guidelines, that's enough. That's, I think, may not be enough for you to promote self-reliant FPOs as business organizations. And we may also need to see how they listen. I think Shambhu mentioned one point about the agreements, the memorandum of agreement, the SFAC, we have signed already with NAFED. They are very, very one-sided, almost putting the blame, putting the responsibility, including some penalties. And so it's going to be an uphill task for the CBVOs when your releases are linked to your performance. And so how do you meet the ongoing operational cost for paying the staff, for meeting the training and other expenditure? So I think we need to do serious advocacy, Shambhu, of the implementing agencies being much more aware of the issues and challenges and developing these memorandum of agreements more balanced rather than one-sided. For example, one clause that says that funds will be released if available. If the funds are released if available, FPOs will be promoted if possible. It's something like that. So I find while when you talk to the implementing agencies, they're very positive, very open, very willing to listen to, but on paper, they are very, very regimental, very, very narrow in the focus, and seem to pin down. And the penalties, in my opinion, is one of the biggest issues that many some of the CBPOs may even want to withdraw from that kind of a promotional role of the FPOs. How do you implement? Let's say if AP Mass is promoting 30 FPOs, how do I meet operational costs if the funds are not released on time by the implementing agencies? And the implementing agencies can only release if the ministry releases them money. So I think these are very real issues that we will be facing in the future. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, CS. Aline, I think I'd like to take up your question on commodities with something that's possibly a bit related. And this is about this question of, because you mentioned about scale. And there's a question that says professional management requires scale. NTDB and NRLM are promoting large format FPUs. Is this the way to go, or is there a certain kind of trade-off with regard to promoting these kinds of FPOs? Obviously, if 10,000 FPOs have to reach 500 crores, we are talking of something very, very different. It's probably not a feasible proposition. But will commodity markets help the scale? Where do you see this going?
Yeah, I think, both partly related, both questions, but let me first answer the first question which you had raised earlier. The commodity market is here to stay. It would be there, right? In that sense that since agriculture has been in existence, transactions of agricultural produce is going to go on. So that is the basic premise I am taking. The second premise is that agriculture, as far as this productions are concerned, is pretty much high risk, right? I mean, we know not only the weather patterns, but also government policies and the trade policies impact its demand and supply situation. So what it means is that the prices are going to be volatile. So even if we like it or not, because one of the I think when you were putting up the question, you said about the price volatility, and whether it would be any backlash or not. So the question is, how do we manage that? If we can manage our production to meet the demand, then it's perfect, right? But we all know that it cannot be done. It's because there are too many variables given the current situation, and maybe even going forward our scientific development to match between our demand and supply is very, very difficult in that sense. So what it means is that we need to be within our behavior, we need to know that yes, there would be a volatility which will happen. Now the question is, how do we manage that? So what are the things which we need to do to manage? So definitely, let's say the value addition, scientific storage, using new market tools are some of the ways where you can actually control, may not control, but at least help mitigate some of these risks, right? So, I mean, if you are a mustard producer, if you keep on having the seed, so it might get spoiled. So can you convert into something else and keep it such that you can add value at a later stage, or you can get the value at a later stage? So some commodities may yield to those things, some commodities may not yield to such a change in its product system. So we need to look at from that angle. But volatility is going to stay. We need to see how do we manage that. Now, coming to very specific to managing the volatility as a market platform, that is the opportunity which we provide, right? So of course, futures market is one of the tool. It may not be a panacea. It's a very good tool to use to manage that price risk. But the challenge is that it's also a well-defined, predefined, regulated marketplace. So that means one really needs to understand the mechanisms and the settings of this marketplace to use it for your own benefit. Point number that is where I was coming to, that FPOs as an entity, when they need to if let's say I'm handling 2000 tons of soybean trading, or 5000 tons of maize trading, to add value to my shareholder who are maize farmers or soybean farmers, I also need to manage their expectations in terms of price volatility of those commodities. So that is where I was coming from, that you need to have professional people to manage this price risk through whatever tools which are available in the marketplace. That's point number one. Point number two is that not only the futures market, even our market and regulator has allowed to promote certain other products like option in goods, right? So ultimately what we are seeing today in the current context, and thanks to Anilji, they're one of the first participated through Madhya Bharat consortium on soybean option in goods. So it's managing risk, right? So I think if the FPOs are there in the commodity business, the part of the volatility of the price because of those variables are going to be there. And to manage those things, tools are available. But to use those tools like option in goods or futures platform, you need professional support for them to use those tools for their own goods. Point number two was on your scale side, right? So in a commodity business, these are thin margin games because they are, that's why they are mostly known as commodities, right? From barring maybe a little bit of varietal change or maybe protein content in wheat from one state to another, wheat from UP or Punjab or Haryana is mostly the same. So that's why they are commodities. So the question is, if we need to move towards giving a better value to our shareholder farmers who are producing these things, we need to go scale or we need to add value. So when we go scale, automatically the whole process of your collective collections, your quality, your local infrastructure, your working capital requirement, and understanding the market becomes very, very important, right? Otherwise, I will always be a price taker, when I have a small quantum and do not have any negotiating power. So I think the whole new schema of things is what it's trying to do through these whether I hear Mr. Reddy. I think some of the challenges, it's as you rightly pointed out, we don't even face, I mean, I think thanks to such organizations that they take care of those challenges, and we only see the outcome of an FPO whom we approach and they participate. Uh, so it's really encouraging to have these kind of entities to be in the see. So do that scale, you need certain ground realities, right? So uh, how do you uh, mm, from 500 tons of soybean, how do you go to 5000 tons of soybean? What are those processes? Do I have the manpower, the working capital, the physical infrastructure to even procure? And not only that, do I have the ability to convince my farmers to give me at a certain price? And that is where again the market linkage and market side comes into the play. And top of that, am I able to produce and go to the market with the quality what the market needs? So how do I'm going to do that? Am I able to backtrack the market information back to the production system to be the link? So FPOs have to actually evolve much larger than as a only entity of collecting and selling goods, or being a wholesaler or a distributor for an input company, right? So I think they have to evolve much more to get to that scale. So I think that is where I think the mentorship and the handholding part is very, very much required. And of course, without collaboration, I fully agree with Anilji. I think without that, nothing will move. I mean, we do not bring in all the what is required. We are only, for example, one part of it. So I think, does it answer
Yes,
your
yes.
query?
Thanks, Aline. I think we're kind of running short on time. I'll just take one last question to Anil. there are many more questions that have come up, including building on this idea of collaboration, which some of it could be discussed online. So a student says, please collaborate with us more, offer more than one placement that you have offered in the placement season. So that apart, I think a very specific question is on, in order to get working capital loans, what are the parameters evaluated by Samunati or other financing agencies? What is the general interest rate and credit period? If you can answer this briefly, I'll just pose the next question, which we may not answer, but I think it's an important question. Over to you.
Right. First and foremost, it is working capital. Working capital means there has to be an underlying transaction. So the underwriting of working capital is based on what is the transaction that this money is being asked for, and what are the cash flows associated. Second, any working capital structure is incumbent on the working capital cycle. The tenor is how long do you need this money. So Samunati has, whoever has asked this question, you may want to please visit Samunati's website and Google and search for Samaram. Samaram is a platform for startups, and we provide 3 categories of services. One is working capital, second is advisory services, and third is access to FPOs and other members for deploying their proposition. So usually the working capital comes in 2 dimensions. One, I have a specific order, I need money, but I don't have the liquidity. Or 2, I have the liquidity, but I cannot use for what this is being required for. The third dimension is for more evolved entities where the working capital lines are insufficient for the scale of operations because agriculture is seasonal and cyclical. So we have products ranging from 1 day to 5 years, quantum ranging from less than 5,000 to about 20 crores per loan now. That's the range that we have. We can sit across and discuss. Rate of interest is a function of all of these variables. For FPOs, we have looked at the cost at which we raise our money. Since August 2018, we have been offering rates of 14.5 to the FPOs. We know that we cannot make much money, but in our portfolio, the composition is smaller than the other entities. Though earlier we were pricing both agri enterprises and FPO similar, not anymore since August 2018. We have significantly subsidized the rates in relation to the ones that we were charging earlier. It's almost equivalent to the rate at which we borrow, Professor Shambhu.
Thank you so much, Anil. I'd like to just, take up one final, question that's been asked, but I may not ask all of you to respond to it due to lack of time. The question is, should you think that there should be an institutions-based monitoring system on regular basis to FPOs, that all BODs are working ethically for shareholders, or they associated with the FPO for their own short-term benefits? I think this must have come from a ground level experience of working with some of these FPOs. But in the interest of time, I'm not going to ask all of you to reflect on it, but I think this is a point on which all of us need to reflect in the ecosystem, because what is happening at the ground level can be very different. There are some more questions that have been asked on broadly what one would like to say about the ease of doing business for FPOs. And I think that has still not perhaps been sufficiently addressed in the policy document and in the operational guidelines. And maybe that's a direction for which we'll need to have a separate discussion around. I'd like to thank all our panelists for a lovely discussion. I think we have run out of time. And it's been a great learning experience from my side. Thank you, CS.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anil and Alim. And over to you, Ram, for closing today's session.
Thank you, Professor Shambhu.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you all of you. On behalf of Access, I would like to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to all of you for taking your time out and participate in this wonderful discussion. It was really very learning and quality discussion, sharing your experiences and perspectives on various things and various aspects. All of you, Mr. Reddy, Aline, and Mr. Anil, for sharing your experiences and educate us on many of the other things. And with this, we'll conclude this session, and we'll reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m. For the day 2 of the Livelihoods India Summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
नानी क्या बन रहा है?
बेटा तेरे पसंद की चीज बन रही है।
नानी मैंने सेवइयां बन लिया।
हाँ बेटा तेरे लिए सेवइयां बन रही
और
है।
इसके लिए क्या
सब कुछ बच्चों को खिलाओगे, हमारे लिए भी कुछ बचाओगे।
मेरा नाम नज़मा है। मैं जयपुर शास्त्री नगर की रहने वाली हूँ। मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि एक दिन मैं रिक्शा चलाऊंगी। मैं बधी थी, मेरी ख्वाहिशें बधी थी, मगर अब पिंक सिटी की बदौलत मैं बड़े बड़े सपने देखती। ये मुझसे बचपन से कहती थी मुझे डॉक्टर बनना है। मैं इससे कहती थी तेरे दिमाग का इलाज करा। लेकिन मुझे अब लगता है कि मैं इसे अब डॉक्टर ही बनाऊंगी। अब मेरी जिंदगी की गाड़ी मेरे हाथों में है। इसे कितना चलाना है, कैसे चलाना है, सब मैं तय करूंगी। ये सच है, मेरी आमदनी बढ़ी है, मगर उससे भी ज़्यादा जब मैं रिक्शा चलाती हूँ तो मुझे सुकून मिलता है। ऐसा लगता है जैसे मैं कैद में थी और अचानक आज़ाद हो गई। मैं चाहती हूँ औरतें परिवार भी चलाएं, रिक्शा भी और देश भी।
Jaipur, the Pink City, is among the foremost tourist destinations of India. Like most other urban centers, it is marred by burgeoning population and increasing pollution. However, a unique new initiative is all set to change that. The Pink City Rickshaw Company project is a unique initiative on wheels in the city of Jaipur. The beautiful city of Jaipur is home to some of the most popular tourist destinations of India. And the Pink City Rickshaw Company project presents a whole new vantage point to experience the myriad charms of Jaipur. Designed as a completely women-led, managed and owned social enterprise, the project envisages providing long-term employment to 200 women through their ownership in the Pink City Rickshaw Company, thereby ensuring their economic and social empowerment.
The Pink City Rickshaw Company was conceptualized with the idea of addressing the growing urban poverty in Rajasthan. We are trying to create a social enterprise. So this will be a company which is going to be owned by these ladies. Through this program, we want 200 empowered women to run the rickshaw company, run tours, attain a sustainable incremental income, and being shareholders of the company, actually run this company.
एक बार तो डर लगा सर, लेकिन फिर बाद में अच्छा लगने लग गया। रिक्शा चलाते वक्त अच्छा महसूस होता है, लोग बाग हमारे को देखते हैं, औरतें रिक्शा चला रही है।
एक दिन भी कभी इनको भी देखते तो अपन भी यही चलाएंगे, नसीब में होगा तो। आज हमारे नसीब में है, अच्छा लग रहा है।
This is one of the few programs that we have in Access which is looking at women's empowerment. More importantly, this program is trying to seek triple bottom line impact. Through the program, we are trying to see if we can build economic empowerment of the women. We are also looking at creating a company which will be owned and managed by these women and will develop some kind of a social capital. And because we are going to deploy e-rickshaws in the project, we will also be impacting on the environment issues. So for me, it is a very innovative project and it's already rolling out, and there is a lot of buzz and excitement about the program in Jaipur where we are implementing it.
Some people from Access approached me and they gave me this concept of Pink City Rickshaw Company. These women are going to be the owners of the company in due course of time. This is something really good, and it would lead to empowerment of these women who would have never thought in their wildest dreams that they would be owning a company. The transport department will be very happy to be associated with this service, to provide all facilities to these women drivers, and if there is any issue, I'll be very happy to resolve it.
So there's been a great reception by the market to the product. Our target market are the hotels who have niche clients who would want to visit all the historic places of Jaipur or travel into the walled cities. It's also a very nice looking rickshaw. So through this project, we are trying to elevate the rickshaw, which is normally seen as the last mile connectivity, to product for the luxury market.
I think the Pink City Rickshaw Company is a great initiative. It's something that has made the experience of traveling within the city, the sightseeing, all of that, it's made it really interesting, because I think traveling, especially within the old city, using public transport is, like, at least with our guests, it's quite a challenge. So this is really nice because it's safe, it supports an initiative that, you know, people really appreciate. So I think it's a great thing that they've started.
टूरिस्ट आते हैं, बहुत सभी होटलों में ठहरते हैं ये लोग, तो हम उन्हें अपने रिक्शे से घुमाते हैं। जैसे जलमहल जाते हैं, आमेर जाते हैं, जंतर मंतर जाते हैं, हवा महल आते हैं, वहाँ में उन टूरिस्टों को घुमाते हैं। हम चाहते हैं अच्छी चले, महिलाओं को रोजगार भी मिले, और प्लस जो ये टूरिस्ट आते हैं उनको भी अच्छा मौका मिले। देखो खुला रिक्शा हमारा, उसमें हम फोटो भी ले सकते हैं, उसमें रोशनी भी पड़ेगी, हवा भी आएगी, तो इस तरह से चारों तरफ वो देख भी सकते हैं टूरिस्ट लोग। इस तरह से हमारा रिक्शा बनाया गया है और इससे हमें रोजगार मिल रहा है।
Well, I had a great time in Pink City Rickshaw Company. I love the design. I just love that it's like a carriage, so you feel like in a movie, and it's all open, so you can see things like first-handed, very close to you. So I really like the experience. I love the fact that it's a woman driving. It makes it so much nicer and friendly, and it's eco-friendly, so you also know that you're helping planet Earth. So it's great. I loved it.
They loved the experience because it was so new, and you know, you've seen the rickshaw, the colors, they stand out. So even when you're in traffic and you're in that rickshaw, everyone's looking at you. It makes you feel special. It makes you feel like, oh, I have my own private service. So they thoroughly enjoyed it.
I had an amazing time with Pink City Rickshaw Company. It was an amazing tour, and it's such a difference to explore this city with the lady in front of our beautiful rickshaw.
This is something which a lot of foreign tourists particularly want for roaming around the city, and this will provide a long required service in the tourist city of Jaipur.
So HSBC has been a very long-term partner with Access, and I'm really excited that in addition to the couple of other things that we are doing with HSBC, the bank has agreed to support this program, and not only Access but HSBC too is equally excited in making this innovative initiative a great success.
हमने अपने खुद पे डर पे काबू पा लिया।
India, the largest democracy in the world, is still struggling to match globally accepted benchmarks of gender equality and gender equity, especially in its workforce. And while, with changing times, India has been producing increasing number of women role models, there exist pockets of exclusion that struggle to make the transition from the old to the new.
If you look at macro data, the workforce participation of women in India is only about 27%. Women in India contribute only 17% to the GDP.
औरतों का आगे बढ़ना बड़ा मुश्किल है जी। जिस जगह से हम आते हैं वहाँ महिलाएं या तो घरों में काम करती है या फिर खेतों में।
But it is under such struggles that human enterprise finds beautiful expressions. Meet the women of Chandu, who have come together to create a social enterprise that has not just turned them into business owners, but also boasts of products that match the best in the market in taste and in quality. Conceived and executed by Access Development Services and supported by the City Foundation, the New Leaf project seeks to recruit, train and empower 200 women to become business owners in a unique social enterprise that manufactures and markets ready-to-eat savories under its flagship brand Zing and Zest.
गोबर के गोसे बनाते बनाते आज हम कुकीज बनाने लग गए। हम किस्मत वाले हैं जो हमें ये मौका मिला। मैंने ये कभी नहीं सोचा था कि मैं यहाँ पे काम करूँगी। गोबर कूड़े के काम से भी अलग मैं कभी कंपनी भी चलाऊँगी। कंपनी में भी ऐसे डायरेक्टर बनकर कई बहनें मिलकर कंपनी भी चलाएंगे।
Once these social enterprises do well and the women get better aspirational incomes, their decision-making power at household level and at social level increases substantially, which can bring in a really social revolution and contribute significantly to national economy.
In the project New Leaf, we formed a company and a brand Zing and Zest. The main focus of the project was to empower women from economically weaker section so that they can run a company of their own. Access Development Services supported the project by setting up the production center, getting all the legal clearances of the company done, and by building capacity of the women members through trainings such as financial literacy, enterprise development, product development, hygiene, and eventually ensuring that the product reaches the right target market through proper market linkages.
जिंग एंड जेस्ट हमने इसलिए शुरू की, जो भी गांव में महिलाएं फ्री में घर में बैठी थी, जिनके पास कुछ काम नहीं था, उन गरीब महिलाओं को काम मिले और अपनी आर्थिक स्थिति को मजबूत कर सकें।
We make a lot of efforts in making the products and the brand to be powerful and compete with the products in modern markets.
जब हम यहाँ ट्रेनिंग लेने के लिए आए तो गांव के लोग बोले ये गांव की महिलाएं क्या कुकीज़ बनाएगी, पर अब हमारी कुकीज़ बड़ी बड़ी दुकानों में जाती है। यदि आपने एक भी कुकीज़ टेस्ट की तो आपका पूरा डब्बा खाने को मन करेगा।
हमारा खाना
बहुत दूर दूर तक होटलों में जाता है, जैसे 5 स्टार होटल है, अनामाया में जाते हैं और भी कई प्रकार के बड़े बड़े होटलों में जाते हैं।
Over here in Anamaya, we have collaborated with Zingzest Cookies, where I'm getting a very good response. We serve all our Zingzest cookies with every single tea and coffee which we serve at Anamaya.
O2 has engaged Zing and Zest to create a range of cookies for a new retail store at Hoskas Village. And in the past, we've received very good products from them, and we look forward to receive a wide range of delicious cookies from Zing and Zest.
I feel very privileged that this program is actually supported by City Foundation. I am looking forward to this relationship continuing over a period of time.
हम इस कंपनी को बहुत आगे ले जाएंगे।